Welcome to the BookFest Fall 2024. I'm Desiree Duffy, the BookFest founder, and it's an honor to celebrate our 10th biannual bookish adventure with you. That's right, the BookFest happens twice a year. And in the past 5 years, our community has become so infused with camaraderie and support, reaching folks all around the world. The very first BookFests were very much like the story of Stone Soup, because everybody pitched in to help in their own unique way. That tradition, I'm so proud to say, continues, as the BookFest is a testament to what happens when we unite rather than allow forces to divide us. Here, we turn the page on hate and open our books to those who love, laugh, and just read all the books. Just as no person should ever be banned, nor should any book. The stories, the books, and the real human writers pouring out from their hearts and their souls and their minds, not artificial intelligence, but the people who are behind these books. Well, friends, this community, that's what we're here for. So whether you're a longtime member of the BookFest community or joining for the first time, there's a place here for you. Day one is all about readers. So if you're a bibliophile, then you're in the right place. Tomorrow's programming focuses a little bit more on the writers. And we've curated an amazing lineup of authors and speakers, including one of the BookFest's OGs, KJ Matthews, who moderates a panel of travel book writers today. S.A. Cosby, who's going to join with Jennifer Ann Gordon in a can't-miss conversation. Kelly Oriard and Callie Christensen, creators of Slumberkins, are talking about their new book for adults with Dr. Elfie Brayland Noble. Plus, you'll hear from Kelly Armstrong, who's going to take you ripping through history. As well, we're talking with several historical fiction authors about the good old days. TikTok sensation, Annie Corzin. Yeah, she used to be on Seinfeld. She's going to be joining us today with so many more. Explore the full schedule. There's over 55 speakers with us both days on the BookFest. Find out who they are, learn more about them, and see the entire schedule on the BookFest website. And don't forget, while you're there, enter to win in the Big Bundle of Books giveaway, which includes, are you ready for this? Litographs. Yeah, can you see that? Let me turn it. The lighting is a little bit bright, but this is from The Legend of Sleepy Hollow. It's a print. And I know it's really hard to see, but the image is created by using text from The Legend of Sleepy Hollow. Now, this is so perfect, right? For Halloween. Plus, Story Arts has donated a pair of gloves. Now, these are perfect for writers or for readers. Look at that. You can put your little hands right in there. Oh, nice and cozy and warm. These are ideal for this Halloween spooky fall season. We also have, check this out, not just one, not two, but a whole case of Magic Mind productivity drink. Now, I personally am a big fan of Magic Mind. It is designed for that long-term boost in energy, and it helps you get into that flow state, which is perfect if you're a writer or anybody really who might need that creative energy boost without necessarily all of the caffeine that you might find in coffee or in some energy drinks. Later today, too, we're going to announce the winners. And I just got to say, too, there's lots and lots of books. Of course, there's lots of books. Some of the books are even signed. This is All Feelings Welcome by the Slumberkins creators. We have books from Tina Hogan Grant. She is one of our bellwethers. And Scott Ryan, And Stacia Moffat, I can't possibly hold up all the books. You realize that, right? You know you need to go to the BookFest website to see these books and many more, because I'm about ready to knock over my big stack of books that I got over here. And that would not be good, friends. So check these out. And, if you're going to do some early holiday shopping, you need to get something for that book lover in your life. Well, this is the place to do it. The children's book giveaway, I got to tell you about this because this is really special. We have this amazing, we have a bunch of amazing children's books too, like our good friend, Stephen Joseph. He's donated his books. And then we also have, okay, this is going to be a balancing act. Are you ready? You ready? Look at that. This is from Slumberkins. Can you see all of those goodies inside? Okay, let me pull some of them up. Of course, we have books because it's Slumberkins, right? Look at this. Isn't that amazing? It's a glow-in-the-dark bundle is what this is. And we have glow-in-the-dark kins, right? Here's some kins. Wow. And we have a glow-in-the-dark bat. And who doesn't love glow-in-the-dark stuff, right? I know I do, and I'm an adult. Look at this. Isn't this adorable? And plus the two books that feature these creatures, and they help children navigate some of those complex emotions that Halloween can bring. Because let's face it, it's candy, it's sugar, and it's people in scary masks. That's got to be the most confusing holiday ever for the little ones. So help them along with Slumberkins. Also, our good friends from Hazel Village, they have donated the amazing Flora Fox, plus the Gifts of the Year book, which is a fan favorite. Now, this is ethically handmade by artisans from around the world. Look at to put down on the floor for the little ones to play on. And look at how detailed she is. Can you see that? Now, the artisans who create these, it's all handmade, and it's all ethically handcrafted. So cute, adorable. Kids are going to love snuggling with her. I know I love snuggling with her. So that's from Hazel Village. Again, the winners are going to be announced at the end of the day after the live author chats, which feature an array of writers who are going to be reading from their books, doing fun activities, chatting about books. And of course, it's spooky season, so I have a feeling a few of them might be dressing up. There's going to be a lot of Halloween flair. Let's put it that way. The live author chats are a little bit like a variety show, and it's totally live, so you never quite know what's going to happen. Now, if you're a writer, you can also enter to win the Writers Giveaway. And we have goodies in there from Plotter, Black Chateau, and Books That Make You. Now, those winners are going to be announced in the virtual gift bag, which is in an email that goes out at the very end of the BookFest, at the end of the day tomorrow. And the virtual gift bag is something, if you're not signed up to be a BookFester, then don't wait, because it's filled with all sorts of digital goodies from many of our corporate bellwethers and supporters. Be sure you're signed up. You can do so right on the BookFest website. And then boom, you're going to get the virtual gift bag delivered directly to your email inbox. The BookFest is made possible with the support of our corporate bellwethers. Book Influencers is our presenting sponsor. Thank you, Book Influencers. Plus, there is, as written by Cher Terrace, Black Chateau Enterprises, Book Awards Pro, Bookshop Fundraising is a new friend of ours, Books That Make You, Business Leaders Lab, as well as Geek Girl Publishing, and Indie Author Magazine, as well as Invoke, the Kawaii Writers Conference, as well as LostCon, the Muses Funhouse, Relatable Voice Magazine, and the Writers and Publishers Network. Now, Indie Author Magazine has created a very special collectible BookFest edition that you can download for free, or you can order a physical keepsake copy. Articles by and about many of the BookFest authors are inside, so look for the link in the chat And speaking of the chat, if you're like, what chat? Well, be sure that you join us in the chat. That's where a lot of the fun happens with the BookFest. It's like a watch party, and links for the authors and stuff that's going on, people talking about the books and the speakers as they're on the stage. We're all hanging out. We have a whole team back there hanging out. So if you happen to be watching right now, and maybe you're on Facebook and you just saw this pop up, or perhaps you're on X, hey, we love those platforms, but the magic really happens if you watch natively. So join us right there on the YouTube channel and join the chat for the optimal chat experience. You're also going to see it right there on the BookFest website. The chat's right there on the side. And that way you stay up to date as things happen, as we post about all of the authors and the books, and give you inside information as we go along. Congratulations goes out to all of the BookFest Award winners. We're going to be updating the website with all of those books, so watch for that. Make sure you're checking out those books. And winners, hold tight. You'll all be notified by email as well. So check your inbox, check your spam, all of that stuff if you haven't gotten your notice yet. Then at the end of the day tomorrow, the Salute to the BookFest Award winners video montage will air. That's a tradition. It airs at the very end of every BookFest on Sunday. And we have a special congratulations going out to Lisa Diane Kastner, this season's recipient of the Honorary Achievement BookFest Award. Her tribute is coming up very soon. But right now, all of my bookish buddies, let's get started with day one and kick off with the opening keynote from Dr. Ray Mitchell, Greenlight Your Genius, at the BookFest Adventure Fall 2024.
Hi, my name is Ray, and I am so excited to be here for another BookFest adventure. Today, I want to talk about how do you greenlight your genius? We all have it. We all want to do it. But what does it take to turn that big, bodacious, audacious dream into a reality? So today, I'm going to talk about how you can translate your genius, your creative genius, your passion, your purpose into something that is amazing. And you know why I know? Because I have been gifted with the journey of a lifetime. And I want to share that if I can do it, anybody can do it. It is not an impossibility. It is a probability, and it's a certainty. So let's get into it. I got 4 points, maybe 5 if they give me enough time. So as an actor, you sort of got to figure out how much time you have. So if I go a little fast, that's okay. We'll get to the point. So let's jump into it. Greenlighting your genius. What does that mean? Well, the first idea is the green light. The green light means go, get to it, make it happen. You take it from the outside to the inside, from the possibility to the reality. So today we're talking about greenlighting that which is inside of everyone who decides they want to go for it. And by a genius, I don't mean that it's necessarily the intellectual genius, although everybody has intellectual genius. I mean, it's the creative genius, it's the passion, it's the purpose, it's the ability to turn those mistakes, those downturns, those setbacks, those disappointments into a ferocious story that everybody can relate to. Why? Because there is not a human being who is honest with themselves that they have not had a setback. And if you want to know the truth about genius and creativity is the product of turning a setback into a turnaround. Think about a movie, because I do movies, that didn't make it on the big theater, but because of streaming and other outlets, they have a new life. So the end is never the end. So that's my first big point. Everybody has a creative genius in their soul, in their spirit. And it's up to them to decide if they want to grab hold of that and ride that baby to their satisfaction. It could be big, it could be small, because nobody judges your genius. Everybody has it, and you are the captain of your genius journey. So that's the first point. The second point is, let's think about this. Turning around those transitions, those things that didn't work, that story that you thought didn't sell. If you're an author, you've written many, many, many books, or maybe this is your first, but all it takes is that first to be successful. And you're not as good as your last project. You're as great as your next project. So life is in those transitions. And trust me, do I have stories of transition? And they became my intellectual property vault. They became my tool to go to market, whether it's an actor or a producer or a writer, and turn all these narratives into relatable stories. Because once again, everybody can greenlight their genius. All they have to do is get up and do it. You need some discipline, you need some training, but you also just have to have the unending drive to do it. So the third point, as my pastor will say at church, just a few more points and I'll be over, is life is a series of exciting moments. Seriously, everything is a story. Everything is a journey, whether you have been at the bottom of your life's journey or you're at the peak. There is this wonderfulness of riding this emotional curve. And in fact, the most successful stories, whether they're in book form, movies, streaming, TV, you name it, social media influencers, it's a story that people can relate to. And I go back to one of my first points. We all can relate to having a turnaround. It's that moment where somebody puts you down, puts you out, leaves you out, or just doesn't see your brilliance. You have a choice. You can fall down, stay down, and the story's over. Or you can have that dramatic rise and comeback where you're the hero and you're like, oh no, wait, there's scene 3. It's not over yet. So think of your life in like the structure of a story. You have a series of exciting moments. Capture them. Walk around with a journal. Walk around with a video message to yourself. Your genius is pinging every single day. I can't keep up with the amount of exciting stories that come my way on a daily basis. Why? Because I'm open to seeing the world through a lens of creativity. No matter how negative, it is a moment that you can thrive on. And I want to make a side point. I'm a big proponent of mental health, self-care, and self-awareness. Sometimes celebrating and unleashing your genius is a part of your mental health and your therapy and your recovery and your self-empowerment. It isn't always about the economic outcome. Sometimes something happened. I've worked with survivors of sexual harassment, sexual assault. I've worked with a lot of people, and just writing their story and being heard was a way for them to greenlight their genius towards recovery. So don't think about this as a conversation about a monetary return. Think about it a return about self and your dignity and your self-worth. Greenlight that. You don't have to wait for someone else to give you permission to be great. Just say it. I'm great. And then do it. Because greenlighting your genius isn't sitting in a beautiful room and saying, yep, I'm a genius. You've got to have discipline. You have to invest your time and your energy in curiosity. And how do you nurture that? There are plenty of platforms, but you've got to get connected to the best. The BookFest exists because it's the best. You get information that is reliable, consistent, persistent, and it makes you go, I believe that the BookFest is one of the greatest places to ignite your creative genius. I wouldn't be here if I didn't believe it. I can be a lot of places, as can you, but this is a place to green light that it's right there. And now you want it to be right there and then right out there. You can be wherever you want to be with your genius. There's no jealousy, there's no measure, and there's nobody to say yay or nay. That's the beauty of greenlighting your own genius. And then I want to go into a part that is really fun. So you do all this, you prepare, you believe in yourself, you take those downs, you take those ups, and you roll them all together into, like, remember those giant rubber band balls we used to make way back in the day when we had rubber bands? Yeah, I know. Okay, I'm aging myself, whatever. But eventually you get to this giant sticky ball and they just go boom. That's your creative genius unleashed. So if I have nothing else to say, and I'm going to end my little talk today with 2 words. Go boom and have fun.
Welcome. I'm Christopher Madden. I'm the executive editor at Woodhall Press, and I'm thrilled to be introducing the inimitable Lisa Diane Kastner, who is receiving an honorary achievement award from the 2024 BookFest. I have known Lisa from way back in grad school, and let me tell you a little bit about her and her presses. So Lisa is the founder and the executive editor of Running Wild and Rise presses. She realized that there were great writers out there who couldn't get book deals or couldn't get noticed, so she created a publishing house focused on finding great voices that don't fit neatly in boxes, and also publishing great genre work written by people of color and those of other underrepresented groups. No mean feat, by the way. So Running Wild and Rise published fascinating books, and several of them have been named among the best of the year by Kirkus Reviews and Reserve Star Reviews and other awards. Lisa finds great writers who've been overlooked elsewhere, like Shay Galloway, whose work, The Valley of Sage and Juniper, was called completely groundbreaking, or Jamie Ford, whose novel Hotel in the Corner of Bitter and Sweet had spent 2 years on the New York Times bestseller list and won the 2010 Asian Pacific American Award for Literature. She's also published short story collections like Teehee Hazlitt's, which blow up not just the norms of heteronormative writing, but the norms of writing in general. She saw another one of her titles is Rebecca Dimion's novel Waiting for Beirut, which is absolutely breathtaking. So I suspect that one of the reasons Lisa and her presses are able to constellate together so many great writers and so many great works is because of Lisa herself. As a writer, Lisa is without fear. Her work always has a clear and imaginative voice, whether she's writing memoir about kicking her leg over her head while performing on Dancing on the Air when she was a teenager in New Jersey, or writing about a disgraced cult guru licking his wounds in Reno while scheming to regain his wealth and flock, or creating a dark magical realism book series about lycanthropes. Her prose has hooks and voice and plot and always surprises with an intangible wow factor. No wonder she's been published in multiple genres and forms. And again, I suspect that the same expansive energy and imagination in her writing are what drives the success of her presses. And damn, she makes it look cool. So there are lots and lots of great small presses and indie publishers, but few of them match the energy, vision, grace, and unalloyed awesomeness of Lisa Kastner and Running Wild and Rise. As the founder of a small press, now in its 9th year, I know this industry pretty well. And I know that there is no one quite like Lisa. To use the old adage, if Lisa didn't exist, we would have to invent her. I cannot think of anyone who deserves this award more. It's about time that everyone finds out just how outstanding Lisa is and what she means to so many authors. In short, she makes publishing better every single day. I'd like to thank Lisa, Rise, and Running Wild Press for making indie presses essential in the modern world of literature. congratulations to my good friend and publishing colleague, Lisa Kastner, on receiving an honorary achievement award from BookFest.
Wow,
So
I
thank
can
you.
leave now.
So Lisa, over to you. Yeah,
I sound
yeah,
amazing.
we can just finish. But
Well,
well, you are amazing, and what always impresses me is your energy, your energy not just for uh, championing writers, whether it's at AWP or events or on social media or doing keynote speeches at your alma mater. You always have this great, you know, it's almost a persona. I don't want to say it's an affectation, but just you have this great appearance, and you always seem happy. I guess if you're doing ads, it would be called Q factor. What do you think drives, I guess, your passion for publishing? And again, I think part of it comes from just your love of letters that I think all of us in publishing have to some degree. But what keeps you going? What makes you excited?
well, what got me started was, as you had aptly stated in the intro, I knew so many amazing authors who just simply couldn't get a book deal, and it really perplexed me. And honestly, the validation that I get, because I'll be honest, I wanted to quit several times. And I actually remember the day
Hmm.
that I realized Jamie Ford actually accredited me with discovering him. I was on an airplane and I had picked up a hotel on the corner of Bitter and Sweet. And I hadn't read it yet. I knew it had sold in the millions. And I knew that he had
Hmm.
based it on a short story that we had published in this like teeny tiny little publication, online publication. And I was just returning from a writer's workshop, and let's just say there were events that had occurred that I thought, you know what, I think I'm good. I don't think I want to write anymore. I don't want to edit anymore. I'm good. I think I can, move on and just go hang out at Chuck E. Cheese or someplace, similarly, and it's fine. And I opened up the actual book, and I saw in the acknowledgments page, he states, that he wanted to thank myself as well as, the small publication that had originally published the short story that the novel was based on, and that, without that he wouldn't have actually created Hotel on the Corner of Bitter and Sweet. And honestly, it's moments like that,
Wow.
yeah, that that's what keeps me going, right? It's knowing that we
Hmm.
really are making a change, right? The stories that we're putting forward really do have significant meaning. Like Shay Galloway's Valley of Sage and Juniper that you mentioned. Um, we published that
Hmm.
under Rise. She's an African American writer. She wrote a Western, and it's gorgeous. I mean, it's a gorgeous narrative. Her prose are fantastic. And when Forward Review decided that they were gonna, actually review the work, they actually hunted me down to give me a copy of the review before it actually went into publication. And I booger
Hmm.
cried when I read it. I mean, because it's like, oh my God, she's finally getting the attention she deserves, right? She is this stunning writer.
Right.
Finally, it's being acknowledged within the broader industry. So it really is, it's those moments that for me really, that's what keeps me going. And it makes me booger cry. So
Yeah. And it makes you not want to hide in the ball pit at Chuck E. Cheese and just bury yourself.
exactly. Right.
Um,
Although skee ball is
those
fine, but
as, skee ball is great. I wouldn't want to dive into a skee ball pit, however, it wouldn't be as
no.
comfortable as the plastic balls. Yeah, I mean that's amazing. To have Ford Reviews highlight a book. They're a great entity, but they're looking at thousands and thousands of books and submissions every year. So That's incredible. What do you think this is? I'm going to put you on the spot. What's your favorite collection or favorite book that you've done recently?
Oh my gosh. Uh, so there are a couple. So one is North by Anne Harris, which is a young adult
Hmm.
fantasy, more like I'd say literary. It's going to come out in January. Another one that's absolutely stunning. It's
Hmm.
under the Rise imprint. And we have a book that just came out in September, and that one is A Pocket Full of Teeth by Amy Hardy, who also happens to be one of
Right.
our editors as well. That one actually got a starred review by
Hmm.
Kirkus, and it's actually going to receive a rather significant um, accreditation, I guess you could say, later this year. So I would call those two out. And selfishly, they're also ones that I happen to edit. So
That's great. That's a fantastic title. So I'm going to look for that one.
mm,
What about now? You had started with not just getting unusual writing, but you did some unusual books. You did novella anthologies, which nobody was doing, and novellas are
mhm.
notoriously hard to get published unless you're putting them in with a short story collection, and even then, that's not popular. What drove you to do that? I'm curious. It's such it seems like such an obvious choice, or a hole that needed filling. But how did that come about?
It came about, and by the way, I love the fact that your black cat is harassing you, like my black cat is harassing me. I just happen to have the
Yes,
green screen going on. Anyway, so um, novella collections. So
yeah, dude. I kept a straight face and pretended that I wasn't being Zoom bombed.
it was
But
awesome.
yeah, go ahead.
um, so when I first started running wild, um, actually, what you just described in terms of like a thought process around it, that was pretty much it. I knew so many great novellas that just simply couldn't get published, and I didn't understand why there weren't novella anthologies available. And to me, it's a very it seems like a very basic choice, right? If you want a rewarding,
Hmm.
quick, you can knock it out in a night story, you should pick a novella in term because of the length, and a well-written
Right.
novella, you're gonna get the full arc, right? And I just figured, well, why don't we start it? Why don't we, see how it goes? Now, what was interesting is actually another dear friend, who's a brilliant writer and he publishes across multiple genres. Um, he had commented that it was only after we started publishing novella anthologies he really started seeing them show up in bookstores and from other publishers. And honestly, what I really think
Right.
happened, I wouldn't, I mean, I would love to take credit for it, but I really think what happened is a lot of publishers started realizing, hey, wait a minute, this is a great opportunity for me to find not only another great writer, but a lot of times you can take that novella and you can work with the writer on expanding it into a brilliant novel. So why not take that opportunity?
Sure.
So yeah.
Hmm. Yeah, that's great. And the thing that we like about collections and anthologies, and we have not done novellas, although we've talked about it. We've been doing the Connecticut Literary Anthology. We just had a reading the other day at the Mark Twain House, and it's just fantastic to see so many people. It's a different feeling than just having one author and one book, which is also great. But to be able to include lots of different voices, and it's a variety pack, I guess, if you will. But it's fantastic to see, and the level of excitement that have people being included in that it's great.
Absolutely. I mean, anthologies are brilliant. And from behind the scenes, being able to introduce great writers so that they expand their network and find additional individuals that they can work with. But also from a publishing
Hmm.
perspective, it's really getting those voices out there and those stories out there so that they can get picked up by other houses.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, that's so important, especially with, starting writers to have a credential or to have something to put in your query letter other than I've been writing since I was in kindergarten and I've graduated from crayons, but to actually say, I've been in this anthology or this magazine, or I was shortlisted for something, is a little bit more persuasive and maybe gets your work noticed better. Um, Speaking of which, with submissions and queries, what are the things that stand out to you when you're looking at queries? And if you're like me, and I know I am, I see a lot of these. So I'm always wondering what grabs other authors or other editors' attention when they're considering new work.
At the end of the day, it's a great storytelling and
Mhm.
great craft and having that engaging voice. I mean,
Mhm.
that's really it. That's the bottom line. I mean, we love people who have a lot of, I was shocked the first time we had an Oprah Book Club pick author come to us with a piece, and of course that's going to make you say, "Wow!" But at the end of the day, the piece has to be great storytelling and great writing.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. And I think whether it's literary or upmarket fiction or commercial fiction, I think it's story first. I've read absolutely breathtaking prose that I'm not interested in reading because it's not going anywhere. And then
Exactly.
I've also read just sort of this taut, stripped down writing that has something to it, that has a hook. So I agree that I think stories first. Voice, which I think if all of us in the industry were asked what voice is, we would have a different definition. It's some kind of intangible thing that we don't really know what it is. But I think that's important too. But yeah, I think that's really at the basis of it, something that's original and engaging that we haven't heard. T.H. Hazlitt's stories, which I've read, they don't remind me of anything else, which is, I think, wonderful, in good ways.
Agreed. Absolutely.
I think we're almost up on time. Any last words? Do you want to hold up your award again? It looks like something from outer space.
Doesn't
That's
it? It's
fantastic.
gorgeous. Oh, darn it. I did exactly. There it goes. Okay, perfect. Yes, it's stunning. Honestly,
There it
Chris,
goes.
I want to thank you
Right.
so much for being willing to be a part of this. I want to thank BookFest. When I got the call about this, I was absolutely blown away. I probably booger cried. I'm really good at that, and I just want to thank everybody for this honor and for actually being here. And you guys need to tune in because BookFest is the fill in the expletive. So join us.
Perfect. Thank you. And again, congratulations on this well-deserved and wonderful award.
Thank you.
So,
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Book Fest. My name is Jennifer Ann Gordon. I am the author of Pretty Ugly, From Daylight to Madness, and The Japanese Box and Other Stories. Joining me today is one of my very favorite people on this planet and one of my very favorite writers. Working today is Sean Cosby, S.A. Cosby, to people who just buy his books everywhere. Sean, welcome to the Book Fest.
Oh man, thank you for having me. It's so good to see you again.
It is so good to see you. I will say, for our viewers, the last time I saw Sean, we were drinking absinthe, and it was very late at night at a writers' conference.
As it should
As
be.
it should be. So, Sean, thank you again for being here. For people who are tuning in who don't know you and don't know your work, why don't you start by telling our viewers a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, of course. So I'm Sean S.A. Cosby. I'm a writer from Southeastern Virginia. My first published novel was actually a fantasy novel called Brotherhood of the Blade. And then I switched over to writing crime fiction, rural Southern crime fiction. And my first book in that genre was called My Darkest Prayer. And from My Darkest Prayer, I wrote Blacktop Wasteland, which begat Razor Blade Tears, which begat All the Sinners Bleed, which is soon to begat King of Ashes, which is my next book. Most of my books takes place in the South, in rural Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina. I like to say that if you ever saw the TV show Justified or Ozarks, it's a lot like that, except it's a lot of Black people that lead it. And so a little twist there, I guess. But not so much if you lived in the South that I lived in. But yeah, I get to write crime novels about very bad people doing very bad things for what they think are good reasons.
I love that. So you just said something that I didn't know about you, that your first novel was a fantasy novel. Like, we've known each other now for years, and this is the first I'm like
Yeah.
putting that in my head. So I guess how how did you go from fantasy to crime?
So this is my origin story as a crime writer. Like Batman has an origin story, Superman, everybody has an origin story. So I always wanted to write fantasy, horror, sci-fi. I grew up reading Stephen King, Clive Barker, Richard Matheson, Robert Bloch, Shirley Jackson, Kathy Koja, all these incredible horror writers. And so I was like, oh, I want to write horror novels. And nobody ever wanted to publish my horror or fantasy novels. I ended up self-publishing Brotherhood of the Blade, which is an urban sort of fantasy martial arts epic that I created. And what ended up happening was I had a friend who was a performer. She's a belly dancer, and she went to New York City. And after her performance, she happened to walk into this bar in New York called Shade. And the manager of this bar is a guy named Todd Robinson. And Todd Robinson used to publish a magazine called Thug Lit, which was a hard-boiled, hardcore crime short fiction magazine. And when she came back from New York, she said, "Hey, I met this guy, and he's paying for crime stories." And I was like, "How much is he paying?" And she was like, "I think it's like 50 or 100 bucks." And I really needed that money. And so
I always,
I
you
sat
know,
down and wrote
I'm still in that position where somebody's like, "This story, I'll give you $50 for." I'm like, "Sold." Like, I will do it.
exactly. And so I have been somebody who's always been a fan of crime and mystery fiction as well as horror and sci-fi. I read everything as a kid. And so, but I did identify with crime fiction. I loved, my uncle used to give me his old detective novels, so I'd read like Raymond Chandler and Ross McDonald and Chester Himes and folks like that. And so I never thought that anyone would be interested in crime stories set where I lived in the South. And so I just wrote fantasy and horror. But in retrospect, all my horror and all my fantasy still had a strong element of crime, of noir. And so, anyway, I wrote this story, sent it in, it got published. And that was sort of, everything clicked for me at that moment. I was like, oh, maybe these are the kind of stories that I should be telling. And so I kind of moved over from horror and sci-fi and fantasy into crime fiction. Although I have a good friend of mine who says that horror and crime fiction are kissing cousins. They go to the same church, they just sit in different pews.
I love that. And I totally agree as somebody who is a horror writer. But I always say I'm a horror writer, but I dabble in crime fiction. And like the one crime novel I have that's out on sub right now, like people are like, "But isn't that horror?" I'm like, I mean, so I agree. They are kissing cousins. So, and I feel like I should have said this at the beginning too. I should be congratulating you because very recently you just won your fifth Anthony Award. Is it five that you've won so far, Sean?
It
It's
is
okay to
five,
brag.
and I'm
It's
so
okay to brag.
grateful. I'm so grateful, but I'm just not a person that I have very strong imposter syndrome. And so I'm not the person that's gonna like wear a T-shirt that says 5 times Anthony Award winner. In fact, somebody had to point it out to me because I wouldn't say it after I won the award. I think it's because I am just so extraordinarily grateful to be able to do this for a living. And I feel so lucky to be able to do this. And so I don't see myself on any type of pedestal. But I mean, you know, when fans and readers and colleagues want to celebrate you, I've learned to take the compliment, which has been difficult in the past.
I mean, you've had really quite a journey because, I mean, the very first time I ever talked to you, like Blacktop Wasteland was just taking off. And I just like see how much has changed for you in the past 3.5, 4 years. When Stephen King like tweeted about Blacktop Wasteland, did you ever think to yourself, I'm going to be on the Tonight Show? I'm going to be on the Daily Show. Barack Obama is going
No.
to list my
No.
books on his like summer reading list.
I mean, the quick answer is no. I never expected any of that. Like everything that has happened to me that has been positive in my writing career is a goal I never dared to dream to have. You know, like being on the Tonight Show is not something I ever just dreamed about. I mean, I wanted it. Everybody wants it'd be nice to be on the show, but I mean, like being a New York Times bestseller was one of those things that you dare not speak it because you don't want to jinx it. But it's in the back of your mind. But then when it happens, it's so overwhelming. It's so incredibly humbling for me. You would think it'd be the opposite. You would think these things would happen and you would start thinking, well, I'm hot stuff now. And I'm the exact opposite. When these things happen, I feel like, wow, I do not deserve this. I am so grateful that this happened.
But
that
you
happened.
do deserve it. You do deserve it because you're humble. You're one of the nicest people I know. You are a champion of other authors. You love the written word so much. It's like it should be happening to you. But I remember while we were drinking absinthe not too long ago, you said something that I just loved so much. And it really sums up you as a person. You said, you are only as good as your next book. So how much pressure do you feel when you're writing your next book? Like, how does that feel for you? Like, is it the weight of the world on your shoulders? Do you have freedom? Like, tell us about the neuroses, Sean. Tell us about the panic attacks.
Oh my God, that's such a good question. I just had this conversation with somebody the other day. And somebody asked me, they're like, oh, well, you probably don't get nervous about your books anymore. I get nervous about every book. I feel like, is this the book where people are going to realize I don't really know what I'm doing? I'm literally making all this up. And
well, that's what writing is, Sean. It is making it up.
Yeah, I know, right? It's like, I will say nobody puts that pressure on me. Like my publisher is great. My editor is wonderful. My agent is one of the best people I know. Nobody puts that pressure on me except me, because I feel like deep down inside, I just have a very blue collar way of looking at it. Like if somebody buys one of my books and they pay $27.50 or whatever it happens to be, or the paperback is $14, or even if they get it through their Kindle and it's like $3.99, I still feel like that's somebody's hard-earned money. And so I want them to be entertained. I want them to enjoy it. I want them to like the story. I think all writers are creative people, and I think you understand this as a writer and as a dancer, as a performer. Deep down inside, you want to be liked. You want people to like this thing that you're making, that you're creating, that you're mining out of your soul. And I think it's similar when you write a book as it is when you are performing an original piece of choreography. You want someone, I did this thing. I bled and I cried and I pulled this thing into kicking and screaming into the world. And I want you to like it, not just because I worked hard on it, but because I think it's good. And I think that's something that always dwells in you as a creative person. And so for me, I literally turned in the rough draft of a new book recently. And I sat there for 2 days because my editor hadn't called me. And I was like, well, she hates it. It's terrible. It's the worst thing ever written. And
It is such panic. I feel like every time I send my agent something, and if I don't get a response immediately, which of course I don't, she has other clients, she's doing stuff. I'm like, she hates it. She's dropping me. It's the worst thing. It's not even a book. It doesn't make sense. Like I go through like the whole every emotion possible.
Yeah, I think the people who are really um in love with creativity, in love with the process, in love with the art, I think that never leaves you. I think, I once heard a writer say this, a very successful writer. He said, if you're mailing it in or you're phoning it in, then stop because this isn't for you anymore. And I really believe that. I think, the process, the creation is the thing. The product is the end result, and you want that product to be good and entertaining and fun and maybe say something to people, but also the process, the creation of it is the thing. It's when the writing is really going well, when the words are flowing, it's the best feeling in the world. I get an endorphin rush when the story is going well, or when
Oh
I
yeah.
let somebody
It's way better
read a
than
little bit of
working out.
it. I mean, I like working. I like lifting weights too, but there are different tiers to that. But no, I think for me, I will always pressure myself because I think I'm my hardest critic. I'm my harshest critic. I don't ever want to put something out with my name on it that I don't feel like I gave 110%. And so I don't think that ever leaves you.
And do you ever think about, so, you're kind of known right now as, Southern noir. You write beautiful violence. If that's, for people who aren't familiar with your work, like you, uh, violence is a huge part of it in every kind of violence, emotional, physical. Um, is there a need to top yourself? Is there a need to reinvent yourself so you're not just like, oh, Sean Cosby, I wonder if there's going to be another wood chipper scene?
Okay,
Which I'm a
two
huge
things.
fan of wood chipper
One,
scenes.
the wood chipper scene is infamous. But it's so funny to me that when people come to me about the wood chipper scene in Razorblade Tears, they are like, "Oh, I can't believe I got through that scene." In that book, I never show you what happens. I just introduce the wood. It's Chekhov's wood chipper. I just introduce it, and then
Yes.
we are under the assumption that it was used later. But two, to your point, to your question, I don't feel a need to top myself, but I do feel a need to reinvent myself. I do feel like for me, violence in writing is always a confession of pain. Violence is the confession of how hurt you are. Violence is sort of an articulation of internal pain, internal strife, internal trauma. And so I mean, I think if you're writing crime novels, you can have fist fights. Fist fights are going to exist. Physical altercations are going to exist. But I think when it comes time to deal out real violence, when people are going to get really hurt, I think you have to approach it seriously. You have to approach it with a sober mind, but also no two people are going to commit the same act of violence the same way, right? It's almost like when you do when you watch a forensic TV show or true detective show or something like that, where they can tell, this person stabbed this way and this person stabbed that way. And so for me, when I'm writing a violent scene, one, I want it to mean something. I want it to have emotional narrative weight. So it's not just violence for violence sake. But two, it is almost a way to articulate, to sort of express something about the character, both the person committing the violence and the victim of it. And so for me, that's always going to be important. I think true violence is brutal. I think real violence hurts. And so I aim for the realistic, for the true, but the never cartoony. I never wanted to be cartoony violence. I mean, it can be humorous and it can be funny, but it's always serious. I mean, blood is blood. And so I think that's important for me. But I don't think about topping myself. I just think about making sure that the violence expresses who this character is in an original way.
Yeah, I love what you said about how it's just like it's like the way to express pain. I love that. And I feel like with your writing especially, your characters are so well crafted that even if they are not likable, which many of them are not technically likable characters, they're very lovable. Like I understand them. I know them. Where do you start with building a character? Do you like, at what point does it, like the Big Bang Theory, like do you figure out like the heart of their pain, a core memory, and go from there? What's it like for you?
That's a great question. So for me, it's always about, what does this character want? What is it they desire? What is it they need? What is it they have to have? Like if you look at that, like with Blacktop Wasteland, what does Bug want? More than anything, Bug wants stability. He wants a steady job. He wants a stable home life. He wants a stable family life. How you go about doing that is where the conflict happens. Because for all the stability he wants, he goes about it in an incredibly chaotic way. With like Ike and Buddy Lee in Raised by Tears, what is it they want? Ultimately, they want revenge. They want revenge for the murder of their sons. But again, the conflict comes from the idea that the revenge won't bring their boys back. It won't bring them back to life.
Right.
And
it won't negate the
all,
fact that they weren't the best dads in the world. Like
exactly,
they can't.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so the revenge is both the desire and the need, but also it's the sort of hubris. It's the sort of conflict that exists. And so for me, that's always the thing. What does this character want? And then I try to think about how far are they willing to go to get what they want? And I think that's a very telling idea about a character, male or female, regardless of your ethnicity, your background. How far are you willing to go? What are you prepared to do to achieve your goal? So, for instance, with All the Sinners Bleed, my main character is a sheriff, a small town sheriff. And what does he want? He wants order. He wants the opposite of chaos. How far are you willing to go? And so for me, I'm always fascinated with that question, and I'm always surprised at how far my characters are willing to go, or where they'll draw the line. Sometimes there's a character that I think, well, they're willing to do almost anything, and they'll surprise me. Like, no, this is where I have to stop. I can't go any further. And then sometimes it's the opposite. A character that I thought, well, they won't go this far, they're willing to go that far and even further. And so for me, that's the basis, that's the foundation for me building a character.
Oh, I love that so much. So your characters still surprise you as you're writing them. I adore that. I always tell this story of, I was writing my first novel. I'm writing Beautiful, Frightening, and Silent, and I'm typing away, and it's my main character, and he makes a terrible choice that I didn't know he was going to make, and he made it. And I remember writing it, and I screamed. I was like, no! Like this loud, dramatic dog comes rushing in. Roman, my husband, comes rushing in. He's like, are you okay? What's going on? And I said, like my main character just did blah, blah, blah. And he was like, so? And I'm like, it changes everything. And he's like, well, you can just delete it. And I'm like, I can't delete it. He made that choice, and now I have to deal with it as a writer.
Oh yeah, no, and that happens a lot to me.
Oh.
Like that happens a lot. Like,
Yeah.
I was going to say, to your point, that happens a lot. Like characters decide, I'm going to make this decision, or I'm not going to do this thing, or I'm going to say this thing, or reveal this piece of information, or I love that. I love when characters take initiative, and you've created this person who has a set sense of autonomy in a way.
Exactly. So how much of your writing process is pre-planned? Like, I don't think I've ever asked you if you were a pantser. Do you outline, Sean? What else don't I know about you? You wrote a fantasy novel, and now this.
I am, I like to say that I am a hybrid. I'm not a pantser, but I'm not a plotter. I don't outline, but I write a pretty extensive synopsis before I start a book. It's sort of me telling myself the story of the book. And so that can be anywhere from 2 to 3, I think sometimes 5 pages at the most. That's usually handwritten. That's just me. This will be interesting. And what do I want to happen in this book? And how do I want this story to unfold? And that's sort of a roadmap. But when I actually sit down to start writing the novel, that I don't always follow the synopsis 100%. Sometimes I'll take a tangent here, take a tangent there. But that synopsis is, like I said, a roadmap. It kind of gives me an idea of where I kind of want the story to go. And then as I'm writing, I sort of let the natural flow and rhythm of the story dictate, how far or how close we're following the synopsis, or if we're following it at all. I do have a superstition when it comes to writing, though. I don't start a novel until I come up with a title.
I love that. So I don't start a novel until I see in my brain the very last line. Like I
Oh,
need
wow.
that last visual moment. And then I usually have no idea how I'm going to get there. But once I see that moment, I'm like, whoa, that's it. That's the ending. Okay. I have, a 90,000 words to get there.
That's interesting. I like that because I'm of the mindset that last lines are very important. Last paragraphs are very important. And so I have something similar. Like I can't start the book until I get a title. But like you, I have to visualize the last scene, the last line. I have to see where those characters are, how many survive to the end, and what does that look like? So I
Right.
thought that's interesting.
So have you ever gotten a pushback on any of your titles? Has anybody tried to change them? Now that it's like so important to your process.
Yeah. I mean, kind of like one time. So the original title of All the Sinners Bleed was Black as Sackcloth, which is a line from a biblical verse in Revelation. And the moon became black as sackcloth. I think it's Revelations 23. But anyway, that was the original title. And my editor rightly pointed out I'd already had a title called Blacktop Wasteland. And she was like, maybe you want to vary it up. Now, here's the funny thing. I had started that book when she made that suggestion. I had to stop. I couldn't write another word until I got a new title. I just couldn't. I would look at the screen and it just wasn't working. And I just like, I got to come up with a new title. So for like 2 months, I just sat on that book and I was like, I got to come up with a new title. Got to come up with a new title. And finally, what happened is I had a conversation with a friend of mine. Long story, but I'll make it short. I had a conversation with a friend of mine who's a minister, and we were talking because there's a lot of religious themes and all the sinners. And he was like, we're all sinners. We all bleed the same. And I was like, oh, that's it. But I couldn't write a word until I came up with a new title. And I remember talking to my agent about it, and he was like, well, can't you just put like holding title or something? I can't. It just, and I think I've trained myself to do that. I don't think that's actually something that I should be doing, but I think it's writers.
No, I feel like if you mentioned that to a therapist, they would be like, Sean, you don't need to do that, Sean. You're going to be fine.
Yes.
But no, I get
it's
it.
Not a
I
healthy,
get it.
It's
not healthy.
Not a
this
healthy
is not good for you. Oh my gosh. I hate to say it. I love that. I mean, I don't love the 2 months of like agony you had of like, I can't move on from this. Did you ever
That's
start
exactly
panicking?
what it was.
Like, what if I never get a title?
Oh God, yeah. Yeah, I did, for real. Because I like I said, I had written about 20,000 words. So I knew the story was there and it was a good story and I was enjoying the process of writing it. And I said, if I don't get another title, I'm gonna have to scrap this and start something else. And I meant that. That was serious. Like I was like, I cannot, because to me, and this makes me sound really crazy. But for me, the title is sort of the it creates the atmosphere. It creates the world that the story is going to be in. And so when I say the title, All the Sinners Bleed, that encompasses so much. It encompasses humanity, the frailty of humanity, sort of from a religious aspect, the idea that we're all sinners, that we all fall short of grace, all these sort of things that I can't articulate normally. I can just use the title as shorthand for that. And so, yeah, I panicked. I did. I was so glad I came up with something. It was such a relief.
I can write again.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I mean, I honestly love author superstitions because I mean, I talk to a lot of authors and we all have our quirks. Um, so I just love that. What is your favorite part of the writing process? Like, so I always tell people I love the second draft of a book because I feel like a lot of the heavy lifting's been done. It's just polishing, making it better, intermingled with a lot of like, I wrote this. This is terrible. And I wrote this. I'm going to win the Pulitzer Prize or whatever, like cockamamie thing you think in your head. So, what is your favorite part of the whole process?
Yeah, I think honestly, I'm the opposite. I think for me, the first draft is my favorite because it's the rawest, most unfettered connection to the muse, creativity, my internal monologue, whatever you want to call it. That's the first time like you raise your hand and the lightning bolt hits you, and it's like, oh, this is the story. I'm a big believer in string theory and so in alternative dimensions. And I believe every story that's ever been told really happened somewhere else in another dimension, in an alternate timeline. And so for me, it's really cool that I feel like I've tapped into the story of these people and I'm reporting it. I'm sharing it. It's a sort of way of telepathy. Second draft is good because, like you said, I'm polishing it. The stuff that I wrote that is really good, I can make it look better. The stuff that I wrote that's not so good, I can fix it. But for me, my favorite part is when it's really just I'm being fed these ideas from somewhere. I don't know where. And
Yeah.
when I get to the end, I always like the last 20 pages because that's when the
Yeah.
confrontations come into a head. That's when the characters are at the end of their journey. I'm excited to see how everything plays out because a lot of times, even though I've written a synopsis, I don't know exactly how it's going to happen. And
Yeah.
a lot of times, I change it at the very last minute. It's like, oh, this character's gonna do that. Let's do this because I feel like it gives an extra dimension to the story. So, but yeah, the first draft is probably my favorite part.
I feel like the first draft, I mean, I do love it, but it's such a roller coaster because um, for me, the first draft is like, it's ephemeral. Like at any moment in time, I feel like it can just like fall out of my hands and then it's gone forever. And I'm like, because, I'm similar to you. I don't write a synopsis, but I don't outline, but I'm definitely not a pantser. I kind of know what's happening. Um, but again, because I haven't committed anything, I'm just like, it could go away. What if, because I mean, I've been there where you're like 30,000, 40,000 words into a book. And then all of a sudden I'm like, oh, gone. Like, what is this that I'm writing? Has that happened to you? Have you had to throw away 30,000 words before?
Oh yeah, yeah. I started a book a few years ago, and it was going to be sort of a period piece set in the 30s, like right at the height of Prohibition, or late 20s, early 30s. And I did not have the skills necessary at the time to write that book. I'm going to come back to that book, but I was just like, I got like 25,000 words into it, and I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know where this story is going. I just but a friend of mine, Jordan Harper, who's a great writer, he gave me this piece of advice. He said, "Don't delete everything. Put it in a file. Just step away from it. Just leave it there, and maybe you can figure out how to fix it later." And I did that. That was like 7 years ago. And I finally feel like now I have the skill set to tackle it. But it's a humbling feeling when you realize this story is beyond my grasp right now. This is beyond my reach.
Yeah.
I don't have the fastball necessary, the curveball necessary to tell the story. And as a writer, as a creative person, it's like I said, it's humbling, but it's not sad. It used to make me really sad. I don't get sad anymore
Yeah.
because I feel like, okay, I'll come back to it. I'll figure it out.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I love that. Um, and I feel like in my brain, I've always wanted to write like a cozy mystery, which I know sounds like silly coming from me, but I know for a fact I don't have the skill set. Like, I don't have the tools to write a cozy mystery. I know for a fact it would be like, 20,000 words in, and I would do something really dark and really screwed up. And people would be like, this isn't cozy at all. Like, what is wrong with this? But in my brain, so I have like a little blurb about this cozy mystery I want to write someday. But every time I kind of like try to tackle it, it always ends with like somebody's hand going in like a garbage disposal. And I'm like, nope, you're doing it wrong. So do you have, besides this
It's funny you
1930s,
said that.
20s
I wrote a
project,
story. Oh, yeah, I have stuff like that. Like, it was funny. You were talking about trying to write a cozy. That made me think I have this coming of age story that I wrote, right? Um, about a kid whose father is a lion tamer in a small circus, right? In like the 80s or 90s. And it was supposed to be this coming of age short story about his first intimate encounter. He's like 17, going on 18. And I wrote it and I was like, this is going to be like a coming of age thing. This is my Raymond Carver moment, right? And then when I finished it, I was like, oh, yeah, I had to get beat up he like cheated on he's cheating with this woman that was married to like another circus performer, and that circus performer like tried to cut his finger off. And then there's two lions that eat somebody. And it was like, oh, well, sometimes you gotta dance with who brought you to the party. So
oh my gosh. So getting back to like your journey over the past several years, what has been the moment that is most awe-inspiring? I know you've met a lot of your idols, you've traveled all over the world, you've been obviously on lots of TV shows. Has there been a moment that made you really think that this couldn't possibly be reality, that maybe somehow you slipped into one of your other dimensions?
um I'll tell you two instances. One is super like, name droppy celebrity moment. And the other one is very intimate, but it meant a lot to me, still does. So I'll tell you the name droppy moment first. So early this year, I got to go to France, and I was in Lyon, France, for this festival called Croix de Perloir. It's a big, giant crime festival, crime writing festival. And you have all these famous crime writers. I happen to be able to travel with my friend Gabino Iglesias, my buddy, my homeboy, great writer. His
I
new book is
love
out right now.
Gabino.
Gabino's really cool. So we had a chance to share this adventure together. Two American kids, doing the best they can. So to paraphrase John Mellencamp. And so anyway, we're in Lyon, and we meet John Grisham. He's at the festival as well. And we're on a panel with John Grisham. And then after the panel, John Grisham comes up to us and is like, hey, you guys want to get a drink? Yeah. Yeah. And so we go to this fancy hotel where John Grisham is staying at, and he shares that information with us. And we're sitting in this fancy hotel bar, and we're drinking some really, really expensive scotch. And, it's just that moment. It's a moment where I'm like, wow, I'm in Paris. I mean, I'm in France. I'm in Lyon with John Grisham. I'm having drinks with John Grisham. And that, coming from where I come from, I grew up very poor. I was raised by a single mother in a single wide trailer, in a small rural county in Virginia. I remember having to wear my brother's shoes to school, and, not having a good winter coat and things like that. And now I'm in Lyon, Paris, drinking 30-year Glenfiddich with John Grisham. That was a moment that really struck me as how far that we've come as writers, as individuals, my own personal journey. The other moment that really I'll never forget, that made me realize how much my books have touched people and how much it means to people. I was in LA at the Los Angeles Town Book Festival, and a lady comes up to me and she's like, I've read Razorblade Tears 3 times. I'm like, oh, wow, thank you. And she said, would you sign this book for me? I'm like, yeah. She said, can you sign it? It was a man's name. And I'm like, of course. So I'm signing it. And she proceeds to tell me that her son was gay and that her and her son did not get along and that she didn't accept who he was. And unfortunately, one night they got in a really bad argument. He jumped in his vehicle, drove off down the road, had an accident, passed away. And she says, I've read your book 3 times because when I read your book, I feel like I'm talking to him. That's why I have you sign the book to him. And I remember I was sitting next to Stephen Graham Jones on one side and Megan Abbott on the other side. And all 3 of us
Oh my
started
gosh.
crying.
I'm crying
then the
now.
lady was
I'm like,
crying.
Sean.
Yeah. And so like, she asked me, could she hug me? And she gave me a big hug and she went to walk away. And then the guy behind her, and this was such a great sort of end to the story. He puts the book on the table. He says, I just really like the book, man. I don't really have a deep story. I'm so sorry. And I'm like, no, that's great. And for me, that moment will always stick in my head because it's the extreme of what you want as a writer. On the one hand, you have someone who, for that person, this book is a touchstone moment. This book is going to mean something to them the rest of their life because of what they've gone through and how this book represents that. But on the other end, you have someone who just picked it up and sat down and just loved the story and just it resonated with them because it was a good tale. And I think as a writer, you want both of those things. And rarely do you see both of those things represented in front of you at the same time or roughly the same time. And so for me, that's a moment that will always live in my heart because that's all I ever want to do is tell stories and reach people. And that moment just made me realize that's what's happening, that people, you write a story and it's not yours anymore. When you put it out in the world, it belongs to the person that's, ingesting it. So whether it's something to bide your time on your train ride home, or whether it's something that speaks to you in a profoundly deep way, both of those are valid responses, and both of those mean the world to a writer, to me. So.
That was so beautiful. Like all of it. The John Grisham story, of course, the story about the woman losing her son. But I just have to say, your John Grisham story, that's how I felt when you and I were sipping drinks together this summer. I was like, I am having drinks with Sean Cosby. I did. I felt like that. I remember I texted my husband and I'm like, I'm having drinks with Sean Cosby. And yeah, because you are, again, such a good person, arguably one of the most gifted writers I have read, that I know, that's working today. So yeah, you are the John Grisham to so many people. And so
oh my God,
as a fan, as a friend, thank you, Sean, for also being, the type of writer with the type of story that I look up to, because, you and I have bonded in the past, growing up real poor, not having anything, and being able to tell stories that not only transport us, but transport readers and fans. And you're living the dream. You're an inspiration for everybody. And I adore you, and I adore talking to you.
Well, I gotta say, I love your work. I love the heart and soul that you put into your work, into your books, into everything you do, and getting to hang out at Camp Nikon with you earlier this year was such a highlight. It was such a great moment, to be
It was great.
in the presence of somebody who's been a friend of yours for so long. And yes, we got to drink absinthe. I felt like it was the Paul Rudd gift. Like, look at us. Who would have thought it? Not me. So
Yeah. Exactly. And I will say, your next book, I'm looking forward to that so much. Not just because one of your main characters is named Roman, and that's my husband's name, but you have to know that my husband, every day, if you post anything about your book, he's like, "Oh, that's the book that's about me." I'm like, it's not about you, right? Like, but it will forever in our house be the book about my husband.
But you know what's funny? I picked the name of that character totally independent from knowing Roman. Like I just was like, I want a strong name for this character, and there's a whole thing. The name Roman, it's the Roman Empire, but the Roman Empire fell, and there's this character has a fall from grace. And so I was like, oh, that'll be cool. And then I posted something, and your husband was like, oh, what am I doing today? And I'm like, oh, that's right.
No, I love it. I cannot wait for it to come out. And for everybody who's watching this, if you haven't read Sean's work, literally you have to just read everything. Read it twice, read it 3 times, cry, love these characters, hate these characters. But you will, you're doing yourself a favor by reading Sean's work. So on that note, Sean, thank you so much for being here with me today, having this conversation. Everybody at the BookFest, we all thank you. And thank you everyone who is watching this, and buy Sean's books.
Showing up is a contact sport. Have you ever thought about that? My guess is you have felt it. And my guess is that you feel it every moment of every day. But let me tell you something else about showing up. It's not what you think. In fact, the truth about showing up, about how nature designed human beings to show up, is so different than what we're taught. And it's so different from the values of society today. And our lack of understanding about how nature designed human beings to show up is nothing short of the source of the disconnectedness that humans feel, the lack of meaning that we feel, the searching, the striving, the loneliness, a lot of the mental health issues, and a lot of our physical health issues. So I'm going to share with you just a little bit about the truth about showing up. You see, most of us think that we are individualized selves and that that's the main thing. So if there's a target with a bunch of circles, we're in the middle and that's ourself. But that's what I call a small s self. And it turns out it's only 1 out of 3 roles that human beings are in. We are individualized selves, yes, but we are also members of situations. And a situation's not what you think. I'm going to explain a little bit about what a situation truly is. We're also members of society. That's our 3rd role in which we're designed to show up. You might say, well, what's the significance of this? And I'll say, well, think about how humans evolved. We've always been in these 3 roles, even when we were living in caves. Think about that. You wake up, you're in your cave. You're still an individual. There's a lot of rock around you and maybe some other people and maybe some sticks and things. So you're a member of a situation back then, but you're also a member of what we used to call a tribe. You're a member of what we now call society. So we've always been in those 3 roles. But think about how we used to live our 3 roles. It used to be that if the primary hunters in our tribe were hurt, maybe we didn't eat what we were accustomed to eating. We had to rely on what was there, what we had saved, maybe what some of the less skilled hunters ate. So when you think about it, our societal role as a member of a tribe back then impacted our nutrition. It impacted how energetic we felt. It impacted how healthy we felt. So our societal role back then played a much, much bigger part of our daily lives. Now, we can very much live as individualized selves, which is exclusively or so much more than we used to. We're only somewhat present within our situations. When I give speeches, I have my audience create a pie chart. And I say, make the slices of the pie how often you feel you are an individual self versus a situation member versus a societal member. And almost everyone puts a line straight down the middle and says, more than half the time, I'm just an individualized self. But I also try to be present in my meetings, let's say when I look into my child's eyes. And that gets maybe 25%. And then, the other 25% is kind of, I try not to, put waste into society and litter. And I try to drive an electric vehicle and things of that sort. But really, our societal role plays a much, much smaller part of our lives. But that's not how we're designed to show up. Now, the largest self is the one that's something Indigenous peoples have known for a long time, and members, Eastern religious contemplatives, people familiar with Buddhism and meditation. It's also the foundation of most religions. So this is the largest self, and what it does is it takes our self-focused mirror and it turns it outward, because life really isn't about us. It's not about the ego. It's not about achieving classic things like promotions and money and having a car that impresses our neighbors in a big house. Really, the largest self is the self that we're designed to be, far more interwoven within our tribe, far more like leaves on a tree with everyone else, so that we are not only the way we vote, and we are not only what we wear. We are human beings who are we're like drops in the ocean. We are all humans, and we're designed to treat others human to human. Now, I've layered this onto a continuum that I call the show up continuum. And I'm told that once people see it, they never forget it. 1, 2, 3. Level 1 is being barely there. This is when you're burned out, you're sick, you're there physically only. Level 2 is what most of us default to. It's a left hemispheric way of living where we're kind of just showing up. This is what happens to most of us every day. It's what we default to. We wake up, we turn off the alarm, we move through the motions, we brush our teeth, we look at our schedule. If we're feeling any kind of stress, be it tiredness, because maybe we didn't get that 8 hours of sleep, hungry, grumpy, stressed of any kind, we default to level 2, just showing up. And what that means is that the people around us are far more objects to be acted on. What do we want them to do? What control do we want to have over them? So level 2, just showing up, is what my 20 years of research shows 80% of us are doing 80% of the time. And it's a big source of our looking back and thinking, oh my goodness, why did I do that? Or that didn't go so well. Or leaving us feeling that the meaning that we're seeking in life just isn't there. Level 3, truly showing up. This is when we look back and we say to ourselves, that was really well done. It often comes from feeling connected with and feeling cared for. This is when the 2 of life becomes a with and becomes a for. This exists far more from the right hemisphere, and I'm going to explain this. A gentleman named Ian McGilchrist, psychiatrist out of Europe, wrote a number of books that really explain the difference between just showing up and truly showing up, although he doesn't use those terms for it. In the left hemisphere, we want to have action and control over things. We are living in the map, in an abstraction, in an assumption of what's going on, an assumption of how that person feels or what they think. We're much less living in the territory, which is real life. When we're in our right hemisphere, that is when we feel cared for. That is when we are truly with. And that is when, instead of looking at a colleague in a meeting, instead of thinking this person is really not going to respect my ideas, why are they always there? This is when we instead look at them and recall, I remember her telling me her son was sick. And then we say, hey, how's your son? And then the entire day is different. And then we show up differently because the world is showing up differently with, to, and for us. And this is my lovely daughter who doesn't know that I'm presenting. Thank you so much. wants a cookie. So this is an example of truly showing up. My 14-year-old just heated up a cookie and brought it to me because she didn't know right now that I'm recording a book talk for the Book Fest, and I love you so much. Thank you. Oh my goodness. So a vulnerable moment here. This was not planned. My daughter just got back from 9 months at a level 4 mental health treatment center in Missouri. She had to be sent away because she wasn't going to school and she was doing a lot of things that parents would find to be going on the wrong path. And she's only been home a month, and look what's happening here. And I have made tons of mistakes in life, just like every parent has. And I just want to let you know that the ideas of showing up have truly made a difference to the relationship that we have, so that she actually has a mother who shows up for her in the way that she needs. Not the way that my childhood taught me to show up, but the way that her childhood created a need for a mother to show up. The ideas are essentially to recognize that we're part of a flow system, and we are all interconnected. There is a reason that the relationships among the spiral arms of the Milky Way galaxy are the same relationship in the spiral of the DNA that's in our bodies, of the cochlea that's in our ears. We truly are designed by nature, and there is a model for how nature designed human beings to show up. I did my best to put it on the pages of this book, and it's very much here. And as part of it, it explains how we go from the red to the green of showing up just as a self with our mirror focused on us, which makes us miserable and anxious and stressed and unhealthy and unkind, and moves us toward noticing, being far more fully present. I call it attuning. And I explain deeply what it is viscerally, not just from a cognitive or intellectual perspective. I explain it viscerally in an embodied way, fully using not just all of our senses, but also our intuition, that sixth sense. And I use neuroscience, I use evolutionary biology, psychology, interpersonal neurobiology, all sorts of things. And then I explain how we move from noticing and tuning into then feeling with and enacting care. And that is how we go from individualized self to truly situation member and societal member as nature designed. One last thing that I think is really important. If you leave this video with one thing, what I want to do is give you a very, very quick tool to use so that you can shift from your get it done, power over left hemisphere, which turns human beings into objects, right? To your right hemisphere, which is the one that cares and sways to the music. So here is the idea. You take your non-dominant hand, and with your dominant hand, you take 2 fingers and you just trace a 3. For level 3, truly showing up, but really you can be tracing anything. The point is that you're now sensing in your palm what your fingers are doing, and you stay with it. And what you start to notice is your sensing system shifts. All of a sudden, your palm and its unbelievable ability to feel touch shows up for you. And as we feel it, we notice how incredible is it that we can sense the teeniest bit of pressure. And then maybe you also start to notice there's a temperature, and the temperature is different as you move your finger, maybe warm and less warm. And then you start to notice that there's a shape, and there's a depth, and there's almost a timbre to it. That's a phrase typically referring to a sound. But because our body is such an incredible sensing machine, even in our tactile sense of touch. We can sense a nuance that maybe we were originally taught only refers to sound. So we can marvel at how incredible our senses are. We are a sensing being. And what are we sensing? It's everything out there. And we are in this reverberative process of feeling and responding, hearing, seeing, tasting, sensing, trustworthy or not. And we're responding. That is our situational role. So I hope I've left you today with at least a little bit of a sense that maybe our self is not what we thought. There are two self roles, small s and big S. Our situation member role isn't really what we thought it was. There's a much deeper way to attune, to attend, to presence. And there's a much deeper way to live our societal member role. So 3 roles, you can live them far more deeply. You can let go of a lot of stress, and you can actually leave the legacy on this planet that you want to leave by understanding nature's model of how humans are designed to show up. If this has been impactful in any way, please be in touch. The book is out there if you want it. I'd love to hear from you. And thank you.
Hello, everyone. It is my honor to be here with my friends, Kaylee Christensen and Kelly Oriard, the authors and founders of Slumberkins, and author of an incredible new book. We're celebrating the release, of All Feelings Welcome. So I want to welcome these incredible ladies whom I had the honor of meeting in person recently. It's so exciting that we all got to be together. And we're just going to dive right in. I probably should say a little bit about who I am. My name is Dr. Alfie. Hello. I am a psychologist, a mental health professional for a lot of years, and run an organization called the Acoma Project, my nonprofit, that's very aligned with the work of these ladies. And we're going to talk about that and a bunch of other things today. So welcome, ladies. First, let me ask, how are you?
Oh, good. And we think about you often because guess what? You influenced us and we got the
I don't have mine on. I was this close. I started to put it on. Yay!
Yes. No, we're good. Just, celebrating the release of this book. It feels surreal that it is out there in the world. And now we get to just talk about it.
Yeah.
Writing a book is a whole endeavor that, it took us a while to get to the point where we felt like this was the book to publish, and we're really excited that it's out there now.
Full circle moment for sure.
I'm so happy. So let's talk about the book a little bit. The title of your book, you held it up, is All Feelings Welcome, and it speaks to an incredibly important message. And I think for me, one of the things I'm really curious about is what is your perspective on why it was important to talk about this topic of feelings with our little ones now? Why was it important to do something like this now?
I think historically, when we think about feelings, there's been this idea of like, let's control feelings. Let's, for kids, right? Like tame their tantrums. Let's stop the feelings that we don't like. And I think the research really shows that you can't block out feelings. You can pretend that you don't feel them or you're locking them away. But at the end of the day, all feelings have a message for us. And I really feel like there's been a cultural shift around the openness to mental health, to talking about emotions more. And I know that this generation of parents, ourselves included, are really interested in changing the way that we support mental health and emotional health in our kids. And that really starts with getting curious about what these feelings mean to us. And this book is really written to try to help us understand that all feelings are inherently neutral, but they have a message for us. And they say something about what we believe about ourselves, what we believe about the world. And when we understand that, we can start operating from a place of more consciousness as a parent and as a person in the world.
I love that. That is so beautifully said. And it's so spot on because this is a day and age when there's so much coming at us so quickly all the time. And Kaylee, I'm wondering if you have any thoughts on, like, in real time, are there special messages about feelings that you talk about in the book that seem relevant for right now that you would want parents and caregivers to think about sharing with their kids?
Yeah, for me, that brings up, like, I can understand the concept that we are not our feelings, that feelings are messengers. They're here with a lesson for us. There's something deeper underneath. But then, I'm the teacher behind Slumberkins. Kelly's the therapist. I often kind of like put into practice like all of these things with my own kids, and I'm learning along the way too. And, it's okay. I can understand that concept, but in the moment when you're feeling the feelings, it's the like, oh boy, okay, now what do I actually do with it? And like, how do I actually take care of it? And I think about in the world of parenting, like for me, I guess I'm on the flip side of a divorce, like 4 or 5 years later, some of the things that come up for me when the harder feelings come up, like sadness or grief and questions from the kids, it kind of bumps for me always around the time for back to school, because it's when the kids are starting school, they're in a new classroom community. A lot of times they're explaining who their family is and they're all about me pages and projects. And the topic of divorce and like our family setup comes up every year around this time, and big feelings come up and they articulate that they are sad and like, why can't mom and dad be together? Why is our family different? And for me, it's in those moments of trying to not just like fix the sadness. My instinct is I just want to fix it. I want to say, oh, but look, we're fine. Like, look how happy we are. We're good. But I actually have learned even so much more, even through this process of, doing Slumberkins with Kelly and like going on my own journey of emotional health and learning, that you really just have to sit in that feeling with them, which is the hardest thing to do as a parent. And like, just really kind of co-regulate and allow them to process it. And I think that shift in welcoming sadness, welcoming anger, any of that over like, okay, what does it actually need? I've actually framed now when one of my kids says anything about being sad, I will now just ask, what does your sad need? And even yesterday, my daughter, Cora, was like, I just need to snuggle. And we snuggled for 5 minutes, like a really intense snuggle for 5 minutes. And then she was like off on her merry way.
That is fantastic. And it just speaks to, you touched on a lot of things that I hope we get the opportunity to talk about today. 2 things that stand out to me that you both talk about frequently and that are, in my mind, a direct outgrowth and probably were the impetus for why you created this incredible brand that I love and so many of us love, Slumberkins. So this idea of, one, at the same time that you're trying to help your little one regulate and manage their emotions, which you both touched on, you're also trying to do that for yourself, right? That's one. And then 2, this idea that our feelings are a guide for us, right? And that every feeling, like you all say in the title of the book, all feelings are welcome because all feelings give us guidance. And I think those are such incredibly important messages for everyone to hear. I think in particular for parents and caregivers to hear, because I think there's a part of us that feels like when we have children, somehow we turn our feelings and emotions and brains off and everything needs to get poured into the kids. And it's not healthy. You know what I mean? It's like we have to model for them that we're human as well. So I wonder, just thinking about some of those themes, you all have a very special way of combining storytelling, lessons, mindfulness, emotion regulation. You do all of this through your company and through your toys and through the books of Slumberkins. And so I'm just wondering, can you talk a little bit about how the books and the creatures help children build that emotional resilience, emotional intelligence, and emotional awareness? What would you all say to that?
I would say that, just like you said, it starts with the parent or the caregiver, right? And that awareness and grace for yourself that you are a human. Now that you're a parent, that doesn't mean you have to be perfect and superhuman and everything you say, you got to follow through on. There's a lot of pressure. And I think we put a lot of pressure on ourselves to be superhuman.
Mhm.
So first and foremost, it does start with the parent, but it starts with the grace to give yourself like the opportunity to be a full human and know that you're going to model, making mistakes,
That's right.
have repairing, coming back into connection, having a big moment and regulating yourself. Right. So a lot of the concepts start with, how our experiences as young children have formed our core beliefs about ourselves. So the book really helps us start to see and identify what's going on for us internally in those moments. But it's this unique opportunity when you have a child, I think, that as your child hits the stages that maybe you remember or don't remember, right? Things start coming up. You start feeling like, oh, now I see what my experience was as a child and kind of seeing it through the parent viewpoint. So really the books, once you sort of see that there's these milestones where kids are forming up their core beliefs and you kind of are getting a view into what your own are, the books for Slumberkins really just help give you a script to interact with your child on that level and really hit the deeper levels of what is going on here. So for example, if you're worried about your child's self-esteem because they went to school and they got made fun of and they come home and they're crying about, I'm nobody likes me. I don't have friends, right? I've had this experience as a mom. My immediate reaction is mama bear. Like, who is it? Like you want to go fix it and be like, no.
Or like, oh, I'm going to organize friend dates.
Yeah.
I'm going to organize a play date right now to like help fix this problem.
Yeah, springing into action without taking a moment of tuning into myself or slowing down, right? And our role as parents and what we lay out is that we're here to hold space for our kids, to witness them, and to help them have positive core beliefs. So the books really give a script of acknowledgement that you're going to have times that you feel good, that you get made fun of, or that you have hurt feelings, but this is what you can do, right? You find people that care about you. You seek connection with them. You use coping skills like taking deep breaths. And the books facilitate these interactive moments very quickly in a 5-minute book, right? And an interactive affirmation at the end to build yourself back up and to feel like our Bigfoot affirmation for self-esteem is I'm kind, I'm strong, I'm brave and unique. The world is better because I am here and I like me. And when you're saying that back and forth with your child, it's just, you feel it in your heart because you're like, wow, I wish I would have heard that at that level for myself as an adult.
I love that. Everything about that. And I love the affirmation. I love the idea that any feeling that we have, it's okay to sit in it. It's okay to sit with it. It's okay to allow the feeling to be present. As the young folks say, is the feeling in the room with us, right? Like allow the anger or the sadness or the frustration to be there. And I would just say maybe a little bit off script, but I wonder if there's some wisdom that you can share with us, Kaylee, about what it means to do this work at the same time that you're a business owner, the same time that you're running, do you know what I mean? Like you're running a business. Are there any insights you can share as a business owner and now, multiple times over, an author that have informed some of how you, and I don't want you to share anything you don't feel comfortable sharing, but inform how you interact with your children. And what makes me ask is I think about sitting here on the computer, talking to you all today and really having to force myself to always be present. Like that's something I have to work at, to be present, because as a business owner myself, my mind is always 10 steps down the road. And I think sometimes like allowing myself to spin out like that makes me less present in the moment. And it makes me less present when I'm trying to engage with my children. I have big kids. So I just wonder, are there any insights you can give us about juggling all these things and how you take opportunities to help your little one see mommy's got 50,000 things going on, you know what I mean? And she's still regulating her emotions. And sometimes she gets frustrated and, because I don't know, maybe an order's not right. Or sometimes, she has challenges that she has to deal with, but you still have to be present. So I'm just wondering, are there insights you can give us, around those themes? I would love to hear. I would love to learn.
Yeah. Well, I mean, first of all, I think just owning a business and being a founder of something is a growth journey that will push you to your emotional growth edges any given day. Every day that you wake up, you have to put on your growth mindset hat and be ready to problem solve because something is inevitably going to go wrong. So I feel like I can translate like the growth mindset and like problem solving skills that come from being a business owner into my life as a parent. But sometimes, yes, problem solving is great. But like I said before, I tend to want to jump into action and solve problems probably a little bit too quickly for my kids. And then I would just say, so I'm learning to like not do that and let them solve their own problems and really relay, like make them give them the opportunity to embrace growth mindset and learn those skills for themselves. Cause I overextend, and just because I think, and this translates from the business into home life too, because I know how to do something and I can get it done faster. I just want to be the one just to check it off the list. So then I'll like do the same thing at home.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's one thing. And then I think the other thing that came to mind when you asked that question is just, for me, probably, and I'm still working on this. I'm not perfect at this. And my kids call me out on it all the time, but just boundaries around business time and family time, because we work from home. Yeah. My job is, at Slumberkins is chief brand officer, and I oversee all social media. So a lot of times I'm on this. And, like, even though my kids know what I do, they also know when I'm standing in the kitchen making dinner and responding to an Instagram comment and not engaging with them. And they have called me out on it over like, Mom, is your phone more important than me? And I'm like, oh, yeah. And so just being really mindful around the fact that they are observing everything that I do. And no matter like, even if my best intention is I'm just trying to quickly finish this email and then I'll put my phone away, like they don't understand what's going on for me and what I'm trying to do unless I am very explicit over, okay, I have to finish this really important email and then I'm going to put my phone away. So I think just trying to even better communicate like what I'm doing in the moment so that they're more aware, because that is definitely something that we both have just had to put a lot more like structures and boundaries.
Yeah. I would say that tip of almost like sportscaster narrating in the moment when you find yourself in a moment like that, right? Yes. Of like, oh, oops, I haven't explained myself, or even if you're getting upset, right? Mm-hmm. You start to feel like yourself boiling over and it's like starting to narrate, like noticing like, oh, wow, I'm noticing this feeling. I'm noticing that you're seeing that I'm finishing this email and, I'm wanting to engage. I need to finish this. So it's like bringing forward these conversations that are just in our mind so that our kids can see how we're problem solving it. Wow. And how we're going to say, okay, I'm going to finish up this email and then I'm going to put my phone away. And I want you to know I was just doing that, but I'm going to move that to side. Or same with, I use it for anger a lot, right? When the kids start to be wild and running around and I'm starting to get overwhelmed and then they're asking me for this and that. And I start to say, okay, I'm starting to feel, and they always go, overwhelmed, stressed. You know what's coming. You fill in the blanks. And I'm like, yes. And that means I need to take some breaths. I need to get into a quieter space. I would like you guys to bring the volume down so that I can get balanced again. So it like helps them know, oh, that's what Mom's doing. It's not because I'm a bad kid. It's because she's taking care of her feelings. And then they start mimicking and modeling that too.
That so much wisdom from both of you in just that little bit of time. I just think that's phenomenal. And it also leads me to this next question, which Kelly, you really leaned into, and that is the idea that our young people have big feelings, right? And big feelings doesn't mean bad feelings. Big feelings to me is just the intensity of the feeling, right? So you can feel happy and you can feel really happy. Do you know what I mean? You can feel frustrated, and you can just be, like you said, frustrated to the point of you're like literally almost overwhelmed. So to me, big feelings can be any kind of feeling. But I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about the importance of starting to dive into conversations. Kelly, you already talked about it a little bit. If both of you could share a little bit more about why it's important from early ages, for our little ones, to talk with their parents and caregivers, or to learn about what it means to have big feelings, what big feelings are, and like, how do you deal with them?
Yeah. I would just say on this point, actually, kids are so good. They come into this world connected to their experience fully, right? So when you talk about mindfulness or being fully embodied or like feeling your feelings, like they are the gurus of feeling their feelings and being in touch with their experience right there in the moment, in the present moment. And it's actually us as adults that have learned and have meaning attached to anger or the feelings that we've had because of our experiences, because of how we grew up. And those are attached to our core beliefs. So it's actually interesting, I think, that as you become a parent, or for me, let's say, I learned all of these types of concepts as a therapist. I became a mom and I thought, oh, I get it. I get it in my brain. So I got it. And then my kids were colicky and they were crying all the time. And the meaning for me, right, that I got from that, even though this was not true, was I'm not doing enough. I can't fix it. Something's wrong with me. Something's wrong with them, right? And then my anxiety is rising and rising. And that's not what was going on in their system, but I couldn't pull myself away from that. And that was really my own core beliefs about big feelings, right? And so it gave me the opportunity to start to say, I'm seeing the disconnect here of what I think, what I'm feeling, and what I know to be true, which is my child is colicky and has a tummy ache and is expressing that, but there's discomfort for me. So it gives me this opportunity to calm, welcome, and take care of my own feelings so that I can show up and hold space for my child, right? And not pass on the same feeling to them, which is like, put it away, because that must have been what happened to me, right? Because I had a big urge to like
Squash it.
No, I don't want this big feeling here, right? Because it felt unsafe in my system, but not to my child. They were just expressing themselves. So I think a lot of people hit those moments and have those unconscious reactions like all day long. So you just have unending opportunities to keep noticing and working on it. And the more we can show up with just that little bit of awareness so that we know it's not about the child. It's not something that they're doing. We don't need to, fix them. We just need to hold space for these big feelings and understand them. I think the better we are able to take care of those feelings and regulate ourselves, and our children will learn from the earliest ages how to regulate themselves.
I love that. Kaylee, do you have any things you want to add to that? I love that.
Yeah, I think for me, what came up was more around, in our age of growing up, in the 80s, 90s, it was like feelings that were not on the happy spectrum were oftentimes, we've said, like shoved away, put away. I think for me, like when I was in therapy, I thought this was a really interesting question from my therapist. She goes, what was your first memory of anger? And I honestly, my first memory was when I was in high school, and it was like within my world of like basketball and anger within me and my old basketball coach. And yes. That's pretty late down the road to have a memory, your first memory of anger, which tells me that anger was not welcome in my house growing up. Yeah. So I've had to really do a lot of work around, like my daughter who's 7, she is my little mirror of every little shadow part of me that like I would have never, like the things that she does and says are things that I'm like, I would never have done that as a child. But like, she isn't afraid to bring the anger, to bring the rage, to bring the like everything forward. So then it's like, she's coming at me with these like big angry feelings. You know, she comes at life with this like energy of just being like self-advocating and just so like just ready for a fight. And I feel like it's almost like reparenting myself, seeing it through her eyes and giving her permission to do that, because it was something that was never allowed in my house, and not on like a spoken level. It was very much just like how we operated.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Kids pick up on these very subtle ways of being, or, you know, they can tell when you don't like the feeling that's there, or, you know, and that's these unspoken moments are where kids then say, because of their brain development, it's very normal, natural that they see things in sort of black and white. They don't understand the complexity of like, well, mom's overwhelmed because she has a stressful job. You know, they just see that they made a noise and now mom is
blew up. Yeah.
meltdown, and it's to them, it's because of them. It's their fault, right? So even that narration or like bringing forward the reasoning can help alleviate as much of that black and white thinking where they take it on and say, okay, I have to put that away, because it's not explicit. It's, oh, I don't want to upset my mom. I want to be helpful. I want to be a good kid. So I'm going to put that away. So this book and the Slumberkins company in general is really about helping parents find the way to become aware of those things in ourselves, but also just proactively open up the field and the conversation around welcoming all feelings, and that it is okay to have those feelings.
So if it's okay with you, I would love to just pivot really quickly and ask, because we're here to celebrate this wonderful book, is there some story or technique in the book that either one or both of you could share just in the moment that you feel like really captures the hows of how to do this with your child? Because I think most of us know it's important. I think the hows and maybe the whys of what to do in the moment, or, you know, what to be thinking about as you start this journey of welcoming all feelings with your child. Are there any stories that you can think of, or anything that, you know, comes to you that illustrate that well?
Yes. I mean, just the first part of the book is really the why. It's all of the underlying theory and why this is important, and the research that has gone into why this is a healthy way to operate. And the second half of the book, part 2, goes through 15 different topics, from self-esteem, mindfulness, gratitude, routines, structure, change, all of these deeper, things that we're wanting to build up. And it gives practical ways to proactively instill that in your child, reactively repair. And at the end of every chapter, we have a calm moment to help parents reflect on the meaning of this chapter to them, right? So like, what are their core beliefs, or what's their experience of structure and routine? Right? How did they experience it? Did they have parents that were free-for-all artists that like never put any structure and routine in for them? So maybe they're more structured, right? And they want that, or they do it like their parents did, right? So there's that level of awareness coming in. But what do you think?
Yeah, I think one of the things that stands out is something Kelly just touched on, is the concept of repair. I think a lot of us can think of a time where maybe our parents were annoyed, or like, you know, told us to go to our rooms and go to timeout and never came back into connection with us. We just had to like figure it out on our own. But the concept of repair, which in our book lays it out as just returning to connection after a disconnection. And a lot of times I think, you know, we just, you know, heard the news is talking a lot about the overwhelm and stress of parents, and how that is negatively impacting the mental health of parents and also the mental health of children. And in that overwhelm, I know for me, when I'm overwhelmed, my triggers, like if you poke at triggers, I, you know,
Poke the bear.
I can, you know, not be such a fun mom in the moment. So and the best part about having a therapist that's your best friend is Kelly is constantly saying, the most important part of building a secure, safe, emotionally safe and in tune bond with your child is the ability to come back into connection and repair and model that moment. And for me, that's just kind of like okay, I can like mess up 1,000 times, but as long as I'm coming back into connection, taking accountability for whatever I need to and repairing with the child, I'm like, okay, I'm doing it, But so in the book, we have a section that is repair in action, and it actually takes you through a scenario of repair and kind of like, how can we think about it? And then actual questions for like, if you're in the moment with your child, like the questions to ask that can kind of guide you through it.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Repair in action. I absolutely love that. I absolutely love that these two best friends here you've both been really sharing with us like the mutually beneficial opportunities and, I don't know, gifts that you all share with each other, right? So you have this opportunity to model and share and support and uplift each other. And, to witness two women doing that for each other is like very meaningful for me. And you all have a long-standing friendship and built this business together and co-authored this book. And I love the idea of you both have dropped wisdom and shared gems with each other that the other has picked up and carries with them, right? And so this idea of active modeling, I think we can't underestimate the power of you both having children who are witnessing two women who are friends, built a business, co-author, you're doing all these incredible things together. And at the same time, that's not the only part of the relationship. You also support each other emotionally, right? You give each other tools. You put tools in this book. There's something so meaningful about that for this day and age when we think about how many people out there do feel socially isolated and who might, be struggling a little bit. So it's very heartwarming and empowering for me to be with you and have this conversation. And in the spirit of that, I'm wondering, because we were going to do something a little different. I'm wondering if you all have questions that you wanted to ask me that, I can share some stuff and be in the conversation as well. I'm happy to answer anything.
Yeah. When we talk about these concepts, we're usually talking about kids from like birth to age 7, because that's what we've identified as like the formative years to really implant these proactive, like positive seeds of emotional well-being in your child. And I know that you work more on the older like spectrum with teens and young adults. And right. I'm just curious, like what you find when, you're working with youth that have some negative core beliefs or programming that need some healing and adaptive techniques. And I'm curious what you're seeing like later down the road and what comes up for you regarding all of this.
That's an awesome question. And I appreciate it. I will say briefly, I'm seeing a lot of families, not all, not most, but enough that I know, and this is the truth. If they had your book 0 to 7, I think it would help kind of push away or stave off a lot of what I see, sort of 12, 13 up to 30. And I think some of that is being able to receive the message that all feelings are welcome. Because I think, as you all both shared, I think it was true for me too. I don't think I ever heard anyone say that certain emotions were unacceptable. I just knew the kind of responses I got, right? Which is the same thing for these young people. They know the kind of responses they get when they share certain emotions. So, and I think culturally, there sometimes can be differences in terms of who's allowed to express which emotions, right? So in some cultures, there's many cultures, there is more challenging often for women to express, not experience, because we experience the full range, but to express some of those more of what we think of as negative emotions. And I think about things like how girls and maybe non-gender conforming, leaning more feminine are socialized to suppress anger, suppress frustration. Do you know what I mean? Like we're not encouraged into self-silence. So you might be angry, you might be frustrated, you might be feeling these things, but there's kind of no outlet for it, right? Just like you were saying earlier, Kaylee, about when you were younger, what was your first memory of anger? And it was in high school, right? I think a lot of girls grow up that way. So I see some of that. I also see there are different consequences for when and how boys express certain emotions, right? So like being seen as aggressive when they're angry, even if they're not. Like I can remember my brother and I being kids, and my brother right now is probably 6'3.5", 6'4", big football player. And he was big by the time he was 10, right? He was probably like 5'10", 5'11" at 10 years old. He was a huge kid. But that kid, and he had a big old brown pie baby face. He just was adorable. But that kid being angry, which to me was harmless. I was like, he ain't gonna hurt nobody. But to other people, there were consequences for him. So that's some of what I see, this self-silencing, this not being taught that all emotions and all feelings are welcome, and also sometimes not having the skill set to manage. So your book is not only useful for those formative years, it's also useful, all the way into and through adulthood. Having looked at it and read through it, it can benefit all of us. So I just appreciate that question so much. And I think we have a little bit of time left, but I wonder if we could pivot a little bit, and talk about, I kind of alluded to it, but didn't really dive into it. I hear it a little bit when I hear you all speak about how you uplift and support each other. And I think the part of the reason for that is because you strike me as both being very honest about what your own lived experience has been, which is so important. But you also practice compassion for yourselves. Like, you're forgiving of yourself. You allow yourself space to, give yourself some grace. So I'm wondering, can you talk a little bit about that? Talk to us a little bit about, where does that come from? Why is that important? How do you teach that to our little ones?
I think that, Brene Brown's work on shame and vulnerability was really impactful. I think culturally, people really started to see and understand. She helped shift that conversation. And one thing that's always really stuck with me is, as I looked into her research and, met her research in school, was that shame is so corrosive to ourselves and to learning, to life, to happiness. And it's not an emotion that comes through us naturally, like arises in us. It is implanted through relationship. So when we are experiencing feeling ashamed, which is really, there's kind of a difference between shame and guilt. Guilt is more like, I did something wrong and I feel bad about it. Shame is, I'm bad. Like, I'm inherently bad. I'm a bad person. Like, I don't deserve to be here. And the amount of times, even within my system, that I run into shame, or, when I make a mistake, shame comes and hits me. Because of that work of knowing that it is only healed through connection. There is no way to hold shame by yourself in a dark hole and say, I shouldn't be ashamed. It's okay. Other people feel that way. It's not going to release it. You have to share. You have to be witnessed, because it's planted there through relationship. So it's through relationship that it releases as well. And I think when you find your people, when you find the people that you feel emotionally safe with, that will truly love you no matter what, and are with you on this ride of life, like me and Kaylee are, as like sisters, heart family and soul sisters. You, whether it's your partner, whether it's your friend, whether it's your family, right? Being vulnerable and authentic, and knowing that you can show all sides of yourself and heal yourself when you're feeling that shame by being vulnerable and getting compassion and showing compassion to them, just opens up your ability to heal yourself and break through maybe beliefs about yourself that formed long ago that aren't true and never were true, or maybe aren't true anymore, that can update like your life into feeling more authentic. And so I think Kaylee and I do that for each other, and have built a community of friends and people that we feel comfortable just letting it all hang out so that we can feel like we can connect on a human level and know that, everybody is trying their best and just wants to belong.
Oh, I love that. Do you have anything you wanted to add?
Yeah, I think, I probably have a little bit more of like a harsher self-critic than Kelly does at times. And it's actually really nice to have a friend that has less of a harsh self-critic, because I'm like beating myself up over certain things or going down spirals over things that like I'm totally in my head about. And then I like gut check it with her and she's like, what? Like, you're crazy. Like, and it is, yeah, it is like in relationship though, that those things are challenged and dispelled, And so, and we try to bring that through to our parenting community that we've built around Slumberkins. And I think that's why we are just so we go live a lot in our Facebook group of close to 47,000 parents, mostly in that group. And I mean, I can't tell you how many times I've cried on lives in the last 6 months, whether it's about my kids, myself, my having to step in as a caregiver for my dad, like just all sorts of things that, that come up. But I think just showing up and being authentic is so important in relationship, whether or not that's in person or through communities that you can connect with online too.
I love that. So I'm wondering, as we start to wind down a little bit, do you all have one or two, maybe let's start with one, because I really want to keep the focus on you all in this wonderful book. Do you all have any other questions that bubble up for you that I can be supportive in answering?
Yeah. As we were talking about feelings and sort of, the ways that culturally and or like experiencing the world as a person of color, right? Like change the way that you maybe have to show up or create your community. Like, it's not safe for all feelings. Honestly, we've seen that, right? Sometimes depending on who you are and what circumstance or what place you're in, it isn't safe at times. So how do you navigate the complexities of this concept of all feelings welcome when in some places they're not welcome outside of your close people?
I think that it's an incredible question. And of the many things I love about you all is that you are sensitive to these kinds of things. And I think this idea of, Kaylee, I'm like you, it like makes me want to cry because sometimes it's a lot to carry. And I think for me, there's just a couple things that I try to do with my own children, with the young people I support, families and communities of all different kinds of backgrounds. And that is one, reminding kids, young people, us as adults at the end of the day, who you are is valuable exactly as you are, the way you were created. I think about Lady Gaga. I had the wonderful opportunity to make a film with her, and just being in her presence and watching how she interacts with other people. One thing I took from it is the same thing that you all do. There's a genuine valuing of this person who's in front of me. I see everything about you. I see your phenotype. I see what kind of person you are through our interaction, how you behave. And I welcome that. And I think that's important for young people. So at the end of the day, just reminding them who you are is valuable and you shouldn't change who you are at your core. That's one. Two is being honest about, when I sit with my children and talk about all feelings welcome and some of the lessons that you teach in the book, it is saying to them, and this applies to you too. And let's talk about what parts of this might be slightly different for you. Right. So it's an acknowledgement of the reality that they live in. Right. So there may be certain places where you're not going to feel safe. Let's talk about how you protect yourself in those situations, in those environments. I was just thinking about yesterday at a conference, Ketanji Brown Jackson, the Supreme Court Justice, was talking about her experiences as a young Black girl, almost always in environments where she was the only one, and how her solitude helped her feel safe. Like she had to create that solitude internally. And sometimes she had to physically go be by herself. I think it is just acknowledging that that's a reality for some people and being accepting of that. And then finally, I think it is providing tools, just like you teach in the book, right? So you have 15 different tools in that second half, providing those tools and just saying, you're going to need these tools. So teaching them you are fearfully and wonderfully made. You are beautiful and perfect, just like you are. And over time, you're just growing into a more perfect version of yourself. I think it's that. I think it's giving them the tools. And I think it's acknowledging the reality that there may be some things that are slightly different. So I am so grateful for the question. And if it's okay, I want to pivot and kind of close out in this last 2 minutes with one final question for you all. And let me just say up front, it has been such a joy to talk to you. And I'm so excited for your book and want everybody to go out and get it, especially those almost 50,000 people in the Facebook group. Go, everybody has to go buy it. I really want that. So the other thing I want to ask is about Slumberkins. Your creatures have a unique message around emotional growth. If each of you could pick one of your creatures, for each of you, which creature has a message that resonates the most with you personally, and why is that the case?
Ooh, okay, I'll go first. And I have two. I always have a combo. I think Bigfoot for me was self-esteem. You know, growing up, I was 6 feet tall in 6th grade and had some really interesting experiences. Yeah, it was intense. I mean, people just make comments about physical differences and differences all the time, not necessarily not meaning to make it an issue, but it just, the impact that it had on my self-esteem at such a young age was pretty hard. And I think our Bigfoot Copes with Hurt Feelings book is really based off of that experience and building up your own self-esteem internally and finding the coping techniques and people that are your circle to really rebuild, to know where to go for your safe space. And so I always say I am the resident Bigfoot. And then I would just say that also Lynx, which is our self-expression character, which she, learns to trust herself, tune into herself, and learns to really communicate her needs and wants and be seen as wholly accepted in being able to do so. And I think for me, I was, I grew up as a people pleaser. I wanted everyone else to be happy before myself. And it wasn't until I really learned to speak up that kind of put me on this path to where I am now. And just stepping into that, I love Lynx and embrace her. And my daughter, Cora, is such a Lynx. And so that's where I'm those two are my two faves.
I love that. How about you, Kelly?
I'll pick two also, and this is a new one for me that I'm bringing up, but it's been coming up a lot for me lately. So Otter is our creature around connections and introduces the concept of heart family. So this idea of building your community of people that you feel safe and connected with. As a person who came from a more dysfunctional home, so us therapists often do come from some homes that are more difficult because we think we're trying to help other people, but it's really, we're trying to heal ourselves too. Otter and the concepts there have really helped me connect with and find my chosen family. And I think that that's such a beautiful thing to start early with, because we never know what's going to happen. And teaching our kids and ourselves to find those connections, authentic, safe, wonderful connections, and growing those as we grow is something so beautiful. And I just, like I said, Kaylee's my heart family. I have a roommate. She's my heart family. I have a friend who's the madrina of my boys who lives in Mexico. It's like heart family. And just to have that expansive view of who our family is who loves us and who we choose to have close to our hearts in our lives is, I think, really powerful. And then secondly, Dragon is also my favorite. So Dragon is about creativity, but it's also really about tuning into your unique gifts and bringing those to life, right? So that I really believe that every person, they're working on healing themselves. They have something unique, a unique experience and perspective that they can creatively bring to the world. And it doesn't have to be art. It doesn't have to be writing. It can be anything. You could be the way you talk and interact with people and show up, the way you support other people. It could be being a mom. It's really the thing that lights you up is your gift to the world. And you can really find yourself through bringing that forward. And Dragon is sort of the mascot for that in our books. And Slumberkins is sort of my dragon creation, right? Like with Kaylee co-creating something and bringing the healing that I wanted in my life into the world in a way that people can access. So those two are my favorites.
I love that. Well, Kaylee and Kelly, thank you so much for this opportunity to talk with you. I want to encourage everybody out there to go out and can you hold the book up? All Feelings Welcome, so everybody can see it. Go get the book and stay tuned to Slumberkins and all the wonderful offerings that they have. I'm Dr. Alfie Breland Noble, signing off with my beautiful friends, Kaylee and Kelly of Slumberkins and co-authors of all feelings welcome. And thank you all so much.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
so much.
Well, it's time for Oh, the Places You Will Go travel book panel at the BookFest Fall 2024. Now, if you love traveling, if you love reading about traveling, if you love listening to traveling, and even just watching other people travel, we have assembled some of the best travel authors in the world right here today for this panel. You are going to love hearing about their journeys, why they started traveling, what they hope other people will get out of their travels. And so without further ado, I want to get right into it. First, let's talk about myself. I'm an Emmy award-winning travel journalist. I have been that way for about 20 years, but also by night, I want to say that I love traveling. I was bitten by the travel bug many years ago, and I've traveled to over 50 countries. I haven't written a book yet, but I do love watching others talk about their travels. So now I'd like to introduce my panelists. First up, we have Linda Ballou. Linda is the author of Los Angeles in Paradise, Great Trips for Free, and the most recent Los Angeles Unleashed Stories from the Heart. She hosts a podcast and contributes to numerous magazines. Next up, we have Lisa Niver. Lisa is an award-winning travel expert who has explored more than 102 countries on 6 continents. Her memoir, Bravish, One Breakup, 6 Continents, and Feeling Fearless After 50, has inspired millions of people to travel the world. And lastly, we have Jen Ruiz. Jen is an award-winning lawyer turned travel writer. She's the author of 12 Trips in 12 Months, a 3-time TEDx speaker, and has been featured as a travel expert in the Washington Post, the Huffington Post, ABC News, and many more. So as you can see, we have quite the panelist of experience when it comes to traveling. The first question I want to ask you, ladies, is for everyone. Why and when did you all develop a passion for globetrotting? And first, I'll throw that to you, Linda.
Well, I'm in my book, Lost Angel Unleashed. The first story is about my first flight when I was 14, which I wasn't planning on going on, with a bush pilot and a float plane through a storm. Wow. And then once we landed and I got onto a jet, by then I was so adrenaline pumped and so excited about travel that I'm afraid it was in my genes at an early time, and it was a precursor to where my life was going to go. But I didn't know it at the time. But yeah, it started that way.
Wow. And how about you, Jen?
I think for me, it started pretty early on. My mom was a teacher, and so we always found travel experiences nearby, right? I grew up in Pennsylvania, so we would go to Amish country and see how they lived, and we would go to the second tallest bridge in the state, or the Frank Lloyd Wright House, Falling Water. So I think from early on, I really discovered that you can find that spirit of travel close to home, and that really it's about putting yourself outside of your comfort zone and doing something different.
Yeah, I love hearing that. Lisa?
For me, my family is a whole family of travelers. And when my dad was in the military, my sister was born on the base in Georgia. Ooh. And that was my parents' first winter without snow. So they decided to move to California, where I grew up. But we were always traveling back and forth to see family and skiing. My dad loves skiing. I always say he loves skiing more than breathing, but he says that's not true. Breathing's important.
Yeah, for sure. As you ladies know, you guys are veteran travelers, that travel is dynamic and it changes, it's ever evolving. And so I'd love for you guys to talk about how your travel journeys have changed over the years. Any one of you can speak up to that first.
Well, I started traveling early on. I'm an adventure junkie. I'm from Alaska, so I love the outdoors, and I'm centered in nature. And so travel allowed me to experience the most beautiful places on the planet is what I seek out. Okay. And a lot of my adventures, river rafting, horseback riding, kayaking, are armchair travel for a lot of people. Right. So as I've gotten older, I'm not doing as athletic types of journeys. But I just came back from Costa Rica. And I traveled with
what a beautiful
Overseas
place.
Adventure Travel, which is a company that gears for people
Right.
over 55. So there's no thinking required, and they take you to local people. They introduce you to people living in the country, and this is something that I think is very important. To be a traveler, and not just a tourist. Now that's an old theme, but I really try to do that. Be a traveler.
Wow. How about you, Lisa? How has your travel evolved?
My travel has evolved. I got to travel when I was studying. I spent a semester in college in Israel, and that really led me to want to live more places. And so after college, I worked for Club Med, and I worked on cruise ships for 7 years. So my traveling was just my entire life. I was 100% traveling, and traveling for work, which was amazing. That fed my love of scuba diving. And I'm actually right now, you're finding me in Park City. I live in California, but the last time I was here, Jen and I were here speaking about our books at the Women in Travel Summit.
Oh, yeah, I'm a part of that as well. What a small world. Okay, interesting. Yeah. What about you, Jen?
So for me, when I started traveling, it was as a young attorney, and I was really doing so on a budget, trying to make my money stretch. I was working at a nonprofit law firm when I took my 12 trips in 12 months challenge. And now in my mid 30s, I've been able to start splurging on really fun experiences and things that I think are worthwhile. So for instance, I just had a 35th birthday trip where 36. I think I'm 36 now. They start to blend together. But I just had a birthday trip where I went to Giraffe Manor in Kenya, right, where I got to feed the giraffes from my balcony in the morning. And it was just such a unique experience. And after that, I went gorilla trekking in Rwanda. And these are luxurious experiences that I felt like I was comfortable splurging on. And so I'm getting to the stage in my life where travel can include these really once in a lifetime bucket list things. And I'm at a really happy medium where I'm still traveling solo, but I'm making more money now that I can afford to be doing these experiences. And I have, the mobility and the energy to do some of these things, because gorilla trekking was definitely a journey. And that's how it's evolved in the point that I'm at now.
Wow. You all have written successful travel books, which is a huge feat. I'd love for each of you to talk to me about what was the most challenging thing about writing a book, and what was the most rewarding thing about writing a book. What about you, Linda?
Well, I'm a writer. Okay, so I've been writing all my life, and I've started journaling when I was a young girl. And before I became a travel writer per se, I had written novels. So for me, the joy is in the writing. And I, in my book, Get Great Trips, my process is getting those wonderful trips that Jen can afford that maybe I can't, So I get hosted. That's what my payment is with the articles. But for each trip, I write articles for my host, and I do a personal essay for myself. And the personal essay goes into my books. The personal essay is, how was that trip transformational? What shackles fell from my eyes? What did I learn about that culture that I didn't realize? Maybe there were some environmental issues that I talk about in sidebars. And so, I just, travel writing puts together everything I love, travel and writing, and meeting, the excitement, the adventure of being out there in the world,
Yeah. Do you ever get writer's block?
Never. I have time to write everything I need to write. I regret that when I traveled, one of the questions you asked was what to tell a young writer, someone who wants to become journal. Because I did this fabulous trip sailing through the British Virgin Islands on this historical vessel. And I didn't take notes at the time. Now I can't write about it. It's not fresh. I really am sorry that I wasn't paying more attention then, so journal.
Journal.
Yeah.
Jen, did you have any kind of challenging or rewarding parts, or was it just all a reward to write your latest memoir?
Yeah, I will just quickly note, Linda, I also get hosted on trips. So that helps a lot with some of the more luxurious experiences, but definitely just being somebody that's a young professional and doesn't have that obligation of having to pay for, children, pets, things like that has been the pro that I find is, because I do want those things, the pro that I find is that I can invest in myself. And this book was a big investment of time, energy, effort. So definitely was challenging to sell a travel memoir in the middle of a pandemic. I sold it in 2020. So at the time, people didn't really see the vision for it because travel had stopped. On top of that, I had self-published 5 books ahead of time. So I really had to differentiate what was different about this book that would merit a publishing company getting involved. And so really focusing on that different genre, the fact that it was a memoir as opposed to traditional informational nonfiction that I had shared before. And then also the potential for possible, film or TV adaptations and how I wanted a team to help me with that. And so that was something that I was able to get a book deal, but it felt like it was challenging for me more so than, other people that I've seen get a deal and get published within a 2-year period. It took me, 4 years. And I think that it's happened at the time that it was supposed to, at the right time for me. And I'm so happy with my publishing company, and I'm really happy with how things have turned out. But it has taken some patience and some faith in believing that I'm on the right path.
Wow. Lisa, I was going to ask you too, I know that, you are a highly decorated writer as well, but I'm wondering, do you ever get roadblock, writer's block, or were there any challenges in writing anything? Because I think when people see that you're highly decorated or people have written a lot of books, they just think these people were born to write. They never get writer's block at all. And sometimes that's not the case.
Yes. Okay. Well, first of all, I have to say I'm so happy to be back this year at BookFest. When I came last year, my book was out for like 3 minutes. So this month in September 2024, it's the 1-year anniversary of my book. So I'm so excited. And were there challenges? Yes. So I was traveling full time as a travel journalist, and then COVID, global pandemic, I didn't travel at all. And that's when I wrote my book. And like Jen, I sold my memoir to a traditional publishing house during COVID. So I found an agent, and it's been an amazing experience. There were plenty of challenges because my book starts with the most horrible part of my life. I had a terrible end to my marriage, and I did 50 challenges before I turned 50 to reinvent myself. So writing about the trauma and the drama, I literally used to sit at my desk and write until I was pretty sure I was going to throw up. And then I lay on the floor. And so it was very, very challenging, but I didn't have writer's block. The block was, I didn't want to do it. It was really hard.
Yeah.
So for me, it was very cathartic. And along the way, I had a lot of friends tell me like, maybe this project's just too hard for you. But even if it had never gotten published, it was worth writing it for me.
Yeah. Great. Jen, I want to ask you, your memoir just came out a couple of months ago. And usually when someone has a book that they're dropping, they have to do a lot of promotion on legacy media outlets, whether it's newspapers, magazines, TV, radio programs, or whatnot. And that's a job in itself. And you also have a huge following with your social media. So I'm wondering, how do you balance those two things? Because nowadays you see a lot of people that kind of throw everything into only promoting their travel brand on social media and really increasing that following, or they tend to be more online writers or newspaper writers and just focus on that. You're kind of trying to do both. And I'm wondering how you manage to balance that.
I'm trying to do all of the things because I've seen how quickly any one of the things can be taken away from me. I've had, my TikTok account, that's my biggest account, and that's been completely banned before. I've had my Facebook hacked. I've had everything taken away, my blog traffic completely decimated. So because of that, I do think that I grow slower because I'm trying to grow so many avenues at once, because I like to know if any one of these avenues disappears, I am not SOL. Because again, it's just me, right? So I have to be a little bit smart about how I do things. And so it has been challenging this summer. I did 24 broadcast TV appearances along with 18 stops on a book tour across the country and Puerto Rico, 3 conferences that I spoke at, one that I was a keynote at, and 4 press trips with destinations. So in between all of this, I am, doing whitewater rafting and having some mishaps in there where I ended up looking like a synchronized swimmer with my feet in the air as I'm going head first. And so this is all in between, events and everything that has to keep it going. So I'm going to be honest that I have been just on go, go, go mode because like you said, there is that time period where that traditional media cares about you and you are newsworthy.
Right.
So you can always come in when there's a story that's relevant to you or your book, but the immediate release of your book and just being a new release in general for about the 3 months after gives you that time period where you can pitch these outlets. I did work with a publicity team to maximize this. So we had, 15 in-studio appearances, 11 of them national. We were on Yahoo Finance. We've been on a ton of different places and it has been a lot. And in that, my social media has struggled. Because I felt like it's been on a free fall. It's just now started to stop the free fall. And I'm just like, and other places are growing. Like my Instagram was growing while my TikTok was falling and my threads were growing and I was getting like a threads bonus. So it's been a lot and you just got to keep up with it. And that's again, why I surf these waves of ups and downs. And I don't put anything into one basket because I feel like you never know.
Yeah, well, you kind of take it like an investor. You know what I mean? Like no one investor is going to invest in only one stock. You're going to diversify all of your assets. You're going to diversify because of the market. That's the best way to kind of get ahead. And you're kind of taking it that way when you're talking about your career.
So I met Jen at Zibby's, which is a local bookstore here, and her energy, she's so high energy. I'm telling you, she makes me tired just listening to her. Here's what I do, okay? I believe in standing on other people's shoulders. I am not going to be on social media. I am on Facebook, but hey, that's the older group. That's my demographic. I have a column on the National Association of Baby Boomer Women. Why? That's the largest traveling demographic. That's what the companies want to have exposure to that group. So you asked how I've changed. In the beginning, I would active. New Zealand was one of my first trips, and that was a 35 to 45-year-old crowd, very, very active. But I've evolved into a niche of boomer women, and the boomer in chief loves me. And now my pieces are syndicated to 89 family magazines.
That's a lot.
So she does the work. I send her the text, the images. She creates the article and she shares it. And so the same thing with my podcast. I love doing my podcast because I don't have to do anything. My hostess does it. My host does everything for me. She's wonderful. She, does all of the social networking. She's very good at it. She puts it on all the platforms. And I have the fun of just being interviewed. And she does all the work. No, what could be better,
Well, that's what I was going to ask. That was my next question for you, Linda, is that you've been writing forever. You got books, you got your own column.
Right.
You got a successful career doing that. So what made you want to expand your brand and do podcasting?
Because I want to spend my time doing what I love, which is travel and writing. I don't want to be creating a lot of content for a gluttonous internet.
Right.
It's not where I want to spend my time. So this way I have fun. I take a story out of one of my books and I give the backstory, stuff that wasn't included. Why was it important to me? Was there something there that I wanted to say but couldn't because it was politically incorrect?
Right.
And I like to do a little 2-minute reading so people get a sample of my writing. And it's really fun for me to relive these experiences. And to read my own writing, like you say, I've been doing this a while. Yeah. So my next podcast is about the San Juan Skyway, which was one of my very first travel trips. But the story is about seeing the world through new eyes. And I think that's what travel is all about. And on the train trip that I took, this woman, she was 64 years old, and she had taken the trip when she was 5 with her father. And subsequently, over the years, she went blind, legally blind. And she just had a laser operation that gave her vision back. And that's why she was on this train. And she and I were just giggling all over ourselves. We were so excited just to be there and seeing the beauty. So these stories that I've written were important to me. And bringing them back in the podcast is really fun and I think very worthwhile.
Yeah, you have a great voice for it too, of course. Lisa, I want to get into this. I was reading your bio, and I'll be honest. I'm a journalist by day, but I love to travel. I love to globetrot. I've only been to I think I'm at country 60 now.
Yeah.
So I've only been to 60 countries. But before the pandemic, I always said I would love, love, love to be able to travel to 100 countries and join the Century Club, which is a club that's designated for people who have at least been to 100 countries or destinations. You qualify for that. You're one of the few females that actually qualify for that. So first of all, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
You've been to, I think, is it 102 now or maybe more? Have you been to 102 or is it a little bit more?
Well, I have been to 102 countries, but on the Traveler's Century count, I have many, many more than 100. So the Traveler's Century Club has a counting process that if the place is geographically, ethnographically, or I think it's politically separate, it counts extra. So I have quite a bit more in their count, but I count more in a UN counting. But I've been
amazing.
Thank you. I've been very fortunate that, like I said at the beginning, I worked for Club Med and then on cruise ships. So literally I went to sleep and in the morning my house was somewhere else. So that
helps.
And they paid me quite well. And I worked with the team and I got to do a lot of incredible adventures. I mainly went to sea literally because of my love for scuba diving.
Right.
And there's a lot of scuba diving in my book, part of my 50 adventures before I turned 50. But, it's the thing for me is like Linda said, it's being able to connect with the people, see with new eyes. And I'm so excited. Yesterday I was hiking here in Park City and later this month I'll be in Ireland. It's been amazing.
Wow.
And my favorite thing though, I'm wearing my polar bear earrings for you because I just went on a walking safari with the polar bears in Canada.
Oh my God. How was that?
It's magical. I mean, a lot of people desire to travel to see animals. And I've been on safari in Africa, which is amazing. We saw the big five, but I was in a safari vehicle. So this trip being in Canada with Churchill Wild, you're literally walking with, at a safe distance with 3 guides following the instructions. But we took incredible pictures and I had been with them at Nanook Lodge in 2018, but this time I was at Seal River Lodge. And not only did we see the polar bears, but we were out on Zodiac boats and we literally saw more than 1,000 beluga whales. That was amazing. My mom, I couldn't stop filming. I was like,
that's I've never had anything like that happen at all. That's amazing. That sounds like a trip that everybody should take at least once in their lifetime.
Well, I have to pitch Alaska, where I'm from. And I haven't been to 100 countries. I have sought out the most beautiful places on the planet. And one of the things that I did was I rafted in a rubber raft from the Yukon down to the Gulf of Alaska. It's a 125-mile run through the last and wildest remote wilderness in the North America, crossing international borders. Part of it's in Canada. But we were out there, walking on glaciers and bear tracks in our camp, seeing many bears, many moose, many eagles, the wildlife. And, I'm centered in nature. Now, this kind of a trip is not for everybody because it is dangerous. There are no helicopters, folks. There is no internet. If you go into the water, you will die. So here's the thing, people, like I say, a lot of my stories are armchair travel. But I feel so privileged to have been in these places. One of my bucket lists was Patagonia, Torres del Paines. Fantastically beautiful, incredibly magical and terribly remote and dangerous. Windy. It
sounds...
but well worth going for me. So like I say, a lot of my travel is not for everyone. I did do a summer session when I was younger in London. I have had some, experiences in Europe and toured there a couple of times, but I didn't write about any of those experiences. Like I say, not all is armchair travel. My podcast, I just did Confessions of a River Rat.
Right.
starts with the American River, which any family can take with their kids, and goes all the way up to the Tachincini, which is the river I described. But like the Grand Canyon, rafting the Grand Canyon is, I think, a life-changing experience, and anyone can do it if they want to.
Right. You know, Lisa, I want to touch back on the fact that you've traveled a lot on sea and land, which you're very fortunate to do that, you know. But before you did all that, you were a teacher. So I'm wondering how that impacts your travels, just being a teacher. A lot of people don't have that kind of experience as they go into their travel odyssey.
Well, one of the things that happened was I was teaching, and then I don't know where the ambulance siren is. That's not here. Hold on, I'm going to start again.
Not here.
Yeah.
So for me, with the teaching, I taught science. And so when I was teaching in summer break and all the holidays, I would be traveling. And I think one of the things about my YouTube videos, and I also have a podcast, which actually today got its 50th country watching.
Hey.
So I think one of the things about how I interview and how I am in a place is about sharing what's educational about it. But the other thing about teaching science is a lot of times when I started a new unit, my students and I would talk about who cares? Like, who cares about rocks? And we ended up doing a unit where we talked about minerals that were in conflict in parts of Africa. And at the time, Obama was president, and we wrote to the White House and we said what we had learned and what we thought. And they wrote us back a nice letter, as they do. And it was just an interesting experience for my students that things in the environment impact us and places that we travel and where do minerals come from. And so I love to always have maps as much as possible when I'm filming or with the podcast or with my writing, because I think people are confused. Where is that place and why is that place in conflict and why is it important? So for me, I love teaching. I still teach sometimes.
Really? You have time?
I teach sometimes on set. I work for Nickelodeon and Paramount. And so I was in Canada a couple summers ago and we filmed in Toronto and Calgary. It's thriving places to film. Besides, I'm in Los Angeles, so we film there also.
Okay, got it. Yeah. I'm wondering, since you guys have been to so many countries, especially you, Lisa, are there any places, destinations that any of you guys still have on your travel bucket list?
Yes. Absolutely.
Oh, really?
Are you kidding? I have to live long enough to get to them, you know.
Really? What's on your travel bucket list, Jen?
I'd love to see the salt flats in Belize. I travel for weird reasons. Like I went to Japan because I wanted to wear a onesie and ride a go-kart around the streets of Tokyo and eat cotton candy bigger than my face. So I find things that I want to do and then I go do them. And so in Belize, I want to go to the salt flats because I want it to look like a toy T-Rex is eating me, or like I'm walking into a Pringles can with the different effects that you have of the salt flats. It makes it look like things are bigger than they are. So I want to take those fun pictures. I'd also like to see the monarch migration while I'm there in Mexico, because all of this happens around January, February. These are seasonal things. You can't just do them at any time. The deepest pool in Dubai is on my list. So I have a couple of things on my list. Yeah.
Great. What about you, Linda? You still have any destination?
Absolutely. Are you kidding? Yeah, no, but I'm doing a lot of domestic travel now within the United States. Right now, next week, I'm going to Santa Fe, which is the oldest capital in the United States. And I'm very much interested in the indigenous peoples. They have the largest pueblo there. And also I'd like to do Canyon de Chelly, which is on the Navajo Nation. So I'm interested in that, but I would love to take the Oats trip up the Nile. I haven't been there, and that trip sounds really wonderful. I've been to Africa, but I went to Botswana, Zimbabwe, and Zambia, which was incredible. But I haven't done Tanzania and Zanzibar, which I'd like to do. And when I was down in Argentina, I didn't go to Iguazu Falls, which I really regret. I should have gone when I had the chance. I did get to see Victoria Falls, but Iguazu is supposed to be the most spectacular waterfall in the world. So I'd like to see it. You know, there's tons of things I'd love to do and see still, you know.
What about you? At least I can't imagine there's still a destination you haven't been to that you would like to go to.
So many places on my list. And I like to go back.
What's left? What's left?
In Southeast Asia, I have not yet been to Bhutan. That's big on my list.
Oh, okay,
And
okay.
I've been almost everywhere in South America, but somehow I missed the biggest country of Brazil.
Oh, yes, that's a
And
huge country.
I feel like I froze. Did we freeze? Someone froze.
You still have a couple of like. I was interested too. Do you guys have like a preference in terms of places that you'd rather go to that are either beach, coastal, or more inland hiking areas? Because I know people sometimes will say, "I love traveling, but I like to be near the water, no matter where I go." And then I have some people that say, "Look, I like being in the city, the urban, the grind of it all." And I'm wondering if you guys have preferences when it comes to that.
I've got to get to the Cook Islands before I die. For God's sake, the Cook Islands. I really want to go to.
Okay.
So, I've been to Hawaii many times, and there's a flight that now they have a nonstop to Hawaii that goes to the Cooks. A stop in Hawaii. So, and Fiji is just across the way. So, there's just a ton of gorgeous places I want to see, and the outdoors experience is what I love. And in my Los Angeles in Paradise book, I take people on hikes up the California coast. I'm a lost angel, 17 million other angels here in LA. And my book takes people to my favorite day hikes and sweatband friendly eatery on the beach, stuff like that. So yeah, if you like the hike and you like the beach, you might like my book.
What about you guys?
I went away, but I'm back. Did you lose me?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I think I lost you. Did you hear me when I was talking about Brazil and Bhutan?
Yes. I said
I got lost. Sorry.
No, I heard all of it. I was just wanting to ask if you guys had more of a preference in terms of the vacation spots that you travel to. Do you prefer to be in cities only or places that are near the water all the time?
Near the water.
Sorry, my Wi-Fi went out for a minute, but I was telling you I really want to go to Bhutan and Brazil, and my last continent is Antarctica. So some of the things I like the most are the wide open spaces, like seeing the polar bears. And I'm wearing my Alaska necklace for you, Linda.
Oh,
Got that in Alaska. I love the vast open places like Mongolia, but also Jen inspired me. I have not yet been to Easter Island. I loved her pictures.
Sounds like an amazing place. What about you, Jen? Do you have a preference? Be by the water or kind of inland in a city?
I do not have a preference. I go by experiences that I'm going to have when I get there. That's really how I pick a destination. So I've been, snowboarding or sandboarding in the desert in Qatar. I've been to the beach everywhere and all over the Caribbean. I'm from the Caribbean. And so I'm familiar with beach destinations. I've done, I just did a 2-week Eastern Europe river cruise, where we were all over places in Eastern Europe that maybe a lot of people don't get to see or visit very often. So it doesn't matter to me where I go. It matters more what I'm doing when I get there. And there's usually an experience or a reason that I'm going, because there's something there that I want to see or do. And I'll do that all over the world. I do tend to avoid colder areas.
I'm guilty.
Yeah.
Guilty of that. I don't like the cold either.
Would maybe make the exception for the polar bears because Lisa's pictures did look amazing. Would maybe make the exception for like an ice cave. But other than that, again, I'm going to do that thing and then I'm leaving. The ice castles that I've seen all over Canada that they have in the winter, where they set up these amazing ice castles that you can go into. Love to go and see it. And then leave. So that would be, I go for the things that I want to do, but yeah, I would definitely avoid lingering in cold areas wherever possible.
I don't blame you.
I love the tropics.
I'm a TV correspondent, been that way as you guys know for a long time. I initially was in news and I kind of switched to entertainment. And so now I cover the world of entertainment, and there are so many TV shows and even movies that kind of have their whole theme around travel. I don't know if you've seen The White Lotus. A lot of people have traveled places because they've seen the Game of Thrones. And I'm wondering to you guys, is there a TV show or a film that inspired you to travel to a certain destination?
Oh, I do these travels all the time because I post on social media and these things do really well. So I just came back from a Bridgerton filming site in Vienna.
Love Bridgerton.
while I was there in Romania, I saw the filming site for Wednesday, the Nevermore Castle, where that's filmed. I go to Harry Potter sites all over the world. I rode the real life Hogwarts Express in Scotland just for that. So these things do really well. Dune, the desert in Jordan, the Wadi Rum Desert is where Dune was filmed. So I go for that reason, because something was filmed there, and I go to share the footage from there with my social media following.
No, you're absolutely right. The algorithm shows that. I remember when I went to Malta and I put a couple places that they used the Game of Thrones for there. Yeah. That did amazingly well. Yeah. So you're absolutely right when you're talking about just kind of documenting that and sharing those places with your audience, because everybody who's watching television, pretty much the same shows all over the world.
Well, I'm enjoying the series Dark Winds, which is very popular now on Netflix. And of course, it's set in Monument Valley on the Navajo Nation. So part of when I go to Santa Fe, that's one thing I would say to people who want to be travel writers is do research before you go, so you don't miss what's there, so the significance of what it is you're looking at. So a lot of people just go someplace and they don't prepare themselves to have a full experience.
Right.
I would just say that to people who want to be travel writers.
Right. Lisa, I know you being on a ship. Have you ever wanted to go to a destination just because you saw it in a movie or a TV series and wanted to check it out?
Well, I think maybe my whole career is because every Saturday night growing up, I was watching The Love Boat. I wanted to be on board. They said, come with us. And so I did. Literally, I worked for Princess Cruises.
Right. They have, and I don't know if you know, but ABC has a new show that's coming out. I don't know when it's coming, maybe next year sometime, where the whole premise is based on a ship. So it's just kind of follow kind of like the members of the ship and how they keep it going. It's going to be interesting. So I thought about you when I was reading your bio and about that. And I wonder if it'll have some real life experiences from people who have done the things you've done.
It's, I'm still in touch with Princess Cruises. This necklace that I have from Alaska was when I was on the Majestic. I'm going later this year with some of my friends that we used to work together. We're going on a cruise together. Oddly on the California coast where I live, but that's where we're going. So I do love cruising. I think it gives people, I always recommend it for intergenerational groups, that it's very easy. Even my own family, when I was working, they would come with me. One person in the Caribbean, one person could go golfing, I can go scuba diving, someone's on the beach, but you can all have dinner together. So I think sometimes cruising gets a bad rap, but I love it. And I always recommend it.
Right. Can I just say something about the movie business?
Yes.
Jason Momoa is coming out, I believe, hopefully in early 25, Chief of War, which is, he's Hawaiian and he's doing the Hawaiian story, the ancient Hawaiian story. Minnie and I've written a book, Wainani, A Voice from Old Hawaii. So I'm very eager to see what he does with it. I mean, I researched heavily and went to Hawaii many, many times and all the sacred places to have the details for my book. So I'm very excited to see what he does. Of course, many films in Hawaii on the North Shore where I live, Valley High and Descendants and a few others, many others. So yeah, I'm really excited to see what Jason does with Hawaii.
Yeah.
Apple TV, I think it's on, Chief of War.
Yeah. It's just so many great places to just show around the world. My particular favorite is White Lotus, just because I love anything that shows luxury resorts in great locations. I'm in. I'm in for sure. You can't deny that. I'm wondering, have any of you guys ever, kind of planned a travel destination, planned a trip, and then got there and kind of threw it all up in the air and said, I'm going to do something different now. I just decided once I'm here, I want to take different tours or go to different cities than I planned. Anything like that?
I have one. I was backpacking in Asia, and at the time was sort of the beginning of Twitter, and I wasn't really sure, did Twitter do anything? And Alex Jimenez, who now owns the Women's Travel Fest conference, she tweeted me in Thailand, and she asked me to come where she was in Koh Samui to interview me for her site, Travel Fashion Girl. And so that was the very first time I felt like Twitter did something. Like someone reached out to me in the travel space, and we ended up having the best time. And she was working with a whole bunch of other tech travel people in Koh Samui. And one of the guys that lived
wow.
with her became my first tech, I called him the tech wizard. And he helped my website, We Said Go Travel, so much. I'm still in touch with him. Next month when I'm in Ireland, I'm going to see him, but I've known him since 2012. And that's all
Wow.
because Alex tweeted me.
You never know. What a small world. What about you, Linda and Jen? Ever just gone someplace, had a plan, and then just tore up the plan once you got there?
I've had it happen against my will.
Uh-oh.
When I got to, and this story's in my 12 Trips in 12 Months book, but when I got to Mexico, I initially intended to go there to swim with whale sharks. Again, I go for a specific reason because of a specific thing I want to do. And so whale sharks, again, this very seasonal thing that only happens pretty much during the summer months in Mexico and only in a specific location. And even then, like, you have to be lucky with going out on that particular day. So when I arrived, there was a storm that was there the day that I got there, and that was leaving the day that I left. So basically, all of the days that I had there were a wash for doing this. All of the whale shark diving tours were canceled. And so I had to find something else to do with my time in Mexico. And that's how I ended up actually scuba diving the underwater museum. So that was I had a mini PADI certification. I managed to go down. I got pictures with me in a Volkswagen underwater, but that was most definitely not my intention. And it all worked out because I was determined to make it work out. And so I was like, I'm just going to find somewhere and keep calling until somebody answers the phone, which is tough to do because Mexico is, heavy tourism. So when they have rain, that's their only break. It's not Christmas, it's not like it's when it rains and the tourists can't come out, like then they can finally relax. So nobody was answering the phone. And it did work out for me, but definitely was not my intended itinerary at all.
Wow.
Well, on that front, I haven't really gone someplace and changed my whole plan. But when I went to Australia, I was with a company, Overseas Adventure Travel, hosted me. Again, I love that company. And after being with them, I jumped ship and went to Tasmania on my own. So usually what I do is have a week of solo travel after I've been with a company. And that way I can go back and visit. And I don't have it planned. I just do a free fall after I've had an overview. And then I have lots of really fun discoveries, and I just sort of let it happen, for a week or so on my own dime. And that gives me a more personal experience. And I love to explore. So, and I do research before I go. So I have some clue of what I don't want to miss. But I don't try to do everything. I think that's a mistake to try to cram too much into a week or two that you might have in any given place.
Great. And then before we wrap up, I just kind of really quickly want to go back to all of you guys and just kind of what advice would you give to people who would love to do what you've done, write a successful travel book?
Well, you start with articles, and there's a million opportunities online. You can get your clips, and then, you find your niche. And then you go to publicists, PRs for companies and so on, and you show them what you can do for them because they don't care about you. They want to know, what can that person do for me? So I think you need to approach it as a business. Lisa and Jen know this for sure. And they do an incredible job being entrepreneurial in this situation. But I think that would be the beginning, the start.
What about you, Jen? What kind of advice would you offer to aspiring travel authors?
Well, when we're talking about being an author particularly, it means that you're probably trying to get a book deal. And so if that's the case, a lot of people go about this by blindly pitching agents. So they just go, they find the list of agents, they compile 100 plus, and then they go down the list sending emails to those agents, and then they cross their fingers that their materials are going to be worthy enough to get a response. And I think that puts a lot of pressure on people because it sometimes isn't about you at all. It could be just the fact that you are sending something into obscurity. It's same thing if you were to be pitching a travel article and you're pitching the general pitches@gmail.com inbox instead of the editor themselves. And so I think it's really important because what we do is still in a field that requires personal connections. That's why a lot of people end up finding agents from recommendations. For me, I didn't have, friends that were necessarily in this space. Now I do. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Linda, for being my new friends in this space. But I think in general, what I did was I went to the Writer's Digest conference and I paid extra for the pitch slam. And the pitch slam was a special part of that conference where I was designated to meet with 8 agents that were interested in representing travel memoirs. And that day they were meeting with me and maybe 10 other people. So I have a much better chance of standing out because it's much less competition. It's face-to-face interaction. And now you see me as a human as opposed to one more submission in your bulk submission inbox. So I think you just have to do what you need to put yourself out there. I was at a keynote once and I saw somebody that had a TV show and she mentioned how she pushed herself to get into this conference that she wasn't invited to go and talk to the person, that does that show. And sometimes that connection, just doing something to take yourself out of that anonymous, not even anonymous, but just that bulk submission to be put into a face-to-face connection with someone is important. And it still carries a lot of weight. And it's going to save you so much heartbreak thinking that it's that your materials aren't worthy when it's just that you're not standing out enough.
Right. And then lastly, Lisa?
Well, thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here at BookFest. And one of my recommendations would be to come to conferences like this and then make the actual connections like Jen's talking about. We've talked about today at different conferences and, working to find an agent and writing the articles. And Jen and I both have classes. I have a new class, Travel Writer 101 on Udemy. And I think that reaching out to actual people, I have people that message me on every single different platform and ask questions. And, for me, the people that blurbed my book were writers that I followed, that I made friends with, and they helped me. And I think that it's an interesting community that people really know how hard it is to get published and are really generous about helping the next generation of writers.
Well, thank you so much. We could go on forever talking about travel. As you can see, we love travel, but unfortunately, we've come to the end of our panel. And I just want to thank everybody for being part of the BookFest Fall 2024. We appreciate your participation. So stay tuned for much more fun and this free online bookish adventure.
Oh, thank you so much. It's been wonderful. Thank you.
Hello and welcome everyone to the BookFest Fall 2024. My name is Amy Ravichandran and I have the incredible honor, I'm very excited about this conversation, but I have the incredible honor of being joined by one of New York Times best-selling authors, multiple times, should I add, Kelly Armstrong. And we're going to be diving into this conversation called Ripping Through History. Kelly, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Oh, I am very excited / nervous about this conversation. I have been anticipating our conversation for a long time. So I'm just incredibly honored that I get to talk to you. So I want to kind of dive in to a little bit of your backstory and how did you get started writing? And more specifically, what was that pivotal point where you went from just kind of doodling or writing short stories to being, okay, I really want to try to publish this and pursue this and see where this can take me?
Okay. Yeah, I've been telling stories since before I was old enough to write them down. So certainly as a child, they were all short stories. When I got into high school, they became novellas. So I continued with short fiction. Then when I was finished university, I started thinking maybe I would like to not certainly write full time, but the dream at that point was to possibly be able to write part time, which of course meant novels, because as much as I love writing short fiction, I knew they were not going to pay the bills. And still, even today, I do continue to write short fiction, but I often joke that I am making under minimum wage for those. They are truly a labor of love. So then that would have been early 20s. And if I was going to then start writing novels, I also wanted to start polishing my craft. So joining writers groups, taking writing courses, and working towards the goal of someday getting a couple of books published.
See, I love that. So I have, Kelly, I've never written a book. I just help authors and I get to hear your guys' story and I get to kind of market them and do fun things. But I love how authors like yourself, how you guys just kind of get started. And then you just kind of take that leap and you're like, you know what, I'm going to do this. And I'm going to kind of make something of it and see what it could be. So you've written over 30 books. Is that correct? 32 books? Is that right?
It's more like 62, but yes.
Oh my gosh. Okay. See, I'm telling you, I was nervous about just
There's
doing
a
this.
lot to count. Even I just recently counted because I figured it was probably over 50 and it was quite a bit over 50. So yeah.
Wow. Oh my gosh. And you write in multiple genres.
Mm-hmm.
So just for clarification, how many genres and what genres do you write in?
Okay, so I also write for multiple age groups, so I'll tackle that first. Most of it is most of it is adult. Then there is some YA and less middle grade. And for genres, I got started in urban fantasy, quickly added in mystery to that. Continued writing urban fantasy, contemporary fantasy, mystery. Most of my short fiction was horror because I love horror. There just has not been a big market for it. So I always told my agent, if you ever see the market ticking up for horror, let me know because I'd love to do a full length horror. So that happened in the last few years. So I have added horror to that. And I also accidentally wrote a rom-com that came out this year, which is very different from everything else that I do.
I love that. So you had me at like murder mystery, psychological thrillers, those kinds. That's Amy. That's my realm. That makes me happy. I am new to the fantasy realm. So I want to kind of dive in. What made you start, in urban fantasy? Do you enjoy reading that? How did that kind of come about before you kind of branched into these other genres?
Yeah. So I grew up reading folklore, mythology, every book that the library had. I read all of my early short stories. Again, were more of a horror / light horror. So you would get ghosts, werewolves, and such in it. When I started writing, trying to get published, I veered away from that. I really was strongly advised to not write that kind of stuff. So I was trying straight up mystery, trying straight up a romance, got frustrated and decided that I was going to write this book about a female werewolf. And this would have been the 90s. Even though there was no market for that, I thought I'm just going to have fun writing it. Not surprisingly, that's the one that sold because that's the one that my heart was in. So that sold 1999, came out in 2001, and it was just at the cusp of the urban fantasy surge before we even had a name for it. They were at first called supernatural thrillers, then they were called paranormal mysteries, and they ended up being called urban fantasy.
Nice. So I'm always curious to know how this evolves for every author. So every publishing journey for every book is different and it's different for every author. So what was your journey to being published with your first book? What was that journey or process like for you?
Mm-hmm. So I'd written a few novels that didn't go anywhere. Like I said, straight up mystery, straight up romance, and they did not go anywhere. I wrote this female werewolf book, and I was not intending to attempt to sell it. But of course, once you get it done, you're like, well, maybe this has something. So I had a writing instructor take a look at it, and he said, I said, do you think that there's any point in trying to pursue publication for this? He was like, absolutely. Offered to recommend me to an agent. And he mentioned one who was my top agent. For I am Canadian, and she was the biggest genre agent in Canada. So clearly top of my list. He called her up and said he had a student, and she had written a book that he thought she might like. And she said, "What's it about?" He said, "Werewolves." She said, "No, no, no." She was really a thriller agent. So he continued pressing until, as he said, as she later told me, she only said yes to get him off the phone. He told me, "Go ahead, send it in, but don't expect anything." She really doesn't want to read it. And I'm like, "Then why am I sending this?" But okay. So that was back in the days when you actually had to physically print off the manuscript. So print off this 400-page sucker, send it out. Agent gets it, and about a week later, she called and offered to represent me, because while she has no interest in werewolves or anything like that fantasy, what she does like is dark thrillers and what she would call strong female characters, and this book had that.
Nice. So you just had someone that was pestering the agent and was just like, "Okay, I'm going to say yes to get you off my back." So I love that. See, everyone's journey and story is different, and you had your advocate kind of there constantly pecking like a woodpecker at this agent, which is a wonderful thing. So I want to dive into that book specifically because you said it was, dark female werewolf, and correct me if I'm wrong. It wouldn't be the first time I would be wrong. But is this the one that you had a TV series based off of? Is that this book?
Yeah, that is it. Yeah.
Wonderful. Because I'm curious to know how that storyline kind of came about for you. Did it just happen? Some authors, it happens in their sleep where they see something and kind of run with it. So what was that kind of moment for you?
So the storyline actually came from a short story that I wrote. I wrote a short story about a female werewolf. That was back when I was building up some credits, getting a short fiction published. And for that one, the editor of it was just a small literary magazine. The editor actually called me. This was way back when. Called me and was like, I want to publish this, and just telling me how much she loved that story. And I had already been thinking I would love to do a novel with that character. So having somebody, very enthusiastic about a character that I was like, I don't know if this is what anybody else wants to actually read. So I ended up making that little short story some backstory for this character, and then launched into a full-length novel.
Nice. Yeah, because I was going to say, so I am new to just the werewolf genre in general, fantasy in that kind of realm. But a lot of the ones that I read nowadays, there are a lot of female-led books like that are the female-led kind of werewolf. And so it was interesting when I was going through and I was reading about that book and finding out more information. I was like, man, this really must have been like a pivotal moment in that genre, because it seems more popular now than it was at the time that book came out. So look at you, just making trends. I love it, making waves and being successful at it. So you are successful, and I mean very successful in multiple genres, right? Which can be very difficult, and when you're writing styles and stuff and changing it and everything. So how do you manage that? You have series and a bunch of different genres and stuff. Do you ever work on more than one book in a different genre at the same time, or are you a one book genre per time? What is that kind of process for you? Because you manage a lot. Like you said, you have over 60 books. I was way off on that, but you have over 60 books that you've published in multiple genres. So how do you manage all of that?
I focus on one book at a time, and writing in multiple genres, because I read heavily in all the genres that I write in. So it's something that keeps it fresh for me. I think I would have burned out long ago if I had said I'm only going to write urban fantasy or any genre. There's not one that I want to stick in forever. So I focus on one. Right now I'm writing horror. So I'm writing horror while editing something different. So I'm editing one of my mysteries while I'm writing the horror. The last one that I wrote was a young adult thriller. So I'm going to have it scheduled so that I can break things up, so that I'm not going to be writing the same genre back to back. And also, I don't ever try to write two at once, or that would drive me nuts. Because I do write primarily first person. So I really do have to write as the character in that voice, and every character has a different voice. So it would be very hard for me to, be writing in the voice of this one character, and then that same day writing later, a chapter in the voice of somebody else. I really need to completely immerse myself in one story at a time, and it usually works. There are rare times when a bunch of edits all land at once, and I need to take a break from writing. But whenever possible, one book writing, and writing it start to finish without interruptions.
See, I love that. Like, I have met authors, I've talked to authors, and some are working on 10 books at the same time and juggling back and forth. Now, like I said, I am not a writer. I live through you guys. You guys are so creative. And, if you have seen my emails, my grammar is just, you're lucky I'm spelling things right, But I feel like if I was going to write a book, I would have to focus one at a time, because I would get lost. And I feel like stories would start blending together, and it would cause burnout much quicker, So I love that that's what you do. So it kind of feeds into my next question that I have. And I'm mostly just curious, so what do you do outside of writing? Because writing can be a full-time job, especially with everything that you've accomplished. So what is your downtime to kind of take that breather and reset?
Yeah, well, for many years, my downtime was raising kids because when I sold Bitten, I had a 7-year-old. And I was 6 months pregnant with my second child. By the time that book came out, we had our daughter plus a 6-month-old and an 18-month-old and a newborn. So I had 2 kids under the age of 2 when I finally got published. So years of juggling that. Now they are, the youngest is 23. So they are all grown. And that gives me a lot more time. And then I've had to learn, like, how do I then go back to finding hobbies? Because I don't have just work and kids. And so, yes, a lot of what I'm doing, obviously reading. I mean, that's always been my biggest hobby. Always, baking, cooking, but also doing a lot more outdoor stuff. Now that the kids are grown, we've gotten a cottage. It's actually up in the Yukon, which, for anyone who does not know where that is, just think Canada's version of Alaska. It's right beside Alaska. So getting out and doing all of that, things that I loved as a teen and kind of backburnered for years, kayaking, hiking, mountain climbing, whatever else we are doing up there, biking, things that I had put aside for so many years and I'm now getting it back into.
Nice. Making some time for you, doing those things. You've raised your kids and juggled all that while writing and being successful as you are. I can relate to that. I have a 5 and a 4-year-old. They're 13 months apart, and it's a struggle. And that second one really gets you. Okay. She really gets you. It really pushes all your buttons. So it's amazing to hear that you could juggle all of that, and writing and doing all those things and, doing multiple roles just in your life. And so I think that's just an amazing accomplishment in and of itself. So kudos to you. Look at you doing all those cool things. I love it. So you're obviously still writing. Clearly, you're still writing. You still have the love for it. So talk to us about one of your latest novels.
Okay, so right now, so I've always got what I consider a main series, and that is no disrespect to anything else that I am writing. I do have a mystery series, Rocked In, which then spun off, and I can see the end of that right in my headlights. Book of 4 is done and it ends at 5. So I know that I am almost done. So that is no longer what I consider my main series, what I'm more focused on, and that's the one that I'm getting up and running. So that would be the Rip Through Time series, which is time travel mystery set in 1869 Edinburgh. It is modern day Canadian police detective goes to Edinburgh, and through a twist of fate ends up in the body of a 19-year-old housemaid in 1869 Edinburgh, working for a doctor who is doing work in early forensic science.
Okay, we're going to have to unravel that, because I feel like there was some research that had to go into that, especially if you're time traveling and you're jumping to that time period and stuff. So talk to us about what your process was in finding that research and how you kind of went about to tie it in to your novel.
So the research there is twofold. One is setting. It is set in Edinburgh. And so my plan when I sold the series, I pitched it, sold it. My plan was that I was going to go over and do research while I was writing. I had been in Scotland, but not in Edinburgh precisely. So I had every plan to spend a couple weeks there researching. And that was 2019, and the trip was planned for spring of 2020. So one can imagine that trip did not happen. I thought, no problem. I will get that research done next year. I will go next year, and I will still have time to get the research in before the book comes out in 2022. That did not happen either. So I was literally there at the time that the book came out in 2022. So I was researching future novels, which then meant that I had to rely heavily on maps, Google Earth, everything, going through everything I could on the area. But I also found 4 beta readers who lived in Edinburgh to read through it and to tell me what I'd done. Since then, I have been 3 times, including just recently. I'm doing research for a future book. So that's the setting. The history, yes, requires a lot. I absolutely love reading historical fiction. I have always been terrified to write it because it is so much work to get it correct. It is doing endless. I have shelves of books on Victorian Scotland, whether it's to deal with policing in that area, forensics in that area, housekeeping in that area, because she was a housemaid. And social, economic, trust me, everything, and primary sources, meaning whenever possible to the actual records written at the time, which aren't always the same as secondary sources, which is somebody in say our era writing about that. So it's endless research, but also with the understanding that I'm going to get things wrong. And I'm very clear about that. My author's note says, I am not a historian, guaranteed to get things wrong. However, there is one cheat that I used, which is very helpful to me. Time travel, because my protagonist, the narrator, is modern. She is coming from our world, which means she's not going to know everything about that world. She is not a history major either, and she is going to get things wrong. So sometimes what her perceptions of what she thinks things will be like are wrong, and I can correct them when she's there, say, oh, I expected this, and it's not like that. But also I have a bit of leeway where she's not expected to know all the history of that time. She is experiencing it as we go. So it's a bit of a cheat. Oh, also that means I don't have to have her inner narration sounding historical.
See, and fiction gives you that flexibility, where it's just like, oh, I got, the time period. It may not be 100% accurate, but it's fiction. We're rolling with it. It gives you that flexibility, which I think is why I most enjoy reading fiction. Historical fiction is one of my favorites when I'm not diving into psychological thrillers and, like Gone Girl and those kinds of things. It's relaxing for me, oddly enough, who would have thought historical fiction would be relaxing, but It's one of those things that just is for sure. But I hate to hear that every time you tried to go and do your research, it just never went through. And, I feel like those are the blips in time for all of us when we're just like, did those
World
really
events,
happen?
right?
Yeah. I don't think those years really happened. I don't remember them. And, we've just fast forward.
Nobody
We did our own
expected it.
time travel,
Yep.
our own time travel for sure. But now you've gotten to go and you're researching for future books. So that kind of brings me to a random question, and I'm just curious about it. I'm not a big traveler myself. I'm here in Texas, and I feel like Texas is just big enough in and of itself. 15 hours, you're still in the same state. So I'm not a big traveler, but I'm curious to know what is one of your most favorite places, I guess I would say, that you've had the opportunity to travel to, whether for research for a book or just, like a family vacation.
Yeah, and certainly, Scotland is a big favorite of mine. Luckily, since I've set stuff there, but I had been there. I had been on Skye. I'd been to Glasgow, so I sort of knew that this was an area that I would not be unhappy having the excuse to travel to. So I can certainly do that. Alaska, and that again was Alaska, Yukon was a place that we absolutely loved, and I set a series there. My other mystery series is set there, which then we ended up putting a cottage there. So those are the types of places that I really enjoy. A little more laid back, a little more wild, a little more, able to. Edinburgh has the history, but once you're out there into the Highlands, it is just gorgeous scenery and open roads.
I love that. See, you make me want to travel, but I'm a terrible flyer. Like, I don't feel like me and you on an airplane. I don't think you would be like, we need to leave her behind. I'm a terrible flyer. So that's probably why I just drive everywhere in Texas. It's just, I'm just a terrible, terrible flyer. But I love to hear that. And, the research that goes into it, it just shows your passion for writing and for your books and the genres that you write in. And so I want to kind of dive in, if it's okay with you, I want to dive in a little bit behind that. How did your passion for writing kind of come about? You said that you've been a storyteller all your life, and you started with novellas and things like that. But where did it just become such a deep passion? Because it does come across in your writing and just listening to you talk. So where did that kind of evolve and come from?
I honestly don't know. I was reading very young. My parents, I was the first child, so they decided that they believed that literacy was going to be extremely big. Now, my mom was a reader. My dad, depends, but they really wanted their kids to be readers. And being the first one, you have all those hopes and all those, plans. So certainly my earliest memories are after dinner while mom was stuck cleaning up, sitting with dad, and he'd be reading me books. And then they say I was reading by the age of 3, but I am pretty sure I had just memorized the books and could just read them back. But then that became telling my own stories, was that I would read a book, or I'd be read a book, and I would do what we would now call fan fiction, where I would then be making up my own stories set in that world, like what happens after the book ends, or send those characters on a different story. And I would talk about these characters going on different stories, and I would start making it up. So I presume that where it came from was just that early exposure to storytelling, that then I just naturally went to, I now want to continue telling the story. And then as I got older, it became, I want to tell my own stories. And I think in a way that has always been, I want to tell the stories that I want to read. I am entertaining myself first. So my first reader always has to be myself. So I cannot, if somebody said, oh, this genre, at one point, vampires were really hot. Like my agent said, if you ever want to write a vampire novel. And I'm like, they just don't capture me the same way that something like Werewolves, Witches does. And I feel like I need to enjoy what I am writing first, because if I don't enjoy it, how do I expect a reader to enjoy it?
Absolutely, because I feel like you are your own, like your own biggest fan, and you write in the genre in which you love and enjoy to read, especially, right? And so I feel like if you were writing a book with characters, like with vampires, just to say, your heart and your passion really wouldn't be in it, and it would come across to your readers. So you really have to write what you enjoy. And I think that's why you've been so successful at it, is because you're really writing for yourself and what you enjoy reading, and storylines in which you would enjoy. And you've thought of yourself as the consumer first, which is like, as a marketing person, this is what we tell everybody. You are your own consumer, right? And so I love to hear that. And then just to see all the success that you've had across the board for several years. And so I want to dive into that moment when you hit the New York Times bestselling list the first time, right? Where were you at? What were you doing? Was it, did your agent expect it to happen, or was it just complete shock? Walk us through that moment and what that was like.
So the first time hitting it was, so my first, it was book 7 of The Other World, and the first 6, was it 6 or, oh wait, it was 7. Sorry, I'm trying to figure it out. The first ones had all come out in paperback. And so this was the first one to come out in hardcover, and we'd been so close to hitting that list. And I was disappointed when it came out in hardcover. My first books, actually, sorry, now that I recall, the first 2 were originally hardcover, and they struggled. Book 3, they started going directly to paperback, and that's when the series took a hold. So when they said you're going back to hardcover, I was like, oh no, I was so close to hitting the list, and it felt like resetting. So I decided that I would try to encourage people to buy the hardcover by running what we would now call a pre-order promotion, which is way more common now. But it was not common then. And I was like, I will, send out little, if you send me a proof of a purchase, I will send you out a little pack, which was a signed book plate, some bookmarks, I think, pen, just a little swag pack. That was back in the days when that would have been 2006, 2007. And so they actually had to mail it in, and I got literal mail bags. I've never seen mail bags. I had 2 mail bags full of these. It was way more than I expected, but it also apparently got me on the New York Times list, which was not my intention. I was just really worried that readers were going to be so upset about the book coming out in hardcover, which is so much more expensive, that I wanted to give a little bonus for them, taking that chance. But that was it. And I believe when I got the call, I was at a convention because I was in a hotel room, and I got that call, and I was like, "Are you sure? Are you really sure?" Because I really thought I was going to have to rebuild in hardcover before I had any chance of hitting it.
I love to hear that story, because it wasn't expected, and you were just, you got these bags of pre-order letters, which is just astonishing to me. And I think that's incredible to just kind of hear. But I think for me, the biggest takeaway for them was the New York Times bestseller list, that's amazing. You should be incredibly proud. But you were more focused on helping your readers. You didn't want them to feel, because you had paperback going to hardback, which is more expensive. So you were trying to do, swag bags and stuff to make it worth, their money in investing in that. And so that's my whole thing, is I'm just like, wow, you really took the time to think about that, and not so much about hitting the list. And then when it happened, you were just like, are you sure? I don't know if this is legit. So I love to kind of hear that. And I mean, now look at everything that you've accomplished in all of your stories, and you're writing, and you're still writing and coming up with stories. And so, what is next for you? You mentioned that one of your series is coming close. It's 5 books. You're on 4. So it's coming close to closure there. So what's next after that for you?
I've got a lot of irons in the fire right now, and that is, you very quickly learn this in publishing is, you will go through what, a definite roller coaster of the ups and downs, and you have to learn to sort of go with them, just sort of lean into them. So there will be lean times when you're just not getting contracts, or you're getting like one, contract. And in that, when I was having some lean times, I did a bit of indie, which I really enjoyed. But now the contracts are coming, fast. So I am leaning into that and writing more than I normally write, but it's because I know, again, that's not going to last. So you strike while the iron is hot. So that series will come to an end, and I'm not really planning on replacing it right now because there's other things going on. I've got the Rip Through Time series is up to, I think book 4 comes out next year. I also do novellas in that. I have a YA thriller that I was not intending to write, but the publisher asked if I had any ideas for another one, and I actually did. So I was like, okay, I'll pitch that one idea, and they took it. I've also got the horror, and I've got something else, and we're in the early stages where I can't talk about stuff, but I have something else in the works too. So I'm thinking that when that mystery series ends, I am not going to make any attempt right now to replace it. I'll just wait and see if something else happens to come along.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, you don't have your track record for no reason, right? You kind of pick and choose not necessarily your battles, but where to put your time and your energy into. And you have a lot currently going on, and you write in multiple genres. Horror is one. It's up there with psychological thrillers for me. So I will definitely have to check those out. I enjoy being scared in that sense, not I like a good slasher movie and those kinds of things. But when you read a horror book, there's just something different about it than a movie and those kinds of things. So I will have to check those out because I am very curious and interested in that. And so before we get off that topic though, because this question popped in my head and I'm just curious, when you write your horror books, any one of them, right? What kind of research, or if any, goes into doing that? What is your horror writing process, I guess, for that?
And a lot of the horror has less of that type of research because I may need to research a locale. Right now, the books are all set on a Great Lake, which was accidental, but I ended up doing Lake Superior for the first one, Lake Erie for the second one. I live on the Great Lakes. It's literally, I can see it out that window is Erie. So I thought, well, why don't I just try to place them all on the Great Lakes. So I do a bit of research for the ones that I don't live on, and a little bit of research here and there. But because I grew up with that folklore and with the horror, I'm more leaning into tropes that I have enjoyed. And we talk a lot about tropes in romance, but they really do apply in everything. So the first book, the trope that I was leaning into is trapped on an island with something that wants to kill you. So, we have seen books that have that idea, and I personally really enjoy that particular trope. The second one involves a haunted house and seances and, some past trauma. So, those are things that I am pulling into it. So I kind of go for each one saying, what are the tropes that I really like in horror, and what do I want to write about?
So yeah, I love that, because just and hearing you talk and in this whole conversation that we've been having, a lot of it is you write from what you enjoy. So what tropes do you enjoy? What genres do you enjoy? What do you really enjoy in reading? And then you work that into it. And I feel like that plays like a very pivotal role in why you are so successful, because you write for yourself and what you enjoy, right? And throughout this entire conversation, that's what I've heard. And it just makes me smile, because I'm just like, you can't write, you can't be an author and write all these books just to make a lot of money, or because, you want to just have the next movie out there. You really have to do it for yourself. And so to hear you say that with the success that you've had is just it's an incredible thing to just hear and to kind of witness it and to see it. And so I'm sure that your support system, your family and everything like that plays a pivotal role, because having that support system so you can write and do all these things is, important. So what did that support system look like for you when things really started taking off and you started getting more and more known?
I have a wonderful support system, and I definitely know how important that is, because having seen writers who don't have it, particularly seeing writers who are not yet published who don't have it, because there is, I certainly meet, writers who will have a partner who just doesn't see the point in writing. If it doesn't bring in money, what is the point? And the point is, well, it's a hobby. If it's not bringing in money, it's a hobby. Same as if you were painting, or same as if you were doing, yoga or whatever else. And I feel that especially as women, we often don't think of that. We don't give ourselves the time to do things that aren't productive. We're so focused on productive. Does it make things for the family? Does it make money? That certainly can be important. And I've met so many people whose spouse is waiting for their career to make some money. I did not have that. My husband, no, absolutely not. I mean, we've been together a very long time, and I have always written. He's always been very supportive. People used to joke that he would hand sell my books if he had to, and he never cared whether it was making money, not making money. That was just a thing that I loved doing, and the pressure instead came from me. So it took me like 7 years to write Bitten, because I was always thinking, I need to do the laundry. I need to do this. This writing thing isn't actually producing anything. So the pressure definitely came from me. Moving forward, continuing, my kids grew up with me as a writer. My daughter was young enough that she only vaguely recalls life before mom was writing. My sons never had life before mom was a published author. So they've grown up with this and knowing how to give me space and let me do writing. And then as the kids got older, my husband had the chance to his current workplace shut down, and we decided that the boys, the younger ones, would have been about 10, 11. And we decided that I was making enough that it made more sense for him to stay home and take over all that. And that was wonderful, because I was being expected to travel, and that was really tricky when mom's traveling and dad's working. And so he stayed home, took over cooking, took over running around the kids to appointments. So when people looked at my output during that time and were like, how did you write like 2 books a year plus raising kids? I was like, because I literally have a husband who stays home and looks after that part. So I can devote more time to writing because it made financial sense.
See, I love that. And congratulations on you and your husband being together forever. I think that's amazing and worth celebrating. But a support system really does play, I feel like, in any writer at any point in time, whether you're just starting or you're, successful like you are, having that support system is very pivotal. It's very important. And it makes or breaks writers, I feel like, sometimes. And so I love to hear the stories behind it and all of that. But I'm curious to know, so I like to bake, and you mentioned that was one of your things that you enjoy doing is baking. So what is one of your favorite things that you enjoy kind of baking in your downtime?
Chocolate chip cookies. I mean, literally, that is my go-to. It's even in my official bio, eating chocolate chip cookies. So they're my favorite chocolate. That's a very simple one. And I tend to go back to my regular recipe, though I'm always seeing new ones and just saying, let me try that one. Brownies are a big one at this time of year. It's apples. So we went out to the orchard apple picking yesterday, which means we have bags and bags of apples. So I will be making apple cake later on today.
Oh, nice. See, my favorite is a good apple pie is my favorite to eat. I cannot bake it to save my life. I have tried and it just doesn't come out the way it should. But I would say my favorite thing to bake is like these mini buntini cupcakes. And then you
Oh
just
yeah.
you play with the icing on it. It's just
Mhm.
I don't know because it's one of those that you can have 2, 3, 4, 5 of them and you don't feel bad because they're small. So it's like I
Mhm.
really only had two. So I don't know. I like to make mini ones like that, and then I don't feel so bad for eating eating a whole lot of them. So I love it, and I love to just hear that. And then I did see the chocolate chip in your bio and making you like to make different ones, and so
Mhm.
I love to kind of hear that. And then hear authors, even as successful as you are, we're human. You like down to earth things. Writing is not something that you do all the time. You do have free time. You do have a family,
Mhm.
so I love to hear that, but I also want to thank, because I know that we are running out of time this conversation. I
Mhm.
feel like me and you could talk for hours. It would just be a wonderful, amazing conversation. But I do want to thank the Book Fest for allowing me the opportunity to get to meet you and to talk and to have this really fun conversation. I want to thank you so much for kind of taking the time out to come and have this conversation with us.
Thank you so much. It has been a wonderful interview, and thank you for taking the time. And of course, thank you to BookFest for having us here.
Are you ready to travel back to the good old days here at the BookFest Fall 2024? This historical fiction panel just might open your eyes. We often think of the good old days as being nostalgic and we remember it fondly. We wear those rose colored glasses, but sometimes those good old days can hide darker truths. We have three historical fiction authors with us today. Each of them have a book, or in some cases, books that take us back to a different time in American history. Grinnell, Desert. Buzz, say your name for me.
Say it like Beaujolais, Desjardins.
Beaujolais.
Beaujolais, Desjardins.
Grinnell, Desjardins is with us. He's
beautiful.
I got it right. He's a debut Native American novelist of historical fiction. His book is called Saving Casey. He's also a business owner and he is a recovering alcoholic. Rebecca Hendricks is an award-winning author of YA historical fiction, the Hound Dog series, which includes the #1 bestseller, Hound Dog, that's the first book, and Hard Dog's Night. We also have Stacia Moffat. She writes of growing up in Tennessee in the 1950s. Her Lost and Found in Tennessee series is one that you cannot ignore. She is retired from a career in invertebrate neurobiology, and she lives in a wild canyon in Washington State. Wow, right.
Well,
This is a great panel.
Cool. That is really cool.
All right. What we're going to start with is something I think is really cool too. Let's have you all set the stage with your setting and your place and time. Stacia, let's start with you. Tell us about the Lost and Found in Tennessee series.
These books are set in Western Tennessee, a small town, a hypothetical town. But that was the area where my father grew up, and I visited it frequently. And so I got to know that part of the state. And I wanted a rural setting and a small town to build characters and tell the story about the 1950s. So this is a very nostalgic time for people nowadays. The 1950s are looked upon as being the good old days. And I remember the 1950s. So I can, yes.
And Rebecca, you take us to the 1950s as well, but a different place. Can you tell us about your books?
Yes. I am writing a young adult historical fiction series called Hound Dogged. It too takes place in a fictional small town of Madison. It's located not far from Chicago, so it's a rural area, and I liked that backdrop as well because it was such a prominent, like real nostalgic piece and from the 50s as those small towns, with the
Yeah.
soda shops and things like that.
Yeah, the Midwest, the place where everything is nice and wholesome.
Yeah.
Maybe not. Maybe
Yeah.
not. All right, and Buzz, we're kind of going across the country here, if you notice. Buzz, tell us about the setting of your book.
Okay, actually, two major landscapes. One is in Southern California, the town of Downey, Long Beach specifically, in those areas, and also actually where my ancestors are from and still live in Montana, in the area around Cutbank, Montana, in that area on the Blackfeet Indian Reservation. So those two areas.
Buzz, I'm going to hang out with you for this next question. Why is it that and I'll give everybody a chance to answer, why do you think that we look at this period of time nostalgically? Why do we wear those so-called rose-colored glasses when we look back at this time and place in history?
Yeah, and really, this takes place, and I didn't mention, takes place in the 70s.
Mm.
And for me, I like nostalgic stuff. I think it was a great period of time. Of course, when we're there living that thing, we don't maybe think so, like it's a tough time. But looking back, it was very romantic, very peaceful, let's say. And things were a lot different in that area. I think people were a lot nicer to one another. People actually had manners. So there's some of that too that intrigues me, and I like those kinds of things.
Rebecca, what do you think? Why do we wear those rose-colored glasses?
Well, I really agree with Buzz's comment because it's the feeling of a simpler time and just the innocence, if you will, of it all. I mean, even though it was a lot of it was about not, like keeping problems hidden. You didn't go out and tell everybody your business. You kept things kind of close to the vest, and you wanted to put forth your best face, and you wanted everybody to think the best of you. And like Buzz was saying, you were more kinder. There was more morals. There was more, you just really cared about your neighbors, and especially in a small town, everybody knew everybody else. And it when I look back, it just makes me feel good. It just is a simpler time.
It does, but there's always that dark underbelly, Stacia.
Yes. Okay. Well, in the 1950s, the U.S. was on top of the world. We had proved ourselves on the national military stage, and we were booming. And so, from the standpoint of white Americans, white male Americans, it was wonderful. But it was not the same for the blacks. It was not the same for anyone with brown skin. And it was therefore a contrast that I wanted to bring out in my books between the idealism of the women are all happily engaged in having families and taking care of their stoves and their refrigerators and their dishwashers. And they did not necessarily have careers. They did not have options for anything outside the home. That's where they were supposed to be.
Yeah, and Rebecca, let's bounce over to you because you have a lot of themes that deal with race and identity in your books as well.
Yeah, I did delve into the mom at home piece. like the perfect model of what it was to be a woman back then, and how they were, supposed to stay at home and, be the housewife and the mother. And I have a character in my book that is wanting to complete her college education and become a teacher, but her parents want her to marry. They have this idea of her marrying this young man who is very well off. He's going places. He's an up and coming engineer. And it's like, this is the perfect fit for you. And she's like, wait a second. I'm not ready. I want to complete my education. He's not really what I want to marry. He's not the man I want to marry. And, so she's having not only to deal with falling in love with somebody else, but also being pushed towards this career, this place that she doesn't want to be. And so there is a lot of that going on. And then in the later books, the African American piece does come into play big time.
Yeah. And we're jumping a little bit ahead, but since we're here, let's stick on that, because one of the things in your books, Rebecca, that you touch on is the appropriation. Rock and roll in many ways was appropriated by people of color.
Yes.
And can you speak to that, please?
Yeah, I mean, because rock and roll had its roots in the blues. And the blues were definitely influenced highly by they were the African American music at the time. So they're the ones that started it out and started to shape it. And then, of course, it had a little bit of country and a little bit of gospel thrown in, but it was predominantly the blues that started rock and roll. And that was looked down on. I mean, when it started to become popular music, the older people of the time weren't real thrilled with that. And they titled it the devil's music for that reason.
Buzz is snickering over there. He's like, well, I like that devil's music. Buzz, can you talk about, because in your books, okay, you're a decade or two ahead of the 1950s, but music also plays predominantly in your books as well, as does identity and race. So I invite you to chime in here.
Yeah, what I did is I wind up with two different cultures here. My book is centered roughly around Karen Carpenter. And basically, we know, I think most do, Karen Carpenter passed away at a very young age, 32, from anorexia, bulimia. And obviously no one knew what that was. We were back in the age of the late 60s and 70s. Twiggy was very fashionable then. And, if you were thought to be a little bit chunky, that wasn't a good thing, particularly if you were a performer. And so Karen Carpenter viewed herself that way, and no one understood what anorexia was. It's like when she died, everyone went, what? What's that? So the premise is, how do we save Karen Carpenter? How do we save KC? And that was a nickname that she went by. So what I did is I took an Indian kid out of Montana, shuffled him down to Long Beach, California, and through a set of unfortunate circumstances, he winds up in Vietnam, captured for 3 years, and then he comes back, and his betrothed is gone, his family's broken up in Montana, basically has no one. So it kind of goes from there when those two kind of meet up in a certain place, and then the story unfolds from there. But yes, there's music behind that, and the native kid has, learned from his mother some very interesting things, and he learned how to play the piano, read music, and do all these wonderful things. And for me, people ask me, "Oh, you must be a wonderful piano player." I wouldn't know a piano from a chicken leg.
And you're touching on something I think that everybody's book is hitting at in its own way, because going back to that first question, you think of this time in history or these times in histories as being very nostalgic. And we were all putting on airs in so many ways. Poor Karen Carpenter, to your point, she had to put on this facade. We stood behind this facade of being the perfect housewife, for example, or the, clean cut rock and roller. We couldn't be the one playing that devil music.
Stacia, I'll go back to you. What kind of disservice do you think that we do to ourselves as a society, to our children, to other people in the world when we kind of hide behind this veneer, so to speak?
My goodness. I think that we need to make all options available. And that's what is part of the story that I wrote, was the daughter trying to get her father's dream of music in all the schools, the black schools as well as the white schools, because he had worked so hard to get them to adopt music in the curriculum, but they overlooked the black school. And this was a typical Tennessee school board with money to spend on what they wanted to spend it on and very little for the blacks. So this was contrasting the black music that was in Nashville at that time, the blues on the streets of Nashville, the Grand Ole Opry in the Ryman Auditorium, and the Jubilee Singers at Fisk University. So it was a different era with lots of things to share, but people did have blinders on, and they did say this was right for us, and that's rejected as not part of our culture. And I think that we need to allow people to have the freedom to be exposed to all kinds of music.
Rebecca, I'll have you chime in again. What do you think about making music just more available for other people? And I know if you want to dip into the idea of appropriation as we talk about, or you talk about in your books.
Yeah, I mean, I think, the music was so, all about the ballroom music and everything. And then rock and roll brought in another piece that was very suggestive in a lot of ways and everything. But, even though they tried to really push down the African American stars at the time, the kids didn't. That didn't affect them at all. They didn't care who was singing. They just liked the music, and it made them feel good, and they danced. And unfortunately, everybody thought the way they were dancing was wrong. So it was like this constant battle of trying to do something different, trying to do something new, and then having it constantly wanting to push it back down. But I think with the introduction of Elvis, Elvis really brought it across the finish line. I think rock and roll would have become a thing, but he totally brought it to fruition because of who he was, just because he had that energy and that enthusiasm that wasn't popular to some because he was kind of exuberant in his movements, but he made it available, and he really put it over the top. And at that point, Pandora was out of the box and wasn't going back in.
And it seems to me too that sometimes when we're suppressing things, when we're told to force them down, that's when they can escape in very unpleasant ways. And I know, Buzz, in your book, you talk a lot about addiction. You mentioned anorexia and Karen Carpenter. Can you talk about, the themes of, when people are dealing with their own demons and how that was portrayed in your writing?
Yes, I can. And by the way, to Stacey's point, one of the best books that I read on the subject that you're talking about, and the other that you're talking about, is Quincy Jones's biography. He's like the Forrest Gump of music. He was everywhere and knew everyone. It's amazing. Yes. Interestingly, it's a very interesting thing. We obviously, if the kid comes from Montana, we have our roots in Montana. We have our culture and those kinds of things. There is there was an undercurrent of, I don't know if you could call music. It was more of a beat and a heartbeat and a rhythm of the land and of the animals. And of course, we take that to California and they kind of mix up. You know, obviously I come from a place where there was a lot of addiction and, you know, and I'm no different. I was genetically and environmentally predisposed. And so I was kind of like a dead duck for that sort of thing. So it's the thing we haul with us. So one of the things that was interesting that I discovered as I researched on this book is that the tie between anorexia and alcoholism is very close. In fact, a lot of people who are anorexic are alcoholic and or drug abusers and users, or both, all three. And it's very common because there's a lot of physical pain involved in anorexia and bulimia. It's amazing how much pain there is. And in the research, ultimately, alcoholism, and anybody who knows, cannot be cured. We can put it in remission by doing certain things, 12-step psychological help and those kinds of things. And it's a spiritual sickness and a spiritual condition that has to be attended to as well. Now, anorexia, consequently, is pretty much the same way. Physicians can do certain things, psychiatrists can do certain things, but then there's a limit to what they can do, and the rest of it is almost a pure spiritual cure. And it's not a cure again. It allows us to put it in remission, but we always have to stay on guard and do the things that keep. Like I still go to secret anonymous meetings after many years. In fact, I went to one this morning. And so that's how we stay in remission.
And you pour so much of yourself into your books. You all do. And you're doing the research. Stacia, I'm curious about your research because you grew up in a very similar area, but then, of course, you are a researcher by profession. Can you talk about the research that you did for your books?
My research actually informed me of the extent of segregation across the country. It wasn't just in the South. I think a lot of us growing up in the South, we assume that we are the perpetrators, but it was all over the country. And finding that out and understanding more the dilemma of the servicemen who came back from First World War, Second World War, they were completely rejected for any kind of employment as long as a white serviceman could be employed. They could not get jobs, and they thought that they were fighting for freedom and democracy. And that was the terrible realization that this problem was all over the country. And it definitely is entrenched in the South, and it's rearing its ugly head again. But I think that it's important to have a handle on the entire field of the need for integration and acceptance, and we are failing pretty badly in this country in many respects. And so that was the result of my research. I did research the Grand Ole Opry because I had never been to the Grand Ole Opry, and there are nice recordings. There's a lot of information that is available. So I use that to piece it together. But I really depended upon my memory of the era largely to write the books. And it's a very comfortable place to be in if you can do that. But there's definitely a role for research as well.
So we have this theme of music, of war. We're talking a little bit about research right now. I can't help but bring up one of my favorites, all-time favorites of all time, Bruce Springsteen, Born in the USA, which a lot of folks take as a very patriotic song. But if you know anything about those lyrics, it's anything but. I'm curious, and I'll start with you on this one, Buzz, because of the fact that you have this person coming back from Vietnam. Would you like to speak a little bit about war, about freedom, about the to Stacey's point, the disillusionment and how that was treated differently by different folks. Do you want to speak about that aspect of your book?
Yeah, it's like, well, I was drafted in the first draft. So fortunately, I wound up in Germany by the skin of my chinny chin chin, and I didn't have to go to Vietnam. But I've got many of my cousins who were off the reservation did, and it was very true of when I was in Fort Lewis in basic training. There were a lot of kids from Chicago. I mean, they were limping and gimping, and they had fingers missing. It's like they just loaded them in a truck and threw them in, and they wound up across the country, going to basic training and stuff. So I had no idea. It was sad to watch. At least I had some idea what was going on. But coming back from that experience, even if you were in the military at that time and you wound up in the airport, the first thing you did is you went to the restroom, found a stall, and got out of uniform so no one would pester you or raise hell with you. And that was a sad commentary because a lot of folks who wound up in Vietnam or in the service at that time, we didn't want to be there either. And it's just the way it was. Would I unwind the experience and not do it? Of course not. It taught me some very valuable things and how to be with other people, experience other cultures, because from the reservation, we didn't know there was another world out there. No way. So that is a totally different experience. Coming back for a lot of my family that came back, they were a mess. I mean, to a person, they were a mess. There were suicides, car wrecks, just overdoses like crazy. Couldn't count the aftermath, and that's part what's addressed in some of my book is the destruction of the innocents along the way, because everyone in the book is very innocent, and this thing in its own way just cut its path through everybody's life. Unfortunate.
Yeah, that idea of innocence, I think that's a really good thing to pull up because you all have such innocence in your books. Rebecca, I want to give you an opportunity to chime in here too, talking about the idea of innocence and the idea of war, and even some of the research that you've done. I'll let you chime in where you feel you see fit.
Yeah, I thought I knew a lot about the 1950s when I started to research it. I mean, I didn't grow up then, but my parents, were older, and they kind of exposed a lot to it, so I had an idea. But the more I got to digging into it, the more I learned about the segregation and all of that. And yeah, it was everywhere, which is so sad. I think in some places it was more aggressive than in others, but it doesn't matter. It's still there. And I really do feel like, even though this is 2024, unfortunately, a lot of that stuff, the undertones of it are still there. And that's it's like you would think after all this time we would be moving forward. And
We're kind of standing on the brink of, I don't even know what to call it anymore. We're on the brink of a brink, aren't we? I'm curious, and I'll hang with you here a little bit, Rebecca, but how do you feel that your stories reflect on America today? Because, and everybody's going to get this question, because everybody is holding a mirror up to what we're doing today through the lens of the past. Rebecca, how do you think that your stories reflect on us today?
That's a hard question. I don't know. I really don't know how to answer that. I mean, obviously the past shapes the future, but I really think, like with with the when the 60s started, I mean, obviously the 50s shaped the 60s so much, and what did happen, and people were wanting to expand and do more and learn more, but at the same time, like some of the values that were being taught at the time are gone now, and they slowly just kind of broke down and went away over time. I think the way things are today, I'm hoping that my books would show like what it was like to live in a simpler time, but above all, have hope, because I feel like there's a lot of people today that don't have none. Everything seems so final.
Yeah, I love that message
so-
of hope, resilience. I think that's one of the things that we Americans are, if anything, we are resilient. Stacia, I'm going to toss this one to you because I know you have some things to say about nowadays and what we're doing today and the messages that you might be sharing in your writing.
Well, my main character, a 12-year-old girl, she epitomized the innocence of growing up in the South as a white person, just accepting the kinds of discrimination that was built into society. And she had the experience of getting to travel to Portland, Oregon, and to get to know a Black girl her age who befriended her. And she found it as a completely liberating experience. And so when she returned to her home in Tennessee, she began to see Jim Crow as a threat to the kinds of friendship that she had been able to form, and as a threat to everybody's opportunity to get to know other people of a different race. It was very effective, the discrimination that was practiced, the segregation. And so I think that what we need to understand is that things were not great in that era. They certainly were not great for everybody, but they weren't great for anybody in the sense that they took away something that was very valuable, the ability to form friendships across racial lines without having this discrimination thing always thrust down your throat. And that is this essence of what I wanted my grandchildren to understand, that we've got to get beyond this. We've got to get beyond white supremacy. It's a vicious, terrible thing that our country has imposed on all of us. And it's very important that we get away from that. So I thought that picturing it in its epitome in the South shows people that it was a failed system.
Buzz, how about you? I know some of the things that you've talked to me about in the past are, if we knew then how to treat anorexia, if we knew this, can you please tell us how you feel your stories reflect on America today?
So one of the things that happens to young females particularly is the mother-daughter relationship. And in the case of Karen Carpenter, incidentally, I don't use her name in the book. It's a fictitious name and all that sort of thing. Same initials, though. The relationship with her mother was always strained, and the fame was always aimed at her brother Richard. She was to stand in the background, do what she was going to do, play the drums or whatever, but just stay out of Richard's way, da-da-da-da. And as things unfolded, one evening, other people heard this amazing voice come out of nowhere, and it was like, whoa. Record company said, let's sign her up. Oh, the brother goes with her. Okay, if we have to take him, we'll take him. But the disapproval of a mother and the inability for that mother to show a love for that daughter ignited the fuse for the anorexia. And that's a deep psychological wound that's hard to recover from. On the other side of the equation, I'm going to take my mother as an example. My mother was a horrible racist, and by good measure, because our family was heavily impacted by the government schools and run by the religious folks. And I'm a product of those religions, obviously, and that created some trauma for me later on, and how to get over that sort of thing. God. So
Yeah.
for her, to the end of her life, it was a very distressing situation for her. And for one person to have that much hatred, I just hated to see that within her. But that's how she died, unfortunately. So very sad.
That's very sad. Thank you for sharing that.
Yes.
And we touched on it earlier about gender roles a little bit. So let's circle back to that since it's come up again, if we may. And Stacia, I think you mentioned too that at one point you did research or did some studying about anorexia and women. Do you want to talk about that a little bit, bring that into the conversation?
It was in my biology of women classes that students would share, and it was so widespread on a college campus. It was ferocious. But I had this one woman who was very overweight, and she said, "You have no idea how sick you can get from 3 heads of iceberg lettuce." She experienced the bulimia, the gorging, and then the aftermath. She suffered. Buzz was talking about how painful it is. It's extremely painful. And she suffered so much, but she had been sexually abused as a child, and she was rejecting any male attention by making her body repulsive. And this was her way to do it. But it's a very, very sad situation when children don't want to grow up and go for avoiding food so to not go through puberty. And it does challenge all women. I had another student say, I was a wonderful swimmer until I went through puberty and I lost my edge because the body changes were just not favorable. So it is a challenge being a female in our culture. It's a very terrible challenge.
And especially during the 1950s. Go ahead, Buzz.
Well, it's that those difficulties in those relationships, and there's so much pressure. The music industry, even today, produces a product like an Amy Winehouse that just tragically goes down in flames, and everybody just stood and watched. Can we get some more money out of her? So sad.
Yeah.
Anyway.
It is sad. It's very sad.
Yeah.
The feminist mystique and the women's movement was alive or coming into its own in the 1950s too. Rebecca, I'll give you a chance to chime in too. I know you already did, but the whole idea of being the perfect housewife, having the perfect house. Remember Mrs. Cleaver and Donna Reed? They wore dresses as they cleaned the house. I'm just kind of curious your thoughts, Rebecca, on women's roles during this time period and how you portrayed that in your writing.
Well, yeah, because I actually really wanted to take that part and challenge it. Just kind of like have it shown, like especially with Anne, because her mother is like the perfect mother on the outside. She's part of the women's group. She's going to be, wanting to be the leader. She's involved in everything. She dresses perfect. She just cooks. Everything about her on the outside is perfect. And now she's wanting to push this off onto her daughter and is very corrective, which, how that works out. That's not so awesome. But, but I just love it because it's really challenging Anne to be who she wants to be. So I really like that part. But I also have other characters. Like there's this little character I have. Her name is Betty, and she's a little wallflower with big glasses, and she's really like, doesn't scared of her own shadow. And I have this scene where she's in the bathroom getting ready to go to the dance, and she's sitting on the toilet, and she's like she's sobbing because she's looking at the picture of the gal in the magazine, and then she's looking at her. And it's like, why don't I look like this? Because on the article it says, if you just do this little few steps, you're going to look like this. And she goes, I don't look like that. So then she's like bawling and crying, and she's like, I don't want to go to the dance anymore. So she's like, I'm not going to go. I'm not going to go. I'm not going to go. But her mother finally is like, look, you are beautiful. This is who you are. Let me work with your hair a little bit, and we'll get you there. Let me see what I can do. And, so they get her in like a dress that's, it's blue. It's nothing really fancy, but her mother says, here, I want you to wear this. These were my mother's pearls. And she gave them to me for my first dance. And now I want you to have them. So, I mean, it just, and so of course, and of course, Betty becomes very self-confident, and she gets to be quite the little firecracker as time goes by. But I try to push those, like there's Marcy, who's a single girl working at the coffee shop, very independent, always pushing some of the males in the book's buttons, but it's making them look at things different too. So I like taking that piece and just kind of twisting it enough to where they're up against this role, but they're challenging it at the same time.
Yeah, it's always good to challenge our characters, and it's good for us too to get us out of our perceived comfort zones. Okay, I'm going to have a question now, or I think it's fun. Maybe it's not. I'll start with you, Stacia. Would you prefer to live in your book's time and place, or the one you are in now?
Oh, that's a hard one. I would prefer to live now because I've come through all of this other periods, and I'm curious what's going to happen next. I don't know what's going to happen next. It can be a disaster. We can't tell, but I think that it's too challenging. I wouldn't go back. I would definitely hang with the future.
All right, Buzz, how about you? Here or then?
I think I would go back on one only if I knew what I know now.
Right. Yes.
And that would be cheating if I had to go back and relive that period of time with what I had to go through. Obviously not.
Right. Yeah, I'd go back and invest in Apple. What? Of course.
Of course.
Rebecca, how about you?
Well, at first I was going to say probably back then, but after listening to Stacey's answer, I really agree with that and it makes me think that because like with us that have been through the past like we have, maybe we can help people with moving forward in the future by showing them that, hey, it doesn't have to be this way. We've already done this path. We've already been through these problems before. There is a better way, and we're close to it. We just need to remember who we are and what it means to move forward. I'm hoping, that's my hope anyway, is that maybe by reading and looking at some of that stuff, we can help people find a better tomorrow.
Yeah. That's the motivation for writing.
Yeah. It is.
And generally, what I tell people I sponsor, I just tell them, you don't have to live that way anymore if you don't want to.
It is a choice.
And I tell it to them twice. Did you just hear what I told you?
Yeah. All right, let's look at the future. Let's get out our crystal balls. And I'll start with you, Buzz, we'll hang with you. What are you working on in the future? Are you going to go to another time and place? Is there another book coming out? What's on the horizon for Buzz?
I've been writing some short stories as a reflection of my life, but I don't like those kinds of stories that are nonfiction for somebody to do a major league whine, because I'm just not built that way. So I would couch those stories with different names. Circumstances are definitely the same, but it's a different person, let's say. So I'm putting those together, kind of an anthology. And I was thinking about doing something with missing and indigenous, a novel somewhere centered on that. It would take a lot of research and a lot of time, but that's kind of rolling around up here for now.
Stacia, what do you got rolling around?
Well, a sequel would be set after 5 years, so it would be in 1960, and it would involve the black girlfriend of the 12-year-old, now 13, well, no, teenager, and she is traveling across the country together. I've traveled by bus across the country, and I know what that's like. And I think that I want to revisit the town that my character grew up in after 5 years, because a lot was happening in that period. And I think that this town made it through pretty well. And I just want to follow through on that. So I'm looking forward to getting into that.
That's fabulous. Rebecca.
Yeah, so I'm finishing up the Hound Dog. I'm going to work on finishing up the Hound Dog series. There's a couple more books to come. I just couldn't, there was too much going on to finish number 3. But then I have a couple of standalone novels I'd like to do. I'd like to go back to the 30s, believe it or not. And so a couple of standalones and stuff. And I want to write another series that takes place in the 50s. So.
Wonderful. And I'm holding up the books. I got quite a stack here. You guys are magnificent writers, sharing your stories, your inspiration, everything. Thank you all so much for being with us on this panel for the BookFest, guys. It's been such a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Desiree.
Thank you.
More fun on the way for the BookFest Fall 2024.
Hi, welcome. I'm Deborah Vankin. I'm a features writer for the LA Times, and it's my great joy and pleasure to be chatting today with Annie Corzin, who is an old friend of mine. Hey there, old friend of mine, and also has been an inspiration to me and to so many audience members across her many different career iterations, from Seinfeld, being a series regular, to a stage storyteller at places like The Moth, to becoming a TikTok sensation in her mid-80s most recently, and also authoring a new book called The Book of Annie. What else would it be called? Humor, Heart, and Chutzpah from an Accidental Influencer. So that's what we're going to be talking about today. Humor, heart, and chutzpah. That covers the gambit. Hey, Benny, I see Annie's fabulous husband in the background walking past. He's an artist. He's responsible for those colorful paintings. They're a creative power couple. Anyway, Annie, my first question for you, what I wanted to ask you is about the book. The book has a really specific tone. I was rereading parts of it last night. That book, The Book of Annie.
Oh, look at that.
The book of you, all about you. Yeah. This is your favorite conversation to have. Conversation all about you.
That's right. I love talking about me. That's how I got onto TikTok, because I love talking about me.
We're going to get to that in a sec. Yeah. We're going to get to that. But I did want to ask you about, I was super curious about the tone of the book is very casual and informal and funny, almost as if you're having a conversation with a friend and you're kind of whispering sort of snarkily at times into our ear. And I wanted to read just one line from that to give you an example of what I'm talking about. It's an essay about motherhood. And in it, you know, it's poignant like so many of your essays, and it's funny like all of your essays. And you say things like, here's the real truth about childbirth. Here's the real truth about the miracle of childbirth. It's a miracle that anyone who's been through it is willing to ever do it again. And
I'm laughing. Wow, that's witty. I think that's really funny.
As long as you think it's funny, hey. But my question for you is, take us behind the scenes. Like, what's it like to write this? Did it just kind of roll off the tip of your tongue as the tone suggests? Or did you write and rewrite at a desk every day very diligently? Or did you just sort of blurt it all out into a recorder? It's so casual and informal. Take us behind the scenes as to how you wrote the book.
That's an interesting question. Having that conversational, intimate tone is something I've always aspired to. And it has taken years and years of work. I have worked at it. I've decided that's the kind of writer I want to be. I want people to think that I'm talking to them. I'm basically a storyteller, as you say, with a moth and spoken word events. And that skill, I had an instinct for it, but I also had to learn it. I also had to work on it. And so I look very carefully at what I write. And if it sounds too literary or too prosy or too academic, I scratch it out and start again. I want people to hear my personal voice. I'm aggressive enough to think that my personal voice is worth something.
It is. I mean, it's super unique, and it's, like I said, it's funny. For anyone who hasn't read the book, they're personal essays that span portraits of Annie's neighbors in the Hollywood area to poignant essays about childbirth and the miracle of childbirth and the terribleness of childbirth, to her career. I mean, it's all there.
I have to add something to that because it brings up a problem I have in my career. I like describing them as humorous essays. And when I say that brings up a problem, I never know how to define myself. I'm funny. I want to be funny. I want to get laughs, but I'm not a comic. I'm not a stand-up because stand-ups just go for the laugh. I want to dig a little deeper than that. And I'm not what's the other word? There's a stand-up that's,
you consider yourself
a humorist, yeah, but the problem with humorist is nobody really knows what that is. It's not a profession that the last one, the famous humorist was Mark Twain. And as I say in the book, he was pretty good. He's the one who said, the older I get, wait a minute, what is it? The older I get.
Let's see if I have it here.
Oh, it's something like the older I get, the easier it is to remember things that never happened or something like that. I mean, so somebody just gave me an idea of what I am is, and am I pronouncing this correctly? Comedic, is it comedic or comedic?
Oh,
I never
wow.
know.
I've actually never heard that before.
Well, I'm going to say comedic. I'm a comedic storyteller. That's basically what I do. I mean, of course, yes, I'm an actress and all that stuff, but I'm a comedic storyteller. So the book is a connection of comedic stories, even though, as you pointed out, some of them might deal with really serious topics like almost dying or whatever, And
we'll get to those. One, I read this book ages ago, and then I reread parts of it this week. And one of my favorite essays in the book is about the book really sings whenever you're talking about your son or your grandson, Max. And there's a essay in here that talks partly about how you never wanted grandkids. You're like an accidental grandparent.
Right.
You also never in your life wanted or sought out an interracial romantic relationship.
Right.
An intimate one. And yet you got both in your grandson. And the essay is really heartwarming. It's about
the thing is
what you didn't know you wanted.
Well, it's funny. You're bringing up actually one of the themes of the book, which is you do not know what's going to make you happy. Everybody has this scenario. If I had this, if I had that, if I didn't have this, and guess what? They are illusions, as the Buddhists would say, I guess. I don't know that much about Buddhism. All you have to do is accept everything and then see what happens. So yes, I did not want to be a grandmother. My son was 45 and his wife were 45 when they became parents. I thought it was too old. I didn't want to lose being the center of their attention, and they adopted a black baby. And I was against that because I thought this poor kid, he's not only going to be Jewish, he's going to be black. He's going to have 2 strikes against him. Who wants to do that to an innocent child? And so I was against the whole thing in every way. The baby came, and I can tell you, and I'm just saying this is just a fact. The child happens to be the most beautiful, brightest, most sensitive child in the history of the universe. And that's it. That's just.
But you're not biased, but really, objectively speaking.
But that's it. So in other words, everything I didn't want happened, and everything that happened gave me a lot of joy. So you just can't predict life. You just have to be open. One of the themes is I say to everything, yeah, why not? That's how I got into TikTok. Yeah, why not? I don't regret anything I've ever done, including the bad things that I've done, the mistakes I've made. I only regret things I never did. I never learned how to ride a bike. I never learned how to swim with my head underwater. I regret those things. I wish I had.
It's underrated. Trust me. I belong to a public pool. I used to swim in Echo Park, and I would swim with the sinus infections all the time. Anyway.
Oh, good. You're making me feel better now.
Saying yes really resonates through, it really runs through all the essays. And that's how you got into Seinfeld. I know from having spoken with you previously about it. Tell us about that story.
Yeah. Well, I was an unknown bit player with almost no career. And there was this new show that no one had ever heard of. And my agent called and he explained that a better known actress in his office had turned it down because she said, oh, it's just a couple of lines. It's too small for me. And I said, well, yeah, why not? My usual mantra. And I came in and I didn't know what the show was. I just had a couple of lines. And when we watched it, when it aired, my husband said, I don't get it. It's not about anything. Now he watches at least 2 or 3 episodes a night. But anyway, I did not know, A, that the show would become a global viral phenomenon. B, that my role would recur. So I have several episodes in which I play Doris Clompus down in the condo in Florida. My husband Jack is always fighting with Jerry's father. So I'm in some of the classic episodes, the Pen, the Cadillac Raincoats. And they gave me a second character. So I'm an obnoxious airline passenger because obnoxious characters are my specialty for some strange reason. So the thing that I said, yeah, why not? And plus, by the way, association with that show changed my standing in the industry. If you've been a recurring on Seinfeld, it gives you a certain, what's the word I'm looking for?
Cachet.
Credibility. Yeah.
Cachet,
and so that changed things in my career. So now I'm quite known. I'm still a bit player, but I do them more often. And I'm recognized.
What came after immediately because of Seinfeld, having had that cachet? Was there anything in particular that came right after that wouldn't have otherwise?
I don't really remember. It was my career has progressed very slowly. Now I'm 85, right? And some people are overnight successes. It happens young and it happens fast and I hate those people. I'm the opposite. I have been a long-term, slow-moving failure in every aspect of my professional career, both as an actor and a writer and a storyteller. And
you're a fine wine. You are a fine wine.
That's right, I'm a fine wine. But through all kinds of strange and unexpected and accidental occurrences, right now I'm busier than I ever have been, and I'm more respected than I ever have been professionally. Mm-hmm. I get a different kind of, how shall I say? Now when I go into audition, casting directors kind of treat it as if they're honored that I'm there. Wow. I haven't gotten that. I haven't got that. But that's, and a lot of things in my life, things are happening for me now that have not happened in all my life. So I've been a slow learner. I've been slow.
Well, You would say a late bloomer.
Yes,
I
that's right.
would say a fine wine, or somebody just hitting its stride. But since you mentioned age and time, and it's something that also is recurring through many of our conversations. What's it like to be a woman of a certain age in Hollywood, an ethnic woman in Hollywood, Jewish woman in Hollywood?
Yeah.
What has been your experience around that? And is that changing for women?
In Hollywood, there are two different things I'll tell you about. One is Hollywood and one is TikTok.
Mm-hmm.
In Hollywood, being an ethnic looking woman like I am is terrible because I'm not considered attractive. If a call went out today for an attractive older woman, nobody would call me. I'm not what Hollywood considers attractive. I'm too ethnic looking, too Jewish looking, blah, blah, blah. And as far as being old,
beautiful.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. But I've been told that. So I've been told all my life that I'm not good looking. And so I accepted that. Eventually you begin to believe what people tell you about yourself. And so I've always been in a very, very limited category in Hollywood. And what can I say? And as far as being older, well, I'll tell you one good part of the thing. I was just in a movie called Thelma. Have you seen that yet?
I haven't seen that.
Is it
out?
It's a lot of fun.
Out in theaters? Yeah. Okay.
Well, it was out in theaters, and I guess it'll start streaming soon. It got wonderful reviews. It did very well. Well, the star of that movie is June Squibb. You may remember her from other things. She's a wonderful actress. June is 95 years old.
Wow.
And a friend of mine, Bunny Levine, has a wonderful scene in it. No, I'm sorry. June is 94. Bunny is 95. So at 85, I was a young kid. And we had Richard Roundtree, the original. What was his name? Oh, gosh, I forget. But anyway, so I think something is happening subtly in Hollywood. Have you noticed that lately there have been a bunch of movies starring older women?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's usually Diane Keaton and friends, right? It's Diane Keaton, or it's Lily Tomlin, or it's Jane
Helen Mirren.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's been a whole bunch of Hollywood movies about old ladies having fun, having sex, looking pretty good. And this is a new phenomenon. And I suspect from my experience on TikTok that people are ready to be inspired by older women.
That's wonderful.
Maybe to get wisdom from them, maybe to get inspiration. I think it started with Betty White, quite frankly.
Mm-hmm.
I think she started it. So I think it's a new thing. Up until now, I would say this country would certainly, you'd have to call it an ageist country.
Absolutely.
That not just old women, but old people are just dismissed. They're not seen.
I would go so far as to say it's sort of like the last unprotected class. It's sort of like we have.
That's interesting.
We're becoming, much more accepting of many different kinds of people, but not as much older people. But I'm really glad to see that you point out that it's changing in Hollywood.
I think it is. Well, I think it is, but more than that, it's changing with a very younger generation. Like on my TikTok.
Let's talk about that, about TikTok.
Oh, well, it was one of my greatest why not moments. A 30-year-old friend. I was complaining to a 30-year-old friend that my storytelling, by the way, when I say storytelling, I've told stories with the Moth. You can hear me on the Moth website. I'll soon be on the Moth Radio Hour again. So I've been a Moth performer for a while now, and I do spoken word shows in LA a lot. And solo shows. I've done solo theater pieces, but I was complaining to this young woman. I said, I really think I have something to offer. I really think I have things to say that people would appreciate, but I don't know how to find a larger audience. Maybe I should go on Instagram or put little clips. And she said, no. Instagram is so toxic, so last century. You belong on TikTok. And I told her she was crazy. And she said, trust me, you will go viral. And so I said, yeah, why not? And so we did it. And now I have over 400,000 followers.
You're like an influencer, yeah.
Yes. I'm always embarrassed by that word, but yes, I am considered an influencer. Too bad I can't influence my son or my husband to do what I want, but I am considered an influencer. Now, this much younger, non-Hollywood generation, they tell me that I'm beautiful. They tell me that I'm glamorous, that I've got style. They like my hair. They like my lipstick, blah, blah, blah. I've never gotten compliments like this in my life. So this is a whole new thing for me. So it is interesting how one of the pros, and there are several, but one of the pros of living to my age is that I'm now getting respect for things that I never did in my life.
That's really heartwarming. Why do you think, your audience on TikTok is mostly Gen Z, really young?
I thought so, but then there are also some over 40s. I do have more older people. It's the Gen Zs that stop me in the street, but you're right. It's a large amount of them are Gen Zs. Yeah.
And just to give people an idea, we've been to lunch and, fans will stop you all the time. The waiter will stop you, come running for an autograph. They are over the top excited to see you. You're my hero. You're my queen. Like the things that you say. So my question
I love it. And I love it because I'm an attention whore. I'm an actor. The more applause, the more love I can get, I guess makes up for love that maybe I didn't feel in an earlier life.
Well, it's really wonderful to see from the sidelines as I have. But my question for you is, why do you think that you resonate so profoundly with the young Gen Z crowd?
I have asked them the same question because I wasn't sure myself. And the answer I always get, and maybe you can explain what you think this means, they say, because you're authentic. And what does that word mean? That I'm honest, that I speak my truth?
Absolutely.
That I say things the way I see them, even though they might be breaking or defying norms or defying traditions in some way. And that brings me to something else, which you've heard me say many times, Deborah. I'm sorry to put you through this again, but you signed up for this.
It's always interesting. I like hearing it. It's always new.
Well, all of my life, all my life, I have been criticized for being too talkative, too opinionated, too blunt. And I've always apologized for it. I was told that those were not attractive qualities in a woman, right? Now, on TikTok, I am being as talkative and opinionated and blunt as I can be. And I'm being loved for it. I'm being celebrated for it. And so what I want to say, it just brings me to another theme of the book, which is that you should never be imprisoned by other people's negative opinions of you. You have to know who you are, and you have to be who you are with pride. I mean, unless you're Adolf Hitler, you know what I mean? But if you're not harming anybody, do not apologize for who you are and your eccentricities. You might find people who will appreciate you for those same what other people see as false. And I think that's a really important lesson to share.
Do you think that the technology platform of TikTok specifically really accentuates that part of your character or that authenticity, as opposed to, say, Instagram or being live on the stage?
I don't know. Well, Instagram, I've never understood it. I don't use it because to me, Instagram is have pictures and I'm not a visual person. I want words. So I don't get Instagram at all. People posting pictures of their cats and their vacation. I don't know. I'm not interested in that.
As compared to like the live storytelling stage, like the Moth or.
Right. I'm a storyteller. I want to talk to people, and TikTok is a place to talk to people. Mm-hmm. It's a perfect place to talk to people. And it's changed. When I first started, it had to be under 60 seconds. So that was a challenge to say what I had to. Now they want longer form, which is easier for me because I'm a blabbermouth. I don't like this stuff.
Well, how do you create for TikTok? What do you do? Do you get up in the morning and just wing it, or do you create like 10 episodes at once and then you roll them out over the week? How do you work?
Well, right now, Benny, my husband, shoots them, and we shoot about 5 or 6 at a time. Mm-hmm. And then I post one in the morning and one in the afternoon. But I never write them. We never edit them. We never retake them because I want it to feel, as you said, conversational and spontaneous. So whatever comes out, comes out. All I do is I keep a list of general ideas. Like today, I want to talk about how the weather on the news, they never talk about the actual weather. They talk about the weather that might or might not come. Have you noticed that? A storm may hit Florida, this say might, so you don't know. I mean, it's the news shouldn't be about guesswork. So that was just a small little TikTok that I did the other day. It was just a thought that flashed into my mind that maybe I try to find things that other people will relate to. Maybe they've had the same thought. Maybe they've had the same feelings. And then when we talk about more serious things like mothering or marriage or dating or whatever, maybe people have experienced it, or maybe I will tell them something to inspire them.
That's interesting. It brings me back to the book because it's occurring to me for the first time that you have little TikToks throughout the book. So the book is not only essays, but in the margins of the book, there are
little
these
sidebars,
little sidebar sentences. And it says something like the motherhood, the miracle of childbirth, which I previously mentioned, but also another of my favorites, I always cite it, is the one about being on an airplane. You say, my favorite sound is not a gentle summer rain or the sound of a baby cooing. My favorite sound is that ding on an airplane when the seatbelt sign goes off, and there's lines.
So if I say something like that, my hope is that that's going to be universal. Oh my God, I'm the same way. Oh my God, she's saying what I think. Because I think for the most part, if you share your own truths, about your feelings, about your reactions, that about your vulnerabilities, things that you're afraid of, or things that you're proud of. I mean, I think that although I guess I don't talk too much about things I'm proud of because that would be like bragging. But if you share your vulnerabilities, your fears and your hopes and your anxieties, there will be millions of other people who will feel the same thing.
Absolutely. I find that as a writer as well. Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't mention anything about you as a writer, by the way. Deb is a highly respected journalist at the LA Times.
This is all about you, though, this conversation.
Well, I just want people to know you're not just some dame I picked up in the street.
I would have come along with you anyway if you picked me up in the street.
Excuse me, miss, would you mind?
I would have come. I would go anywhere with you. But I do find that when I write, most of what I do is third-person journalism, research, reported pieces. But when I do write first-person columns, they especially resonate. And I think for the reasons that you say. But back to you. You talk about pride and not wanting to talk about what you're proud of. But it begs the question. I'm curious, what are you most proud of? I mean, you've done so many different things in so many different mediums. Is there one thing that really rises to the top that you are truly just really proud of?
Yes. And I've never been asked this question before. And it surprises me that I have a very easy answer. I'm proud of my stubbornness because I don't give up. And I have been through so much rejection. When I started storytelling, my dream was to perform with the Moth on the Moth main stage, not in a slam, not in a contest. If those of you who don't know what the Moth is, you can go to themoth.org. It's the primary global storytelling organization. And they do shows. They do big shows all over the city, actually all over the world, but I mean all over the country. And my dream was to be a Moth main stage storyteller. And I had a contact. And every year, if I would perform in LA in a storytelling show, I would send the Moth a video saying, "Hi, here's my new story. Hope we get to work together soon." And occasionally I would get a thanks for submitting. Please keep submitting. Okay. This went on a couple of times a year, and I'm not exaggerating this, for 9 years.
Wow, I didn't know this part.
9 years with no response. And finally I said to Benny, I don't know if I can do this anymore. It's too painful. I've tried it. I've done it. And I may have to stop. Clearly they're not interested in me. Right. And I'm serious now. The very next day, I got a call from New York. "Hi, Annie. This is Catherine at the Moth. Thanks so much for your patience."
Wow.
She said, we'd like to invite you to perform with us at the Schubert Theater in Boston and St. Louis and Berkeley and LA. And we want you to be on our radio hour. We want you to be on a website.
Wow.
And so after I started working with them and I got friendly with them, and now we're all the best of friends, I asked one of them, I said, what took so long for me to get booked? And she said, oh, you got better. So that was a big learning. And so all those 9 years that I was submitting, it's true. I was working on my craft, like I said, trying to find that narrative voice that's personal and conversational, and trying to find what worked and what. So that when I say, so your question was, what am I most proud of? I guess I would have to say that I'm stubborn, that I knew I had something to offer, and I just kept plugging.
That's great. I love that. I haven't heard that story before, and I find that really inspiring.
Also, I think that, failure is an interesting subject to me. I'm so used to failing. It's just part of my life. Every actor has a steady diet of failure and rejection. That's what we live on. You do an audition. It's really good. You're really perfect. And they give it to someone else. But failure is also a great learning op. And so when I fail at something, after the initial heartbreak, I start to think, why didn't that work last night? What was wrong with this? What didn't the blah, blah, blah? And I think we've come away. I think now we live in such a success-oriented society that, I don't know, people see failure as like the end of the world. It's not. It's part of the human experience. You take it, you deal with it, you accept it, and you move on. Either you get better, or you think, well, maybe this is not what I should be doing. Maybe I fail because I don't enjoy this that much. Maybe I'm a bad lawyer because I hate the law.
That's really, really good advice. And it leads me to a question about an essay in your book. You joke, and it's one of the more serious essays. You joke about initially failing as a mom and how you worked through that experience and eventually became the best mom ever. And you have the best relationship with your son of any mom in the history of the world, as you said.
That's true.
Tell us that.
It's funny that you should bring up that story, because I've just heard from the Moth, and that their version of that story, it's not the same one that's in the book, is going to go on the Moth Radio Hour.
Oh, wow.
Just let me know. I'm very excited about that.
I can't wait to hear that. Well, tell us if you don't mind sharing it, because it's very personal, but it's
I won't tell you the whole story, but I will tell you that I was totally unprepared for motherhood. I'm an only child. I'd never seen a newborn baby. I had my child in Denmark, which was a big mistake. I had no one familiar around me. I mean, I had my husband's family, but I didn't have my own personal team of friends and family behind me. And I had a total nervous breakdown. I felt I wasn't a good mother. I didn't understand how to nurse. I didn't understand how to do anything. And I was exhausted. And I was crying all the time. And the way they dealt with that was they locked me up in a mental institution. So I was in that mental institution in Denmark, and then brought to New York, where I went into Mount Sinai. And so the first 3 or 4 months of my son's life, of my baby's life, I was locked up. And as you say, what happened since then is that I've become the world's best mother. And you can ask my son. My son and I are very close. We talk all the time. We see each other when we can. And what I realized, and the big mistake there was, I blamed myself because I felt other people were blaming me for what was going on, that I felt so helpless, that I felt so incompetent. No one said, go to bed, we'll bring someone in to help and teach you to take care of the baby until you feel up to it. And that's really all I needed. I needed a nursemaid. It's an old-fashioned word. Now, of course, if you have a mom who lives nearby, you know what I mean? But I was just on my own, not feeling I could handle that tremendous responsibility that had just been handed. And also, postpartum depression is largely physiological. The hormones in your body are in all kinds of,
Yeah, it's a very real physiological.
It's a real, and they don't teach it in medical school or not much. Really, no one knows what to do about it. And what to do about it is to be reassuring and instructive and understanding and patient. Okay, you can't do this. You can't breastfeed. We'll use formula. You can't, here's how you feed the baby. Here's how you bathe the baby. If you're not up to it yet, we'll get someone, or we'll bathe the baby until you're up to it. Just get yourself better, get yourself healthy, because eventually it does happen.
Mm-hmm.
It does. You come out of it.
There's a funny aside in the book where you talk about how you were in a mental institution or an institution in Denmark, and how difficult that was. And then you relocated to a hospital in New York where you were surrounded by, there was a group therapy, and you were surrounded by.
Yeah, I felt right at home.
You felt right at home.
I loved it. Right. My roommate was married to a famous theater critic, and there was a gay guy on the floor who was obsessed with Judy Garland movies. So after Denmark, I thought, oh my God, thank you. Finally, my kind of people.
And you began to feel more like yourself, and you slowly Benny was really there for you. Yeah.
But, like everything else, like I said before, I think the whole problem was that I believed other people's opinions of me, that they made me feel I was not doing the job right. I was not a good, I was not, there was something unnatural about my feelings of uncertainty and of fear.
Throughout the book, you give a lot of advice. You share a lot of advice through these stories. In this conversation, you're lending a lot of wisdom and advice. On your TikTok, you give a lot of pearls of wisdom and advice. Is there anything that you've received as an artist, any advice that someone's given you that has really helped you or illuminated things for you?
I have to think about that. I actually, what's that line? Something about you didn't fall from a coconut tree. Nobody goes anywhere alone. No one accomplished it. There's a famous line. It was actually about Woody Allen. I think it was in a documentary I saw about Woody Allen. At one point, they're saying something, or they're talking about his accomplishments, and his mother says to him, just remember, you didn't get here by yourself. Nobody gets where they go by themselves. Mm-hmm. And I've been very fortunate. I've always been in communities of like-minded people and like-minded artists. So there's a storytelling community, there's an acting community, I don't have that much of a TikTok community, but I do have a few. And we all inspire each other all the time. And at one point, I was in a writer's group, and I think what happened was, I don't remember quite how it happened. I had a piece that wasn't working. No, I was working on a solo show. There was a piece of the show that wasn't working, and to me, it was very important. Mm-hmm. I wanted to keep it, and it wasn't working, and somebody said, Annie, the show is great. This piece is great. It's not working. Try putting it in another place. And that was astounding, because we forget how important editing is. Mm-hmm. And as soon as I found the right place for it, it became the big piece in that show. Mm-hmm. So just because something isn't working doesn't mean that it's bad. There may be something else, like, for example, the placement. But anyway, it was being in a writer's group that gave me that idea. Like even when I was writing the book, I was thinking that real estate thing where they say location, location, location. Mm-hmm. A lot of things have to do with their placement. And when you write a book, I was faced with that. Was quite challenging. What story goes first? What section? How do you set this up? These are things writers have to think about all the time.
Structure.
I mean, writers of anything, also not just book writers, screenwriters. And when I teach storytelling, which I do, I teach storytelling. Storytelling, when you're telling a story, what's important? What goes where?
And the opposite question, in addition to a piece of advice that you've gotten that's really helped you, the opposite, is there anything in your career in the different iterations that has held you back, either within yourself or you talked a little bit about societal pushback, but is there one thing that's really kind of held you back?
Well,
because you're so
it's
resilient.
both.
And,
It's not, well, as I say, it's my look and my New York urban quality. Takes me out of the running for a lot of roles I would like to do. And I've tried to work on my speech, but I often forget to remind myself. I just had an audition where the part, the what the woman was talking about, I could easily do. It was a woman who was trying to cancel a subscription on a newspaper, and she can't figure out how to do it. Well, I can relate to that, you know. But my impression was it was a small town, and I forgot to work on my speech beforehand because I sound New Yorkie. And when I audition, I have to work. I often should try not to sound New York. Sure, hi, I'm there. Yeah, I'm from the Midwest. And sure, I really like what you're doing. You know, but to me, that's as difficult. It's more difficult actually than a foreign accent. And I'd had a hard couple of days, and I was tired, and I didn't work on that. And when I sent the audition in, and I looked at it, I thought, not good enough. Not good enough. You always actually, it's an actor friend who inspired me on this. Some people think an audition is just an audition. It's not. An audition is a full performance. You have to give 150% at an audition. It's not just a tryout. You have to come in and own the part and own the material. And you can't just say, oh, I'll give them an idea of what I can do, and they'll understand that, then we'll work on it.
Did you study acting? Like, you know, when
I did.
Where did you study act? Because you know some of the
with William Esper. He taught a lot of. He taught, like my friend Patty Heaton, who was the wife in Everybody Loves Raymond.
Oh yeah,
she was in my class, and Richard Schiff, and a lot of actors who work all the time. Yes, I did study. I never studied writing, but I've been in writers' groups. I never actually. No, that's not true. I once took one of those screenwriting classes, and I'm not really a screenwriter. I've done it, but it was good just to get an idea of story structure, what a story has to consist of. Because
you're a natural storyteller.
Well, thank you. That's because I like to talk about myself. Ask me my hobby. My favorite hobby, talking about myself. So that's what I do. That's what I do in the book. I talk about myself.
Well, that's kind of my next question, because we've talked about the book, we've talked about TikTok, we've talked about storytelling. Tell me a little bit about your life outside of work. Like, what does your life look like day to day, week to week? You know, what do you do for fun? What do you do at night? What does life with Benny look like in LA? Tell us something we don't know.
Well, you know, some of this is problematic because Benny and I are such different people. We don't like the same foods. We don't watch the same TV programs. So I have to coordinate between what I want, what my husband wants. I'm very social. I'm happiest. If you ask me what makes me happiest, I would say sitting at a dinner table, eating and drinking, either with family or with friends. I think that's my most blissful moment.
Preferably a group conversation where you're the topic of conversation.
Exactly. You've been to my parties where I make everybody talk. I say, this is one table, one conversation, mostly about me. Because I don't like a table where you sit and like there are 12 people at the table and there are 3 or 4 different conversations going on. I don't like that. I like a group thing. So I do love a social life, and I've learned at my age, unfortunately, I'm losing a lot of people, and I do talk about loss. And how do you deal with loss? How do you deal with losing parts of your history? That's pretty challenging. And of course, the answer is you create more history and create more contacts. That's why I have young friends like you.
Like me, yeah.
You know, and I am a TV addict. I binge watch from, I would say, like maybe 10 at night till 1 in the morning. I love television.
Same. What are you watching right now? What are you binging?
Something that's really bad, actually, but I can't resist. I think it's called A Perfect Couple.
Oh yeah, I saw an ad for that.
Very good cast. The writing, it's just like a melodramatic, soapy. It's stupid, but it's fun, and it's mindless entertainment, watching very rich people in their villa in Nantucket. There's a murder and a lot of sex, and it's silly. I'm a little ashamed of myself, but I mean, the great shows. I mean, I love The Bear. Oh,
Yeah.
and I just started this incredible documentary about David Chase, who created The Sopranos. It's unbelievable because it's not just an interview with him. It cuts between him and his story and his life, and cuts from the actual show, not only from the show, but speaking of auditions from the show.
Oh, wow.
Including people who didn't make it. People, I mean, I'm amazed that they got permission. I don't know if I want to be seen as the actor who auditioned and didn't get the part. These are actual audition tapes.
Yeah,
and you see really James Gandolfino's audition. I mean, it is absolutely fascinating.
What's it called?
I think it may just be called David Chase and The Sopranos, something like that.
Do you ever watch something on TV where you just think, oh, it resonates in your gut? I wish that I had been on that. I wish that would have been perfect.
All the time. Yeah. No, that happens. That happens to every actor. I have that. Also, I'm a very jealous person. I mean, I really want everything. Yeah. I want to be rich. I want to be famous. And so whenever something happens that clearly says it's not happening, I get annoyed. Why not me? Why aren't I there?
Yeah, I think we all have.
And I feel that everywhere.
Of that.
When I watch the Oscars, when I watch the Tonys, I think I should be in that audience. I belong there.
Well, what is next for you creatively? What's on the horizon? What are you in the middle of? And what is the next step?
I've been doing a lot of speaking engagements, which I like. They've been about the book. Well, actually, you just did one with me. But then I have some ideas for other topics.
Like what?
I have a friend, as a matter of fact, I think I sent you this, and I don't think I heard back from you. I have a friend, because we already have a booking. We have interest in a booking for this. I have a friend who's very religious. He's very spiritual. I am not. And we've been talking for a long time on different subjects, where his point of view and mine. We call ourselves the believer and the cynic, or it's like a believer and a cynic walk into a bar, that kind of thing.
I love that title.
Yeah. And we want to just talk to you, to share we want to show how people who are not at all alike can still be loving and respectful to each other. So you have this extremely religious person and this extremely not religious person. And yet, how do we connect with our differences? And so I'm looking forward to that. We're putting together a package of, I like speaking engagements, and I like teaching too. Oh, and I forgot. I didn't know if I just, I'm going to be teaching where you teach.
You're going to teach at Emerson? Really? Yeah. Oh my gosh. We're talking about Emerson College in Los Angeles has a campus here, and I teach there. What are you going to be teaching?
I only teach one subject. Writing and performing the personal humorous essay. That's what I teach.
When do you start?
So it's not going to be a full course. It's just going to be a 3-week thing. 1 day a week for 3 weeks. And we'll see how it goes. But I love teaching. A lot of performers I know teach.
I love that. I want to take that class.
Oh, well, yeah. I'll give you you could come in and
I'm going to audit that class. When does it start?
I forget, in October sometime. I think it's Wednesdays at 6 in October, something like that.
We don't have that much time left. I promise to keep it to about 45 minutes. So I want to ask you one last question. Because it's BookFest and because we're focusing on the book this time, I want to bring it back to that. It's so very...
You know what? I want to say something else. I also coach storytellers privately. I think people should know that. You can get in touch with me if you want private coaching and storytelling. That's something I love doing, and I'm really good at it.
I bet it's probably really fun too to take that with you. The book is so widely varied in what it covers. They're just entertaining, funny, poignant essays about everything from loss to life, with the sort of through line of saying yes, as you say. Do you have a favorite chapter in the book? Is there one that it's just you always go back to that you're really proud of, and that if you could reread?
I don't know, but I'll tell you. I like the categories that I talk about. I talk about travel and food and restaurants and thrifting. Thrifting is a big thing. Nothing I see, nothing I wear, nothing you see behind me has ever been bought retail. And I talk about lifestyle. Oh, and I talk a lot about Denmark. My husband is Danish. So I talk about about Scandinavia. So yes, it's a variety of things. I can't say that I have a favorite, no, off the top of my head.
Everybody should pick up a copy of The Book of Annie, the book of all about you, Annie. Humor, heart, and chutzpah from an accidental, or maybe not so accidental, influencer from the story that you told us about how you intentionally went about it, but nonetheless you became a TikTok influencer in your 80s. And I thank you all for joining us for this conversation. Enjoy the rest of BookFest 2024, and we'll see you next time.
Hello, everyone. I'm Lucia Matuonto, and I'm going to talk about embracing what makes you, you, turning your personality into a superpower. Every day we listen to things like, take that pill, take these vitamins, do this routine, be happy, speak up, be a better listener, use these injections, visit our clinic. You cannot live your best life without this product. This class, this face cream, you will be happier. You will become a new you, new personality, new body, new face for low, low price. It's never ending. Have you ever noticed how much time we spend trying to be perfect? We chase this impossible ideal, thinking we need to fit into a certain mold, all while overlooking the very things that make us unique. But what if I told you that these very things, the ones sometimes we could hide, are actually your superpowers? There is nothing wrong with you. You are who you are. Cherished. Embrace it. Be comfortable in your own skin. It's time to stand up and shine. Think about something you've always been insecure about. For me, it's always been that I think that I talk too much. Some people might be annoyed by that, like my sister. But let me tell a story. When I was in university, I ended up being the only person elected to be valedictorian. I gave a speech at my graduation for hundreds of people at the ceremony. And what about having a terrible sense of direction, like me? While others confidently navigate with a visual memory, some people get lost just going around the block, even with GPS. Others may dismiss it as a flaw. But here's the thing. Those people always end up taking the scenic route, stumbling upon hidden gems they were never meant to find. And every journey becomes an unexpected adventure, transforming even the simplest errand into an epic tale of detours and discovery. So, how many of you ever felt embarrassed about something you do? Maybe you get lost in your thoughts and never remember people's names. Maybe you laugh a little too loudly at your own jokes, or maybe you miss the punchline entirely. What if instead of feeling self-conscious, you celebrate those imperfections as your superpower? Imagine how that simple shift in your perspective could change everything. Today, we are going to dive into how we can embrace our imperfections, especially with a sense of humor, by being happy with who we are. This can lead to greater acceptance, greater self-acceptance, and joy. So instead of viewing our quirks as flaws or seeking perfection, let's explore how they can actually be our greatest strengths. So we all present ourselves differently depending on where we are or who we are with. We wear multiple masks throughout our lives. Professionally, in the office, laid back, at home, and daydreamer in social settings. But no matter how much we try to mask or even change our true selves, our real self deserves time to shine. Pop culture is full of examples like this where imperfections are embraced. Erin Brockovich, who was regarded as loud and hot-headed, is one of the most prominent consumer advocates we have today. And take Forrest Gump, who was constantly belittled and underestimated. His sincerity and courage led him to accomplish incredible things. Even X-Men, they are mutants, but became superheroes that save our world or our planet. These stories remind us that what others initially perceive as weaknesses or, let's say, imperfections can often become our greatest assets. It's all about embracing who we are and finding strength in our uniqueness. This is the inspiration behind my latest book, entitled Homegrown Superheroes. It's a fun story about characters putting their differences aside, coming together to putting on the show of a lifetime. Actually, each character has unique traits that might seem odd to others, but those traits ultimately become their superpower. It is a reminder that we all do things differently, but that's what we should embrace. In the book, we meet many characters from the fictional town of Peaceful Valley. These characters are all comically imperfect, whether it's terrible time management or the inability to listen. This always caused a lot of disagreements. But due to an economic crisis, the citizens teamed up to save the town. I'm not going to give any spoilers, but they learn to celebrate themselves the way they are. In fact, this also has psychological benefits. Self-acceptance reduces stress. When we are comfortable in our own skin, we strip away the power of negativity, which lowers stress and anxiety. When we accept our quirks as part of our DNA, we begin to appreciate them as integral parts of who we are. This shift leads to more fulfilling lives and a life worth living. All of us have a finite amount of time here on this earth. And the relationship we have with ourselves is the longest. So be kind to yourself. Be good to yourself. Plus, sharing ourselves honestly can strengthen relationships and deepen connections with others. So, let's celebrate what makes us different. Let's turn our imperfections into superpowers and find joy that comes with being our authentic selves. Let's start embracing what makes you you.
It's time for a fan favorite. The live author chats are about to kick off here on the BookFest Adventure Fall 2024. We're going to invite a myriad of authors up on this virtual stage to read from their book or do an activity. It's, of course, spooky season, so I wouldn't be surprised if we've got some Halloween fun in store for you as well. You can ask them questions. Go ahead, type it right into the chat. The team will relay them to the people as they're up on stage. Do so quickly because each of them only has 10 minutes. So it's a lot of fun, a lot of excitement. And since it's live, you never know exactly what's going to happen. And then at the end of the live author chats, we announce the winners of the Big Bundle of Books giveaway, as well as the Children's Books giveaway. Now, here's the dealio, though. You still have time right now to enter to win. If you haven't already, then OMG, go to the BookFest website, and where you can see the giveaway there, just click sign up. Enter to win because we have got some exciting prizes. For example, from Litographs, the Legend of Sleepy Hollow print. Now, can you see that? I know the light is a little bit bright, but this is an image created out of text from the Legend of Sleepy Hollow. How perfect is this for Halloween time, right? And then our friends from Story Arts have donated a pair of writer's gloves with text from Dracula written on them. Now, you don't worry, you'll get a fresh pair, but I love mine because I can wear them when it's a little bit chilly as I'm reading a book. Perfect for writers as well. It's absolutely a must for this spooky season. And we have Magic Mind Productivity Drink, designed for that long-term energy boost. I love it. It gives me a little bit of a boost, and you get into that flow state, that creative state. It's perfect for writers or anybody who needs that creative boost of energy. And you don't get one of these, you get the whole case. How amazing is that? Plus, lots and lots of books. Many of the books are signed books. Many of them are from authors that you're seeing speak during the BookFest. From BookFest bellwethers, those who help sponsor and bring the BookFest to you. So make sure you're entered to win in the Big Bundle of Books giveaways so that you can score some of these amazing books and so much more. For example, and there it is, from the creators of Slumberkins, All Feelings Welcome. That's one of our autographed books. And children's book giveaway item from Stephen Joseph. And here we go. We have the amazing, there, can you see that? This is from Slumberkins. It's the glow in the dark Halloween bundle. And I'm going to show you everything inside of this amazing basket as long as it doesn't fall over. Look at these kins. They are glow in the dark. And who doesn't love things that glow in the dark? I do. Look at the mini bat. Kids absolutely love things that glow in the dark. And then, of course, we have the 2 books that feature the creatures, and they help children navigate the complex emotions that we can sometimes have during Halloween time, right? We got candy, we got scary things. We've got a lot going on for the little ones, and it can be a lot to handle. So yes, from Slumberkins, this amazing gift basket for Halloween for the little ones. So don't wait to enter to win that. Plus, from our friends at Hazel Village, we have Flora Fox, plus the Gifts of the Year book. Now, these are ethically made by artisans from around the world. They're 100% cotton, handmade, so adorable. You can take off her little outfit. Kids will love dressing her up and playing with her. You also got the map that you can play on. That's from our friends at Hazel Village. So once again, my friends, you still have time to enter to win. Just go to the BookFest website where it says enter to win. You can see it at the bottom. We're going to be putting the link as well in the chat. Hang out with us in the chat. If you have a question for any of the live author chatters, you can ask it there. And then the winners will be announced at the end of the live author chats here today at the end of the BookFest Adventure Fall 2024.
A little bit behind, so we're just gonna maybe roll right into our first guest. Does that sound good? Perfect.
Absolutely.
All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and bring her on stage. Up first, we've got Margaret Grunstein. Margaret is the author of Naked in the Woods, My Unexpected Years in a Hippie Commune, and she's here to share an excerpt from her new intimate memoir, which she describes as a coming-of-aging memoir called Bargains. Hi, Margaret. How are you today?
Wonderful. Really happy to be here. Thank you.
Yeah, we're happy to have you.
Should I just jump in?
Yeah, let's do it. I'll go ahead and put
Okay.
you on spotlight.
Okay.
Nope, not John. There we go.
Okay. All right. That I'm going to be doing a short reading today from my newest collection of essays that form a memoir of my 70s, each essay delving deeply into different facets of loving. And so I'm inviting everyone, please join me as we enter into fantasy, romance, aging, gender, and all the richness of life. So here we go. My longing for romance struck unexpectedly while I was at a surprise birthday party celebrating June, the 90-year-old mother of my friend Cara. 15 of us, our ages hovering around 70, awaited her arrival. Happy birthday, we called joyously as June, decked out in leather pants, modestly high-heeled boots, and an elegant mohair sweater rounded the corner. While Cara said to her mother, I noted a disturbance opposite me. John, almost a double for Elaine's handsome boss on Seinfeld, was trying to catch June's attention. You're looking great for someone who's 90, he called out. Cara stiffened. No qualifiers allowed. Apologize to her, she demanded. John walked to the head of the table and settled next to June. I watched riveted. June turned to face him. He leaned over and whispered in her ear. She straightened and nodded her head. Next, June said a few words to John, lifting her index finger and looked like a gentle admonition. Then she lowered her hand and waited. The tableau remained. Nothing shifted until abruptly John raised his arms, wrapped them around June, and planted a big, full-lipped, head-tilting, nose-angle kiss right smack on her 90-year-old lips. They held the pose, a parody, a pretend dramatic reconciliation. But deep in the kiss, for one very brief moment, a tick of a talk, a give of a muscle, I sensed June relax, her chest rising as her head fell back a notch. I experienced June, unstaged, entering another dimension, the electricity of a swoon, an old screen world where the women we loved were glamorous and their men leaned over them. And there, on the projection screen of my mind, June and I merged. We were Elizabeth Taylor, Grace Kelly, and Ingrid Bergman. Our hair was black, blonde, curled, and coiled. Our necks were long and smooth. We were women dressed in satin gowns, gauzy wraps, sassy peplums, high heels, and hats. Ours was the movie where fireworks exploded when lips touched on the Riviera, where Tara burned, where hearts melted. June, or was it I, had entered into romance, the junction of gossamer and dreams. We were one, and I trembled in the excitement. Suddenly, June pushed all 5 feet 1 of herself upright, her red lipstick smeared. She looked around wildly, wagging her crimson red forefinger. No tongue, she announced. No tongue. I told him, no tongue. Reality and all its assault of nature had staked its claim. She was done. Pretend was okay, penetration too real. But I, thrilling in the angst and longing of my surrogate kiss, yearned to stay. So that's a little brief from one of the essays.
Wow, that's really a fun story. Thanks for sharing that with us.
My pleasure.
Wow. I love your writing, and I love the way you read that. It just really put me in the moment. A great job. So can you tell us like a little bit of what inspired you to write this memoir?
Well, I'm 81. When I turned 70, I started writing to work out. I was dating. I was trying to work out issues around that, and then a friend passed away, and I started just writing about the experience of the richness of life, the complexity of life, the liveliness of life, even at the end stages. And so I had essays around dating, I had essays around friendship, I had essays about loss, I have essays about family, about loving myself, and then ultimately about as I get closer to the end of my 70s, realizing, the end, feeling the end more, breathing over my shoulder here, and having to, so that's a long answer, but I also wanted to be part of the dialogue for my generation as we face aging.
Yeah. How would you say all of that hippie commune experience has kind of played into this new kind of project of being able to look back on your life and sort of work through these kinds of questions and these new life stages? Do you feel like it helped prepare you for it?
Well, every part of life builds on the next life, the commune book was a coming of age book, was in my 20s, late 20s, at a time of upheaval and excitement and joining into that. And this is a coming of aging. So they're kind of bookends. And there's also a part in it I own and was director of a preschool, still own, but it was director for about 40 years. And once I left the commune, that became almost a different kind of communal experience, in that every day you just are connected with this community of fabulous teachers, wonderful parents, and children. And it was a little Garden of Eden in its own, just as what we tried to do during my hippie days.
Yeah. Yeah, I love that. Can you, without, I don't know if it'll give away a bunch of the book, but can you talk about the title Bargains and a little bit behind the meaning behind that?
Well, there's one essay towards the end where I watch my dad. I go to visit my dad, who's had a heart attack, and he's not too much older than I am now. And I see him, we go to a grocery store and he loves bargains and he gets into one of the carts and I can't believe I see my dad tootling around a grocery store in a cart and it pulls at my heart. And I go off to the fresh, gorgeous vegetables and he goes off to the bin of the nearly new, the slightly used, the rejects. And he's happy as a lark. And we go through this. And in this essay, I follow him through all sorts of things. But in the end, I realized that he made a bargain, that he was still alive. He may have been diminished, but he chose to go out to the grocery store. He chose to be still thrilled by his day-old apples and his slightly dry bread. And he chose to grab it. And he made a bargain he made a choice. And every day there's bargains, to be made. And getting older and life is about making certain bargains with yourself and the realities around you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, that's great. I love that.
I think this is very inspiring, and I wish we had a heck of a lot more time to talk more. One thing you said earlier that struck me, and that's dating. How is dating different now than it was, in past decades for you? That's really fascinating.
Well, first, dating at 30, you feel you're putting the better you on the market. That's how it feels to be crude about it, and then, but what I learned is, through a fabulous partner, we bring who we are, and also dating. I have one essay where you meet the same eccentricities, the same odd people, the same odds of finding someone who matches you, and then there's the people that are still pretending to be young, and there's the guy who tries to get out of his Low-sung sports car, but as he says, my back, I can't. So there, and you think, okay, and there's still all, and you're never too old to be a teenager. You still have all the projections and your heart goes pitter pat and you hope and you dream and all that.
Yeah. Oh, that's great. Well, as we're kind of coming to a close, what can you tell us about where people can find you? Can you tell us more about some other projects that you want to make sure to point people towards? I think I have a page through this, the author page. I am on Instagram. I'm trying to use Instagram a little differently, and I'm trying to build the story of some of the different parts of the essays visually and with excerpts from the book on Instagram. And then I am on Medium. I have a website, margaretgrunstein.com. I'm also a photographer, and so I think some of the photographs in the book, Naked in the Woods, and then photographs I've done on aging. I've really been doing it. I did a lot of photos exploring the aging body. So Instagram, Medium, Substack, Facebook, the website, and here. Sounds great. Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Margaret. I really appreciate you coming by.
Thank you.
That was fun.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Bye. All right, let's keep the good times rolling. I'm going to go ahead and bring Cher on stage. Cher Therese is a two-time #1 best-selling Black romance author and world traveler. She is joining us today to demonstrate how to decorate your own author table. She's also going to discuss multicultural love stories, preview her book Tempest in Tulum, and will be available to answer any questions the audience may have about Black love. How are you doing today?
I'm wonderful. Thank you for having me.
Okay, I have to ask about your hat first off.
Yeah.
That is phenomenal. Is that like a conductor's hat that's made out of mirrors?
Well, you told me I could dress up for Halloween, so I'll be your captain on a voyage of wanderlust romance.
I love it. I love it. I went with live stream security personally.
Love it.
Well, talk us through a little bit about what you want to go through today, Cher.
Absolutely. I'll jump right in. So as you've already introduced me, I'm Cher Therese, and I'll be your captain on a journey of wanderlust romance. So I'll start with talking about what that is. Wanderlust romance. Well, first and foremost, I'm an author of Wanderlust romance, and they're a sequence of stories that center perfectly imperfect women specifically Black women and multicultural women, and the men who chase them around the world. So again, thank you for having me here. And I'm going to talk about just that, a small chat about the magic of storytelling, Black love, and how we can work together to kind of amplify our voices in these spaces. So when I first started writing, I did have one goal, and that goal was to be able to tell engaging stories about women who look like me, women who have stories in all of our complexities, strengths, and vulnerabilities. These are CEOs, these are MMA fighters, as you'll discover in my book, 10% to Loom. These are women who are dreamers and also hopeless romantics. But at the same time, we're not just strong women, right? We stumble, we feel, and sometimes hurt very deeply, and we also still have room to grow. And so there has been a challenge, of course, in Black and multicultural romance, especially when it comes to traditional publishing. So I've taken the indie route because what I didn't want are my stories or anyone who writes stories like me to have our narratives kind of marginalized or put into a box. Um, with that being said, social media has been a great help to help us get out of that box. But it also has its own challenges. And think algorithm, think having to try to do these trends that sometimes can feel a little bit silly, when really all we want is to reach an audience who wants to hear their story, my story, our stories, our readers, and there are audiences for all of us. But these readers just really want to hear stories that they can see themselves in, just like I wanted to write those stories. Stories that are rich, nuanced, and just overall good stories, right? So, as you can see, I was going to put this table together, but I felt like it would be a little too distracting. So, I went ahead and did it in advance because I feel like one of the ways that we can reach a broader audience, especially at festivals like BookFest, right? We can create tables and spaces that are engaging and inviting for the readers to come in and learn about our stories and actually just immerse themselves in what it is we're offering as authors. So I'll start with my table. It was put together very intentionally to talk about the whimsicalness of what romance and wanderlust romance is to me. So over here on the left, you'll see some vintage luggage. And over here on the right, I of course had to have a world globe because it's indicative of the nature of the stories that I tell. They're stories that will take you all around the world, all around the world. Also on my table, just in the theme of wanderlust and romance, you see the gold bust of a young lady with flowers in it. And that again just talks about the strength and the richness of the female characters that are in my books. And of course, because it's wanderlust means we're going on a journey, right? So I would be remiss if I didn't have the airplane on the table. And as an invite into the space so you can learn more about wanderlust romance and the books that I write, of course, I have to offer you a treat, some little chocolates that you can also get the book cover on each one. And it's a little bit more than just a piece of chocolate. It also has a QR code so you can scan it and get more information about the books, even if you aren't interested in learning right now. So I will send you away with that.
That's the best memento I feel like you can give someone.
Some
really
candy, chocolate.
Yeah. I mean, chocolate is universal. I mean, that's just gonna hook
Absolutely.
everybody. They'll stick around just to get the chocolate, right?
Take the chocolate. Take the chocolate and scan the QR code later.
I
Right?
love the QR code on the chocolate. That is just a stroke of genius. I mean,
Yeah,
I
and
really
then you're
love
not
these
littering either.
briefcases.
that's right. And let's just talk about technology for a second. You only have a few minutes. I only have a few minutes to engage with you all as the readers, right? And I want to do everything that I can to get your attention, engage your interest. So not only do I do things like QR codes on the piece of a chocolate, but I also want to make it as easy for you to get my books as possible. So of course, keeping in theme with QR codes, you gotta have a way for people to pay. And these days, it's not about cash all the time. Sometimes credit cards either. Sometimes it's a Venmo QR code or a Cash App QR code or just the easiest means for people to make that purchase, right? So let me tell you about the books. Again, I write wanderlust romance, so stories about perfectly imperfect women and the men who chase them around the world. So, of course, I sell books on this table. I have to have a means to display those books. So, right now, I have two bookshelves. One that has my book, Bali Blue, the first book that I wrote in the Wanderlust romance series. It's about Kendrick Kekoa and Rion Carson and their enemies to lovers romance with the beautiful Bali blue waters as the backdrop. My second book, Mess on the Mara. A lot of people think Mara is the female main character's name, but no, it is actually the immersion into the Maasai culture in Kenya on the Maasai Mara. But really, what I want to talk about is Tempest in Tulum, which is my third and final book in the Wanderlust romance series. Tempest in Tulum is a high stakes sports romance that is about Delia, who is an architect by day and an MMA fighter by night. And then enters Okido, who is Kenyan born but London raised and is ex MI6. Think Idris Elba or Black James Bond, if you will. But these two are on a whirlwind romance that'll take you from Atlanta to the exotic setting of Tulum, Mexico. And again, all of my stories have that international flavor, but I also write those stories that take you from places like Atlanta and other places like it to some of the most exotic, stunning places around the globe. So again, I invite you all to come with me on a journey of wanderlust romance around the world. And I'll hand it back over.
I love it. Let me ask you a question here. So you're going
Sure.
all around the world. Do you have to actually visit those places to get like research to write your books?
I personally travel to every place that I write about. So, yes. The cool thing is, I went to Bali for the first time in 2018, started writing that book. I went to Kenya in 2022, started writing this book. Tulum at the end of 2022, and I leave for Turkey in about 20 days. So, another story loading.
Wow. And you get to write those off on your taxes then, right?
I do. I do. That's a
Yeah.
wonderful thing to bring up. Yes, it's kind of a cheat code. You know, we all have to do research as authors. If we want to tell authentic stories, absolutely. And yes, the perk is it gets to be written off on my taxes.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, oh, that is phenomenal. What has so far has been your favorite place to visit that you were writing about? Or
Ooh, I have to say Bali. Well, another story that's also loading is Paris. So I haven't written that story yet, but it is the second. Well, it is the first that'll come out after this series is completed. But I have to say Bali is not only the my favorite place that I traveled to write the book, but I've also been back and I want to go back again. So yes, Bali.
Nice. Yeah.
is that also the place that has the best food?
Not only the best food, but the most inexpensive, good food I've ever eaten in my life. And when I say inexpensive, I mean like eating for 50 cents.
Oh, I love that.
Whoa, what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. If you like ramen, oh my God, you can get ramen from a street vendor for like 50 cents. Yeah.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah.
That sounds like
And not
paradise.
just top ramen. I'm talking about stir fried with eggs and vegetables, everything. Yes, the
Yeah.
9 yards. Yeah.
Wow.
Well, we're running out of time here, but is there anywhere that you can send our listeners who want
Absolutely.
to learn more about you and your projects?
Absolutely. And you know what? I don't know if it's okay if I mention it, but you guys have a BookFest gift bag, right?
Yeah. Yep. And that we're going to be
Perfect.
announcing that at the end of this. Yep.
Awesome. Well, every one of you, if you get that gift bag, you will not only get a free dramatic reading of the first chapter of my book of Tempest and Saloon. I say dramatic reading because it has the bells and whistles, the narration, sound effects, music, everything. And if that tempts your tummy, then you also get a 40% off coupon on the pre-order as long as you get it before November 14th, which is the. And last but not least,
Oh,
I want to invite all of them to Share in Wonderland, which is the release party for Tempest and Tulum. all of that in the gift bag. But you can find me on all social media. Just search for Share to Race.
All right. That sounds great. Thank you so much, Cher. I really appreciate you joining us, and I hope
Thank
you have a
you.
great day.
Thank you for having me.
All right. Awesome. Okay, so we are going to roll right into CC Robinson. CC, well, CC is here to read from. First of all, I feel like you are trying to beat me right now by being the police when I was security.
Okay, I just want to say that we did not plan this.
Yeah.
No planning was involved, but I thought, I could either be a rebel or a police officer because
Yeah.
both of them go with my book. And I was like, everybody likes a villain.
Yeah.
And
Now that
unfortunately, in
we're
my book, yeah, it's villains.
Yeah. Well, now that we're here, we can finally talk to John. Cece is here to read from Divided, her young adult dystopian novel, which combines the world building of The Last of Us with the relentless action of the Hunger Games, set in a future America where we are segregated. Hi, Cece. This is such an interesting premise, and I'm so excited to hear more about it.
Awesome. Well, I'll get to the reading. I had to
Yeah,
take off my
perfect.
sunglasses so I could actually see. Anyway. This was the epitome of death and destruction, and Marcos finally understood what Abuela had said. They might be safe as a nation, but they were no longer free. People had died fighting Martin, fighting his iron-fisted control. All the broadcasts giving them an extra few rations here or a new item in market that no one could afford there. And for what? So Martin could keep his power? And now the draft. Marcos sank onto the broken street and held his head in his hands. He felt stuck, powerless. Why did he try so hard at school or in the drivers? He would be risking his life traveling between cities as a driver, only for a glimpse of someone from another area, never time to chat. There must be more to life than going along with the farce of freedom and prosperity Martin preached. Marcos didn't know how to fix this, didn't know if he wanted to. His shoulders slumped, tears of frustration tumbled to the ground. Perhaps he should flee southwest to the independent Republic of Texas. Never mind, Marcos didn't know the way and had no food to survive such a long journey. Maybe dying while escaping was preferable to living a lie. Sweat cooled on his neck and chills overtook him. Marcos had only one reason to keep living, to keep fighting: Flavia. His sister had innocent dreams of finishing high school, becoming a teacher, and raising a family, and he could help her achieve them. Maybe seeing her happy would make a life of bondage worth it. What could one person do to stop Martin? Nada, nothing at all. Never before had Marcos felt so powerless. Huffing out a breath, he stood. He pointed towards Queenstown and started walking. He never should have left, even with the draft hanging over his head. If he didn't return, would they question Flavia? Would she get in trouble for his actions? He couldn't bear that thought. Marcos crept through the woods, jumping at every sound, though most were probably squirrels or chipmunks scavenging for food, just like inside the city. Moonlight brightened and the woods thinned. Glancing left and right, Marcos cursed. A 20-foot high glass and barbed wire topped wall, vibrating with an invisible but still impenetrable sonic barrier, taunted him. He was lost. No Havana or the cemetery's chain link fence in sight. Shouts filled the air, and Marcos scrambled backward to the safety of the woods. He sprinted toward where he thought Havana was, but a warm body pinned him face down in the hard ground. A nightstick crashed to the ground next to his head. Marcos, the Havana Escuela boxing champion, squirmed and flailed, landing punches and knee jabs on the man on top of him. A cold circle pressed against his temple. "Move again, and I'll shoot," a terse voice said.
That's awesome. Okay, we actually just got a question in from the audience.
Yeah.
So I'm going to lead off with that.
Mhm.
It says, your world building is inspired by one of the best game adaptations on TV, The Last of Us. Are you inspired by video game environments at all?
Oh, for sure. I don't play a lot of video games. I would call myself a YouTube lurker. I like watching other people play video games, and I have 3
Yeah.
Gen Z kids, so I've definitely done my fair share of watching while they did everything, while they built worlds, while they played. And so I would say the action and how video games have incorporated storylines throughout has definitely been an inspiration. Probably more so though was the classic or the YA dystopian novels of the early 2000s. When I read Hunger Games and Divergent, it really made an impression on me, and I remembered back to my youth and reading things like Brave New World in 1984, watching A Clockwork Orange and kind of being traumatized by that, Animal Farm, and thinking dystopian is really the perfect mode for playing with societal issues. And so I like the video game setting for the action orientation, but I also liked the classic dystopian literature for its political commentary value.
Awesome. Yeah, that's a great response.
Yeah. I think my question for you is, why this story and why now?
Well, why now? Have you looked around our world?
Yeah.
We're a little divided. And I started writing this back in 2012. So I feel like back then people asked me that more because we were sort of, we'd elected a Black president and we're healed, right? No, we're not healed. And I had an all-night dream where I saw our nation divided up after a civil war, and where I actually met all four of my main characters. And I just had this burning desire that I needed to tell their story. And it's, a lot of authors talk about this, how their characters bug them. Marcos is the one who bugged me. Like, if I didn't write often enough, he would appear in my dreams. He'd be like, I'm still in bondage. I need your help. I'm like, oh, okay. So it was really like a passion and a burning desire to get these books out that motivated me to write and to learn how to write fiction.
Mm-hmm. Wow, that's unbelievable. So you really saw it all in a dream. Wow.
Yeah, not every little detail. I would say the broad brush. I saw the world. I saw the war that sent us there. The decimation of our biggest cities, taking out all our leadership, our command military, and then crashing our world. I saw all that. I actually, this book, Upheaval, is the prequel where I kind of paint that picture of the story of the setup for the world, and then Divided is set 45 years after that. So I did see it in much more of a broad stroke. There was a lot of work that had to happen, though. As anyone who's ever written a book knows, you gotta put the hard work in.
Whoa, wait! You have to work on it.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Nobody ever told me that. That's why it's never worked out.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I think. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead, John.
I was just going to comment that I think it's kind of prophetic on your part that you wrote this book, and it seems like elements of it may even be coming toward being true in some ways.
Yeah.
How does that make you feel?
Back when I first, I'll just take one element that is, for me, when I first conceived of it, was more science fiction than science. The sonic element of the walls. I did not know this, but in recent years, I've just learned this over the last several months, redoing research on this. There's a lot of development around sonic technology as riot control and crowd control, nonviolent crowd control. And so it's not that big of a leap to jump into the wall being reinforced with sonic technology.
Yeah. And as we're kind of coming up near the end here, anywhere that you would maybe try to point people towards for getting more information about your work and your projects?
So, of course, my website, ccrobinsonauthor.com, and I see a question that's popped up in our chat. I'm not sure if everyone can see that, about me getting any blowback for writing this story as a white woman, given that I POVs from 4 people that I'm not part of their ethnicity, including a young white teenage boy. Obviously, I'm not a teenage boy. And Yes and no, because I did a lot of work and I did engage with different people of those ethnic groups to read and to help with characterization. I did dozens and dozens of hours of interviews, and so I actually write about that in an article, and that's posted on my website if that person wants to know a little bit more about my process of what I did, so that I wasn't misappropriating or dishonoring people. Because I think when you have a message like this, it's the last thing I wanted to do.
Right. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. No, I appreciate you saying that. I didn't catch that before, so I'm happy you did.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, Cece, I really appreciate you coming by. And any last message you want to leave with people? We got just a few seconds left.
Stay united, not divided.
I love that. All right. I hope you have a good one, and we'll see you later.
Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thanks.
All right. And we are going to move on along to Russell Little. Pull him up here. Russell is a practicing attorney and the author of the book Murder by Storm and Murder for Me. He is here to describe living through a hurricane and consider how they could potentially hamper criminal investigations.
Before we get started,
I want you to tell them, because I think we're going to tell them a similar thing.
I have to ask you guys something. I think what you two are really disguised as is the CIA dudes in an old Beavis and Butthead episode. There's the two CIA guys in the old episode. You guys are identical to it, and you're acting like it too. So are you Beavis and Butthead guys?
Yes.
Is that what you are?
Yeah. You know, you're not the first person who have asked me if I've been Beavis and Butthead now grown up. So it's probably true, even though they've probably mind erased me.
You weren't Beavis and Butthead. You were the CIA guys in the episode.
Oh, the CIA guys in the Beavis and Butthead.
Right.
Got it.
That's who you are.
Wow.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey,
That's pretty cool.
Hey, Russell, what's going on there? You got any secrets you're trying to sell to the overseas?
Oh, I know, right? And I did the hat thing just like everybody else.
Good. Yeah, we need the hats. The gentleman needs a hat.
I'm not really a joiner or a group guy, so it's kind of a challenge for me. Okay. I've been a divorce attorney and a criminal attorney for 40 years. And I'm in the mountains of Georgia now, but I lived in Houston and rode out 5 different hurricanes. And the last one was Harvey, where it came slowly toward the city. It creeped toward the city. And I lived in a high-rise downtown. Some of the Rockets players were my neighbors. And it was right across the park from when Harvey sat on top of Houston for 5 days and we got 52 inches of rain. It's where they took all the refugees. And I spent the week helping them and going around the city during the hurricane, helping people. And you see things you can't believe. And if you didn't see it yourself, you wouldn't believe it could happen, like a manhole blow off and water fountain up through the manhole 2 stories. It's just an incredible sight. And I write murder thrillers, and I wanted to write about all these incredible things I saw. And so I put that in the book. So it's kind of appropriate. I'm over here in Georgia. The hurricanes followed me to Georgia, and that's what my book's about. So it's pretty cool. It's pretty terrible. But, that hurricane, even though it was an awful thing, it was the most important part of my life, except for raising my kids. Because I got to help strangers that I didn't know. And you would see it all over the cities. People helping strangers they didn't know. They didn't care what race they were, what political belief they had. They just helped them because they needed help. And it's a wonderful thing. It's a terrible thing. And it's awful that it takes such terrible things to get there. But it's also a wonderful thing. And so I wanted to write about it. I put it in the murder mystery. Also, hurricanes are a very good time to commit crime.
Yeah, actually, we just got a question from our audience asking if you thought a villain could intentionally plan a murder to take place in a hurricane as a way to kind of obscure their role in it.
Not only did it occur to me, I wrote about it. Because when a hurricane takes 2 weeks to get to a city, but the whole city knows that the hurricane's coming, you have plenty of time to plan.
Yeah,
and let me
that's
tell
true.
you, police are busy during a hurricane,
Yeah.
and there's nothing that wipes out evidence and DNA like floodwater. It's the nastiest possible water there is because everything's mixed in.
Mm-hmm.
And down in Houston, including alligators and fire ant beds that float as a whole hive on top of the water. So there's nothing that you can't do or you can do during a hurricane because something always goes wrong because it's a hurricane, right? It's like the old Greek story about I think it was a turtle that let a scorpion float across the river on top of his back, and at the end the scorpion still stung him, and the turtle asked him in the Greek story, "Why did you sting me? I'm a scorpion." Right?
Yeah.
It's a hurricane.
I think that was the frog and the scorpion, right?
As a frog and a scorpion. Thank you
Yeah.
for knowing the story.
Yeah. No, yeah. I was looking it up to make sure because I wasn't positive.
I know. Well, it just came on top. You know, I'm here with these Beavis and Butthead CIA guys. It just came up on top of my head.
Yeah. Okay, so you have the hurricane is this awful experience, but you have a really beautiful kind of life lesson or lived experience through it where you get to help and be a part of this movement. My question is kind of how you go from there to now writing about murder stories within hurricanes.
Okay, well,
what
here's
kind
the
of
story.
led you to that?
Here's the story. So for 40 years, I've been practicing law. And during that time, and you see this as you guys get older, and you probably have come across some of these people already. There are characters you come across that you cannot forget because they're different than everyone else. And the longer you go, the more you meet like that. And sometimes you meet people that are completely off any level of what everyone else is like. And I've met a few of those. And in my life, those were people that I thought, as I got to know them, this is someone I need to write about. And over time, I started trying to write about them. But I was busy practicing law, trying cases, raising a family. But when my youngest son left for college, he took me aside, put his arm around me and said, "Dad, you're running out of time. You need to finish the book." So I finished the book. And then that was Murder for Me. And it's a battle between an antagonist, a woman that is basically a psychopath, and I've known two, and they're like wolves and the rest of us are sheep. They're a total different species than the rest of us. They prey on the rest of us. But there's also funny characteristics about psychopaths, if that's possible. One is they always have these plans, but they never execute complete plans. They never seem to work out the way real psychos plan. And it was so amazing. I wanted to put that in the book too. And I have a real battle in the book, a real chess match in real life between a detective that won't let go of trying to catch her and Marilyn, a psychopath that won't stop doing what she does.
Did you draw from any real cases, or did you kind of look for inspiration by diving through a bunch of different legal cases from the past?
I knew these people. I knew I would form characters out of people that I knew that I could never forget. And like my antagonist is emerging of two people that I met during my life that I couldn't forget. I was like a moth to a fire though, because I couldn't stay away from them because they were so amazing. They were so different. And they were able to do things that you just couldn't believe that they could walk into a room and do. I had to write about that stuff. Yeah. And during the first book, the readers' responses were how can that be possible? How did that work? Why did she do that? And so the next book is, how is that possible? Why did she do that? Who is she really?
Yeah. Wow, that's awesome. Well, thank you so much. As we're kind of coming near the end, is there anywhere you want to point our viewers to read more about your projects and your work?
Sure, they can go two places, russelllittleauthor.com, just my name, author.com. And if they want to just kind of keep track of me, of what I'm doing as far as writing or appearing like on this show, they can go to my author Facebook page, Russell Stories. I tell stories. I talk about where I'm traveling, what I'm doing. I talked about this story before, about this show before. I'll probably tell a few jokes about it afterwards.
Yeah. Awesome.
About the two CIA dudes.
Well, thanks so much, Russell. I really appreciate you stopping by, and I hope you have a great day.
You guys have a great day too.
Thanks, Russell.
Bye.
Sure.
All right. Rolling on through. Up next, we've got Maria Alexander. Going to go ahead and add her to stage. Maria is a two-time Bram Stoker award-winning author who is here to talk about how spiritualism sparked American feminism in the 19th century, and is also available to answer any questions our audience might have about writing horror. Hello, Maria. How are you?
Hey.
Oh, we got you muted. Oh, hold on. I think I can actually unmute you. No, I can't. You're muted right now, Maria.
Well, does that help?
Yeah, there we go. That helps a lot. I can hear you a lot better.
Sorry about that. Hey, thank you guys for having me on. John, it's always so wonderful to see you.
Likewise.
You are. Anyway, so here I am. I'm working on my latest book. It's a horror thriller called The Ascension, and it's about this teenage girl whose family are assassins, but they don't take their orders from like living people. They take them from the spirits of the dead, people who have been wrongly killed. Or so they say. And so this character, Leah, she's realizing that she needs to bring down this whole system that innocent people are dying instead of, wicked people, so to speak. And I thought that, I would tie the whole thing it's tied into mediumship and the background of spiritualism. And as I was researching spiritualism, I discovered it was a religion that actually kind of started in the 18th century, but it's in the 19th century that it really comes to the surface. We've got, mediums and seances, and we've got Mary Lincoln Todd. She is really into, she loses a son in the Civil War. And so she gets a medium to come to the house so they can communicate with her dead son. And, of course, President Lincoln was on that too, was listening too. So, but a really interesting thing happened at that time where it was the Victorian era, and women were not allowed to speak publicly. What I discovered in my research was that the only women that were allowed to speak publicly were mediums. And that spiritualism became the first female-led religion in the United States. And also that women, a lot of women who were mediums were also hugely influential feminists as well, because they could say what, first of all, if you were just saying if you're saying, oh yeah, this dead guy is talking through me and he's saying stuff, you can say anything you want.
Yeah.
No one's going to think that's coming from you.
Yeah.
If you're a woman, right?
Yeah.
You say, oh, this dead statesman from Greece in, 200 BC, is telling me that free love is the way to go, that women should be able to love whoever they want. That's one thing. But when you start saying it like Victoria Woodruff did, she was super successful woman, female mediums. They could make their own money. They didn't have to get married. They had status. They had, it's just really crazy. I found all these historical documents, all of these historians writing about this, authors like Midori Kawa and Dr. Grant Shreve, sorry. And I was just stunned. I had no idea. And so I've given this talk once already here in LA. I've been invited down to San Diego to give a talk about this. I think it's an extremely important part of feminist history that people don't know about, and for the most part. And also, I'm hoping I'm going to work it into my book somehow. I want it to be in there. What an incredible find, right?
Yeah.
And to not be able to use that. I will use it, but yeah. So, yeah, that was mainly what I wanted to talk about. Did you guys have any questions about that? Like, we talked about it a little bit before, but was there anything?
I'm blown away by that. There's just so much out there. There's so much rich history that hasn't been uncovered or explored yet. It just blows my mind. It reminds me of, Mallory O'Meara's phenomenal book about the Creature from the Black Lagoon controversy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's a great book.
That was just put under cover for decades, that Millicent Patrick was actually the woman who designed the creature. And because she went out on the tour and everyone loved her because she was charismatic and fun, the head art director put the kibosh on her. And it's just like, OMG, right? Like these things over the years have happened like that. But it's just amazing that this history now is being uncovered and shared so widely. I love it. And I really do hope that your research ends up in a book or multiple articles. I love that you're doing presentations too. And I hope we have links to those presentations that we can share with everybody.
Soon.
So unbelievable.
Soon. It wasn't recorded, but I thought I'd give people a taste here. And I'm going to write up an article. I'm hoping to get it published. I'm not sure exactly where. Maybe Lightspeed or Nightmare Magazine would want to hear about this, because it's such a trope of horror, right? The seance. Like, I remember seeing Masterton's what is it? That old movie with Tony Curtis and the Manitou, and they're all sitting around that table, and then they're having that seance, and then that Native American person, a character's head comes up through the table and he's talking in Latin, which was weird. The whole thing was weird. We were watching that as kids, and my mom actually said to me, don't memorize those words, because she thought they were real magic words to make the head of an indigenous person come up out of a table. I don't know. I had a wacky childhood, but honestly, like, it'll come up. I'll probably, write up an article and give it to the usual suspects to see if they're interested in it, because I think it's really important.
Yeah. Have you ever, I guess they're kind of tangentially related, but have you ever looked at the feminism ties in early, like, witchcraft and stuff as well?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's a really, there's a lot, I would imagine a lot more kind of out there about that too. But I just think that that's a really fascinating part of history too. That's like kind of similar in a way, where it's like a lot of it was just like women feeling empowered, and they were like, that's wrong.
Well, or just women that they hated. Like a lot of people say, and I'm very woo, by the way. I'm super woo. Like, I'm a pagan, I'm a witch myself. But I firmly believe that most of the women, if not all of them, that were killed back then were not witches
Oh yeah,
at
no,
all.
absolutely,
Had nothing to do. It was just men who just wanted to hurt them.
Hmm.
And they needed, and the community needed a scapegoat, and it was okay to hurt women back then. So that's kind of, I had a real visceral reaction we were just in Edinburgh last year, and there's a fountain at Edinburgh Castle, and where they have this like memorial to all the women who were burned at the stake, and they talk about them as if they were all witches, and I'm like, that's kind of wrong.
That's hilarious. Like to still be doing that. Like that's wild.
Those wacky Scots. I won, so it's okay. But you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's so wild. I find it just so funny to hear though that like mediumship was such a protected trait when witchcraft was like a scapegoating like immediate crime.
Well, but think about it though, like around the time that it started, we're talking like the early 1800s, just just before the Civil War. And when you have 500,000, I think it was like actually 600,000 people died in the Civil War. There was a lot of grief, a lot of people wanting to talk to their loved ones. And now it wasn't, and when you think about things like talking to the dead and like Ouija boards, for example, Ouija boards were not considered satanic until much later in history. We're talking into the 20th century. Okay, we're talking about when after The Exorcist, then Ouija boards were bad.
Right, yeah.
People did not consider them evil or tools of the devil or anything like that back then. So it was actually considered a religion that was kind of compatible with Christianity.
Yeah, that's really interesting.
Yeah.
We are coming up on time, but we had a quick audience question I wanted to run by you real fast.
Sure.
When writing horror, how much does your setting need to, quote, be a character in your story?
100%.
100%.
100%.
Yeah.
In the other book, Snowed. This is one this one's set in Oak County, California. And Oak County is this really backward kind of red county in California. It's based on where I grew up. And it is the whole setting. Like it's out in the woods, and it's super creepy out there. And like, it is everything. I mean, it is part of why things happen. It plays as much a part. It's as much of a plot point setter as any particular person or event.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, we just hit time, but real quick, where can people find you?
Come to my website, mariaalexander.net or .com, whatever you remember. And you will be able to sign up for my Substack, which has been lately, it's been going viral. I don't know why. Don't ask.
Awesome.
You can find my blog posts there. Also, some have gone viral. And you can come to my Facebook and my Blue Sky. Just Google my name. You'll find me in all those places.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much,
Instagram.
All of them. Yep.
Thanks, John.
You bet. Very exciting.
Guys.
Bye, Maria.
Thank you. That was great.
Bye.
All right, awesome. And we are going to move right on now to Gina Cavalier. Ooh, I almost just clicked the wrong person. Hi, Gina.
Hi.
Gina is an author, artist, and filmmaker, and she is here to share her journey of overcoming suicidal ideation and deciding to teach helpful techniques to the world. She is also going to teach us a brief grounding exercise, which I'm very excited for. So hello, Gina.
Hi, you guys. Hi, everybody. And everybody was so wonderful today. I wanted to say thank you to the organizers, the authors, and all the supporters here today. I know this can be a heavier topic. So just to start off, I'm also I'm a fiction writer and a nonfiction writer because stories saved my life, literally. And as I healed and I got to the point where I no longer had suicidal ideation, I really wanted to share it with the world. And I created a book that I wrote with a trauma-informed therapist, Surviving Suicidal Ideation, right here. And it's just my mission to help bring levity to the subject so people can start communicating, talking, and so we can recognize signs with our tribe and our loved one and our community around, with our eyes open, our hearts open, filled with love, and help bring those people that are really actually suffering. So there.
Fantastic. Yeah, I really appreciate you telling us about that. Talk with us a little bit more about your journey overall. What kind of brought you to the point of the book, I guess?
Well, I wanted to be a writer my whole life, but I didn't
Mm.
really have the education, and I had a traumatic background. So I just felt worthless and that I was never going to reach my goal. So I would put it far, far away from my ideals that it was going to happen in my life. But something kept drawing to me. I just love stories. I love film. And as I started to heal, and I actually left the entertainment industry. You know, I was working at Warner and Disney and all those things, and I was suffering greatly. And I wanted to really heal. Went on this journey of healing, and literally, I mean, it did take a long time. It took commitment and all those other things, but things just started to fall into place. And I realized I kind of reprogrammed my mind away from ever wanting to harm myself. And I wanted people to know that that can happen, because a lot of people don't talk about it, that this can actually be healed. And if it's not you, maybe there's someone in your circle who might be suffering. So maybe how to recognize warning signs. So we created this book, Surviving Suicidal Ideation. So if people didn't want to talk to anybody, this is basically a workbook. They could go through the program, they could go through the meditations. And there is a doctor, Dr. Amelia Kelly, who wrote it with me. So there's clinical advice, not just my lived and healed experience. And I used energy to transform the things that were really hurting me and harming me, so I could go back to love, so I could heal when I was in those bad places. And at a moment's notice, that I put all the control into my hands. And I had to do that so I could live a healthier life. And now I get to, in my 50s, live a whole new life that I never thought was possible. And now I'm writing even more. I'm living my dreams as an author. I'm creating a whole franchise, fictional franchise, you know, like a Harry Potter-like series. I'm just creating now with full belief in myself, and that things will always fall into place no matter what is happening, conflict around me or the world. I can stand up, and I could take it in a different way that doesn't put me in danger.
Wow, that's a pretty remarkable story. And I love how you're going into other creative outlets as well. I'm really curious about that. Have they kind of informed each other? Like your nonfiction and your fiction, are there parallels between them by any chance?
Absolutely. You know, it's all about healing. It's all about morals of the story. It's all about getting to the evolution, the arcs of a character, and how you get out of things, how you change as a person, how you communicate. And definitely, I think they absolutely go together.
Wow, that's awesome. I think that, you know, I think when you're a writer and you're a storyteller, you know, they say everything's a story in life, right? So I think that it's great that I think that it's great that you're looking in all these different areas. And, you know, the other thing that struck me as you were talking is I think that books are born and they find people, and people find the books that they need. And I think it's great that you're putting these out there. I think it's, you know, it's something that may not be the most, you know, whatever topic, you know, it can be, you know, nerve wracking or whatever to people, but I think it's really important to talk about it. And I think that what you're doing is pretty excellent. And cool. And how we have to do your grounding exercise soon too, right?
Yeah. So
I wanted to make sure we had time for that too. So we have 5 minutes.
yeah, and it's
Okay,
just
go
a
ahead.
really quick little thing that people can do.
Okay.
And if this isn't something that works for you, but maybe just stay and listen, because it might help someone that you know or love. Because the one thing that I wasn't often, and I realized, is I wasn't grounded. I was sort of all over the place because I was in my head a lot, and I had anxiety, and I had trauma, and I had PTSD. So how would I go ahead about doing this? Yes, you can go through therapy and all these different other things, but those are long kind of processes. What could I do right now in the moment that could put the control into me 100%? And for some reason, grounding works, and it works for all of my clients, and it's something that we perfect and do it over and over again. So I'm just going to quickly go through it. It's going to move really fast. There's going to be more information on my website, theliberatedhealer.com. I will also email it to you if you email me at gina@theliberatedhealer.com and want how to do this, I will email you the instructions. But you could just close your eyes or not close your eyes and just imagine this grounding cord coming off your hips. And the grounding cord I like to create, especially for people starting this, make it look like a tree, like a redwood tree or something strong, like an oak tree. And have it hollow on the inside and watch it grow and form and hit the ground and start to burrow through that beautiful earth that's supporting and loving you, and send it all the way. Just imagine it going through the crystal caverns and all the beautiful things of earth, all the way into the center of the earth, and just imagining it hooking on. And then just feel that grounding energy, and you will actually be more grounded through that. And then you can imagine letting all the things that are no longer serving you just swirl and twirl and go down that grounding cord. You can even throw things down, throw a situation down, throw an energy down, anything that's sort of, frustrating you, or any resentment, any fears, any anxiety. Just imagine it go down, down, down. And then I imagine a giant golden sun over my head, and this golden light, I recall all this beautiful energy of love and light and all the happy stuff. And then I fill myself back up with that. So the idea is to release and let go, and then to fill back up. So remember that process, because if you just release but don't fill back up, you might feel a little unbalanced. But that's just my process. I do it the minute I wake up, and I do it often throughout the day.
I love that. That's great. We did have a question in our from our audience about the rates of ideation increasing in men as well. Have you looked into that? As obviously, I assume you've looked at the whole issue, but
Yes, I do.
But yeah, do you have any kind of thoughts on that? On how
Yes,
the numbers are spiking with men as well?
Unfortunately, so men are the most completed, women are the most attempted, and that's what's happening right now. So it is obviously a global phenomenon, and that's why bringing levity to the subject is so important. Because if we can't speak about it, how can we expect someone else to heal it?
Yeah.
And more often enough, when we talk about it, people just feel, gosh, I feel so much better. They find that their friends are feeling the same way, and that they're not just alone. And there's a lot of resources in the book or online, and there's all kinds of ways to just get support. And I want people to know that I've healed this in myself. And if you are feeling that way, you don't have to live the rest of your life like that. It's getting to the point where I can't even barely remember those moments anymore. I'm getting healed. I'm still continuing my healing. And I just want to share that with people, because I never thought that was possible. And so that's why it was such a big mission of mine.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Well, we're coming up at the end of our time here. I know that you've mentioned some things already, but can you walk us through the different places that our viewers can go and support and learn more about your work?
Yes, and thank you. Gina Cavalier, theliberatedhealer.com. And if you need anything on there, I'm also on the Instagram and all the other places. You can just type in Gina Cavalier and see all my socials. I also have my art website, which is a way that I use my creativity to release some of my suffering. Art is such a beautiful thing. And just wishing you all well and have a happy holiday. And thank you again to everybody who joined us today.
Yeah, thank you. Have a great day, Gina.
Thank you so much.
Bye, guys. Thank
Bye.
you, John. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, and coming up next, we've got Bjorn Leeson. Hi, Bjorn. Bjorn is the author of Outside the Thalspar series and is going to talk with us today about his joy of building characters, and he wants to include lots of them, lots of characters,
yeah.
shattering the rule of restricting stories to just 7. Hi, Bjorn. How are you today?
Doing good. How are you guys doing?
Awesome.
Doing great. Yeah.
Gotta love the BookFest.
Yeah.
This has been fun. This is the first time I've been to anything like this, and there's a lot of people. I didn't realize how many people were going to be involved in this. I haven't been able to watch it from start to finish, but I've been in and out quite a bit. A lot of interesting people. I mean, there's all different backgrounds, all different viewpoints. Everyone's got kind of their own angle they're coming from. It's fascinating if you're a little bit of a studier of humanity, like I like to do.
Cool. I like that term. Studier of humanity. What a great term for an author. Right?
Kind of have to be, I guess, right?
When you're doing it right. Right?
Oh, yeah. But kind of in a way, you mentioned that I like to build character. That is my favorite part of writing. And this is a good petri dish of what I'm talking about. I read somewhere when I started writing a while back, when I started writing fiction fantasy, was that you should restrict your story to 7 characters. Yeah, you can't do that. That's not life, is it? I mean, look at the BookFest. You've got got to be 100 people involved in this at least. So if you're writing a story and you want it to be expansive and you want it to be detailed and realistic, then you've got to do more than 7. So that's what I did. I did dozens. Now, you don't see them all at the same time, of course. It's a series of books, but it's indicative of life, and that's kind of where I was trying to go with it. Just like what we're seeing here on the BookFest.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, John.
Can you tell us a little bit about your character development and creation process? How do you make them dimensional?
Pretty much, as you might have guessed, I'm old, so I've experienced a lot of different people in a lot of different situations, and that it's almost as though you take a blank character, like little template. You take the little mannequin from the store and you set them there, and then you start picking out little bits of things you from your own experiences, people and you start patchworking it together, and you end up with this awesome character. Like the protagonist of my story is Mariel the Doctor's daughter, and she's already physically unique because she's a Norse female warrior, but she's dark skinned with wild black hair and bright green eyes. So she's just not what you picture as a Viking. And then you throw in her personality, which is even more so unique because she's got these dozens of little quirks. She doesn't like odd numbers. She likes to eat round food. Just weird little things about her that make her endearing and make her human, make her not just a carbon copy of another character just like her somewhere else.
Right.
Yeah. Then you got Ingrid Stone Splitter, who's another character. She's Mariel's sidekick, so to speak. Now she is 6'6" and extremely muscular, and she even she's described as masculine looking. It's hard for her to get close to people because she's intimidating. They see her and they're like, they kind of stay away from her. And she's a warrior. That's what she does. She trains warriors and she leads warriors. But when Mariel and her begin to bond and they hang out together and go through their adventures together, she's very gentle and very kind-hearted, which you don't expect that out of someone that looks like this. So if you just I don't have much time to talk about it, but if you just take those kind of little patchwork bits of humanity that you see and experience and you apply them to these characters, if you have enough experiences in life, you can build dozens, and they'll all be unique and they'll all be different. And that's where I wanted to go with it. And I feel like it turned out pretty well.
Yeah. We have a question in from the audience. Says, editors often tell you to not create too many characters. How do you get around the gatekeepers?
Well, luckily my editor is very easy to work with.
Yeah.
So she kind of lets me run wild. I mean, she does throw up roadblocks when they need to be there, of course, but she does she does go through the entire thing before she makes a determination that something needs to be changed. She doesn't just run into the first thing and say, okay, you need to stop here and you need to do this. Mm-hmm. So she will say, okay, I followed it through, and at first I didn't like this, but once I saw where it was leading, it made sense, and I do like it now. Yeah. So I didn't really get a lot of blowback. Luckily, my story is, it's a series of books. The third one just came out. It's going to be a total of 7, as it turns out.
Wow.
It started out as a short story, ends up being 7 full-length novels. So go figure how that works. But the entire story expands over 1,124 years. So you got to figure that's a lot of time to fit in lots of characters.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's yeah, there are a lot of movies like that. I was trying to think of one specific one, but it was going to take me too long.
So like Star Wars or Lord of the Rings or any of the epic fantasies, right?
Now, of course, the writing isn't a solid 1,124 years worth of story. I mean, there's gaps of centuries, but the beginning of it's 800-ish AD, and the end of it's World War II, 1944. So,
how do you thread all that time together into a cohesive, like, single series?
Oh, very carefully, and that's lots of layers, and what I was shooting for was making it realistic, making it feel real, not like it's false. It is a wild fantasy, but it's very real. I don't know how the way I'm going to say this is going to sound kind of stupid, but it's a wild, realistic fantasy.
Yeah. No,
and a lot of that's because of the characters. The character, to me, and I've had a lot of feedback that says I'm right about this. A lot of the characters are just so relatable to us, in the real world here, that the fantasy, the wild fantasy aspect is a lot easier to digest because the characters are so relatable. So.
Yeah, I think that's an important facet, for sure. You need the audience, the reader needs something to hang on to see themselves in, for sure. But I'm also curious about how you're building these worlds and making them realistic too, because I think it's easier said than done, to build a world that actually feels real, that you can feel it and smell it. So what is your process for world building?
Oh, I had to stick with science fiction fantasy, historical fiction fantasy, because love history, big history nerd. I'm a nerd about a lot of things, but history is one of my favorites. So you throw in, and I love the Viking era. And in future books, I kind of gave it away, but World War II is in books 2 and 3. There's a lot of World War II history. And this is all stuff I've always geeked over and checked out and researched, so it was already in my brain. I just had to put it into a neat story that I was writing about these weird characters I'm writing. But future books, a little bit of a teaser. Two of them end up going back to the Viking era, and they're entirely set in the Viking era. But after that is Civil War era, United States. So you got that in there as well. But not just Civil War era. Actually, the war itself is a backdrop. It really has nothing to do with the story. It's more crime. It's New York crime during the Civil War era, mafia, if you want to term it that way. So it's a very layered story. That's where there's a lot of aspects.
Wow, that's awesome.
Do you have some kind of system for keeping track of all your characters? Do you have like a book you keep, or a whiteboard that's full of scribbles? Or
I actually keep because there's a lot of time involved. I keep an Excel spreadsheet that has from 800, and each line is another year, 800 down to 1944, which is where it currently ends now. Future books might be past that. And I've got the columns for each character, so I know when they were born, when they died, and I have all the notes off to the side to show when important things happened in the series, so I don't start violating stuff, So yeah, I do have to keep a lot of notes. I do it on a computer, but I mean, I do keep a lot of notes. Yeah,
that's awesome. Well, we're running out of time here, but where can we point people to that are watching this and want to support or learn more about your work?
Absolutely. The hub for everything Thalspar is at thalspar.com. So it's THALSPARR.com.
Perfect. Oh, and actually, we got one question in under the wire, since that was fast. Do you ever mess up and get a character's eye color mixed up?
I haven't yet. I don't think so. Not yet.
No, okay. Well, that's impressive too. I'm happy that we got to let you get that brag in just under the wire.
Unless whoever asked that realized I did do, and I didn't know, and they're seeing if I'm going to figure it out. But no, I don't think so.
Time will tell. All right. Thank you so much, Bjorn. I really appreciate you dropping by.
All
And I
right.
hope
Thank
you
you.
have a great night.
It was great to be here. Thank you.
Thanks, Bjorn.
All right. We are bumping into the end here. We got 3 left. Up next, we've got Reggie Ford. Reggie D. Ford is a best-selling author, motivational speaker, and will reveal the process of perseverance from perseverance through severe dysfunction, and will also share a heartfelt poem that encapsulates his life philosophies. How's it going today, Reggie?
It's going well. Thank y'all for having me. I appreciate you.
Likewise.
Sorry, my cat's getting in the way right now.
Oh, that's always a good sign when a cat does a meeting, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
It's a good omen
She's
right there.
She heard that you were going to be sharing a poem and she got really excited.
Oh, Reggie's going to do a poem. I'm there. It's awesome.
Did you want to start with the poem, or did you want to talk about the poem first and then we can close with it?
I want to close with the poem, but the poem, again, is about life philosophy. So different nuggets that I've picked up along the way that I feel are guiding principles through just my life. And some of them are very simple. It's a simple poem. There are things that I think we probably overlook or neglect throughout our daily lives because we're rushing and we're running and we're distracted, but some simplicity to bring us back to the present and ground us. Yeah,
I love that. We actually have a question coming in from the audience that says, transitioning from finance to mental health advocacy is quite a shift. What personal experiences motivated you to make this change, and how do you blend those two passions to make your work or in your work?
Yeah, I think so. Mental health advocacy and finance kind of go hand in hand for me because I grew up in a situation where, money was a big stressor. Money caused anxiety, caused depression, caused a lot of grief. And so to have a better understanding and better finances made mental health better. But I grew up with the mindset that money, because it was such a vital resource, once you had it, that all the other issues would go away. And that wasn't the case. And I saw that in my own life. And so I saw the whole human, the whole picture of it all. And that wellness that wasn't just financial wellness, wasn't just occupational wellness. It was creative wellness. It was spiritual wellness. It was, emotional wellness. It was all these different facets of our well-being. And so that's where the piece shifted when I realized that finance is only a small portion, a big portion at a time, but once it becomes a smaller portion of the pie, that other things have to be addressed.
Absolutely. Yeah. I have actually another one too from the audience. Do you think our society, they're really interested. Do you think that our society is seeing an increase in PTSD?
I think our society is becoming more aware around what PTSD is and what it looks like. I mean, it's a recent diagnosis if you think about it in the grand scheme of things. Like 1980 wasn't that long ago. And so with it being recently able to be diagnosed, and then people understanding that it's not just military combat, that trauma is a spectrum and trauma is relative. Trauma for a 2-year-old is dropping their ice cream cone and they have a temper tantrum. Like that's the worst thing that little 2-year-old body and mind has felt. But it's different for everybody and every person. And so everyone in this entire world has, in my opinion, has experienced some trauma. And that trauma doesn't always manifest into PTSD, but it can. And I think that the awareness and understanding of how it presents is becoming more known. And that's what is leading to maybe a greater increase in the diagnosis.
Yeah.
That's true.
Sorry, you go ahead, John, if you had something.
Oh, I just going to comment that you're right about the recent diagnosis. I mean, even, postpartum depression is a very new concept. I mean, I think the first person that really brought it to the mainstream was Brooke Shields, and that was in the 90s.
Yeah.
And, even if we talk about, other mental health, manic depression was a go-to term for decades, and then they changed it to bipolar. Now I think they're changing it to something else. So it's interesting how the world is kind of learning about the human mind. And I think the nice thing is that it's not as stigmatized
Yes.
as it once was. And I think that people are talking about this, and it's not something that's hushed about and pushed into the corners like in a gothic fiction book or something, openly, and people are living rich lives, and I think it's amazing. So what you're doing too, I think is really, exciting. So thank you for
Definitely.
that, for bringing that. That's really cool.
Yeah, I like to hear that the conversation around PTSD is exciting because I think it helps to heal. It helps people heal. Like when we don't have the conversations, when we continue to stigmatize it, then people live in shame that whatever they're going through, whatever they're feeling is bad, and that's just not the case.
Yeah. Yeah, and to go back to your point of realizing that it doesn't require military combat to get PTSD, there's a lot more of a understanding with that too as well, where I feel like in the past it used to be people would always respond like, I can't possibly have, and you would have to be like, you literally just shut down fully because of the trigger. Like that's what it is.
Yes, definitely. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can see it. You can see those triggers. You can see the responses. The nervous system is going to react. It's going to do what it needs to do to protect our bodies, or what it thinks it needs to do to protect our bodies. And it shows up, and we see those things.
Yeah. We actually have another question coming from the audience that wants to know about the painting behind you.
So that's a great question. I am in Adrian, Michigan right now at a school, Adrian College. And so I'm in the library. I snuck in here. And it's a 2006 graduate, I think. Jillian Dumday, I think. So shout out to her.
Yeah, I mean, that's a sick painting.
So follow her. It's Dumdei if you need that last name. So I do not know this person, but it's an amazing painting. I thought this was the coolest room because of that painting. So
yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I'm not too far away from you actually. I'm in Michigan too, so
cool.
We're in similar places right now.
Nice.
So let's see, kind of focusing on mental health and kind of keeping the conversation there. How do you feel like the conversation has evolved around mental health in men specifically?
Yeah, I think this is something that I pride myself on and want to continue to push for is men addressing their mental health, because I think growing up, if you're, 90s baby or 80s baby or older, it's to hide your emotions. Even younger, I would say all kids are growing up. Boys are taught to hide their emotions. Boys are taught that crying is weak and for girls, and girls to an extent that some of those things are bad. But boys get it in a different way, that we're supposed to be masculine and manly, and masculine and manly doesn't equate to emotional. But I view emotional as human, like we are humans, and so to be human is to be emotional. And so I think more men are approaching their mental health like their physical health. They are coming at it from an angle of understanding that, we see rates of depression, anxiety, other different types of mental health affecting men, and wanting to address those things so that they aren't suffering. Like, I think people are understanding that their minds contribute to their suffering and want to start to find a better place in their own mind.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I just wonder, Reggie, how long is your poem? Because I know we're getting up to
it's about 2 minutes long, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. If you could go ahead and get that started then, because actually, if you want to go ahead and quickly hit us with where people can find you too.
So
we can close out with the poem and say goodbye to you right now.
Absolutely. So if you look right, where am I? There, Reggie D. Ford on all your favorite platforms, and reggiedford.com. So I'll make it easy for you to find me. But the poem, it is, I talk about the process of perseverance is from pain to passion, passion to purpose, purpose to power, power to peace. And it's acknowledging the pain. It's not sweeping it under the rug. It's acknowledging it's feeling it, and it's going through that process so that you ultimately get to this desired destination of peace and fulfillment in your life. But the poem is about being present, because right now is all we have. because the past no longer exists and the future never was. Right now, this is it. And people ask me what I do, why I do it, and this is what I tell them. I get on stages and write books about my pain and my past so that other people don't have to feel them. Because the pain from my past does not dictate the present, and the fear of the future only worries me if I let it. All I have is now, a moment to share with you, to tell you about my past and all the things I went through. Abused and neglected, a lot that's hurt me. But I rise above it, and you all can too. Just keep working. Take your losses and turn them into lessons. Give grace and give back. That's the way to many blessings. Speak with conviction and love with no conditions. Stand tall, stand proud, and unlearn unhealthy traditions. Follow your passion and believe in your vision. Fall in love with the process and stay firm in your intentions. And trust that the results and the peace will be a byproduct of the work. And please don't bottle up emotions, because as we know, bottles can burst. Create the life you choose to live. Surround yourself with those you love. Give thanks for every breath and linger with every hug. For all we have is now, this moment, this day. Spread light and love everywhere you go and tell people that's the BookFest way.
I love that. Thank you, Reggie. I appreciate it so
Absolutely.
much. Thanks
Beautiful.
for stopping by.
Thank y'all. I appreciate y'all so much.
You too. Thank you. That was awesome.
We even got a BookFest shout out in that one. That's
Yeah,
great.
that was cool.
All right. Up next, we've got DC Gomez. DC is an award-winning. Hello. DC is an award-winning author and podcaster, and is here to share tips for crafting a action. Let me try this again. We'll share tips for crafting an action-packed adventure within a supernatural setting, along with her journey, and will also be available for any audience questions if anyone's got some. So, hello, DC, and welcome.
Hello, gentlemen. Thank you so much for having me. I'm so excited to go after Reggie. That poem was like inspiring. Great shout out at the end. I was impressed. So, hello.
Yes.
So, you guys ready to talk about urban fantasy with me for a little bit?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So, one of the things that I write mostly, I do multi-genre everything, but one of my passions is urban fantasy, and we're getting ready for Halloween. So, I figure we'll discuss a little bit of the magical world that we have. So, let's talk about it. So, what is urban fantasy? Most people want to know. So, think of the supernatural world embedded in the common day. So, things of like the Sandman. So, if you think of the shows that are popular now, most people don't put them in categories of urban fantasy, but they are. You got Lucifer, even Harry Potter at the beginning, has a little bit of that urban fantasy. So urban fantasy is very common, but most people don't identify it. Most people are thinking when it comes to the book world as reverse, romance, paranormal. Urban fantasy can have love story. It's not known specifically for that, but we're looking at all those everyday things. If you have the real world. So I'm going to share, I have a series. I have a new book out. So Cursed by Fur. So I know I'm going to give you guys a plug. You said I could bring the book.
Yes. No, great.
So Cursed by Fur, and it's probably the best way to explain it. It is taking place right now. So in the book, it takes place next week during Halloween. So it's very current. And it's a spicy retelling of Little Red Riding Hood. So you're taking things that we know and just kind of twisting it around. How do we spin it? How do we turn it into the acts? So I have everything from vampires, because we got to shout out to some vampires. You have werewolves that are being killed and, destroyed. And Little Red is not the good one. So one of the things about it is you still have very basic structure of the universe. Like I'm not going to get rid of gravity. It is taking place in common days. But what you can do is add a layer of, what is it that the universe doesn't know? So for this series, we're assuming the humans do not know about the supernatural. So my characters actually are the interns for death. So if you believe in the four horsemen, what do they do while they wait for the apocalypse? Well, death ushers people to the next life. What does pestilence do? Well, trying to destroy us with diseases. So that kind of the world that you add. Do you guys have any questions? So you can tell I can talk fast.
I just want to say I love that title, Cursed by Fur. Oh my God, I love it. And that cover is gorgeous.
This is actually part of a whole series for anybody who likes Kickstarter. There's a whole Kickstarter for Gorgeous. It is actually the Once Upon a Curse series, which is amazing. And it's all retellings. what do you know about, retellings if you twist them? So yes, this is kind of has little paw prints for anybody who wants to see. Super fun.
I love it. I love it. What drew you to urban fantasy as a storyteller?
I'm going to tell you that I fell in love with urban fantasy reading Kim Harrison's books because she does the Hollow series, Jim Butcher, and then you add the amazing Miss Charlene Harris, who does small town like nobody else. So I wanted to do something in a small town. I live in a small town in East Texas. So how do I give you a shout out to a small town in Texarkana where nothing happens? Well, what happens if the whole supernatural world moves to you? And this is what you get in urban fantasy.
Oh, that's so fun. That's so fun. Yeah, and that's ripe territory right there. Also, Joe R. Lansdale. There's a lot of great storytellers coming out of that area of Texas. What's going on in that area of Texas, DC?
We're busy. Either that or it's too hot to be outside.
I think these books are fiction. That's what I think. I think they're really happening.
John, you're not supposed to tell people that. That's our secret. Come on now.
But yeah, that's cool. That's cool. So you have werewolves. What other kind of creatures and monsters do you have in your books?
So for this series, I'm taking everybody back. So the beginning of this series used to be Des Intern and the Intern Diary. So you got introduced to the concept that Texarkana, because I'm in East Texas, has become a haven. So every supernatural world has finally found a home. So I have a Pipsy who happens to be Pete the Pitsy, who actually runs the mayor run. So if you get in trouble, you're going to get Pitsy by Pete. So be careful about that. So you get gnomes, you get dwarves, you get an actual community. So the goal is not to have every supernatural in the world running wild, but what if they're trying to actually have a life? How do you have a life? So my interns are trying to run a city without getting harassed by the humans and trying to how do I have a census? How do I know who's in town? How do I run a city of people who have more power than they should and can actually, destroy an entire world and be able to give them some consensus? So this is what you get in this entire madness. It does have a really, crazy twist, so be prepared. You might cry, you might laugh, you might actually get really mad at me. Sorry, not sorry.
I hope I do all three.
You probably will, and you can send me some hate message, Gordon, listen, we need to talk. I've been getting a lot of those messages I was not prepared for that. I was like, that's a great thing. It's like, I've been thinking about this book. It was like, it's a great thing. They're like, no. So, yes.
Well, you just need to inform them that whether or not they like it, it still means that you win if they're thinking about it.
Going to give you the one thing everybody asks about triggers. This is a thriller, which is kind of the best part about urban fantasy because you can mash up different genres. So you get a serial killer / assassin, if you want to call it that way, depending which way you're looking at it. So you have these elements that you can use with a fantasy world without being limited to just fantasy. So that's kind of the fun part about urban fantasy.
Right. In your books, how much of real life is kind of explored, and real world topics and things like that? I think that you have such a great canvas there that you've built. Do you ever kind of incorporate some real world sort of metaphors and things like that?
The best part about it is you can have a social commentary without sounding preachy. And that's always been my thing. I never want to sound preachy. I never want to be commenting. So Des Intern, the first comment was about homelessness. How do we deal with homelessness in our society? So one of the things that the team has done is that they made the entire community of transient individuals as part of their underground way. You know what I mean? So they're underground, they're the spies, they're the informants, because we tend to take people for granted who we don't see on the same level as we do. So you do have an undercurrent. If you get it, great. If not, you're going to be highly entertained anyways. But you have those different levels for any sport.
That's exciting. So I'm in a bookstore. I've never read a DC Gomez book. Which one would you tell me to grab first?
So if you're interested in current, I will tell you, go ahead, pick up Cursed by Fur, because it's going to get you into the universe. If you had to read in order, I would say go back and pick up Des Intern. So that's the catch. So I do lots of fun, action-packed, quirky characters. I even have a talking cat. So Gordon, I'm checking out your cat in the back. I was like, oh, so I'm having a moment.
Yeah,
So you
she's
have
running wild because she knows I can't do anything about it. She's not
She's-
supposed to be on that counter, but
It's called Rogue. It's called Rogue. I am
Yeah.
Rogue, and I'm on TV, and there's nothing you can say about it.
And as soon as you said assassins and serial killers, she jumped up onto that ledge.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, there they go. There it goes.
She's
Trying to protect
They
you.
know. They know.
Yeah. Mhm. That's kind of the catch.
Awesome. So what is your writing and development process like for these books? You have this vast kind of world you're working with. How do you deal with that? And how do you develop new books and stories and ideas?
I made a purpose and conscious decision that anything that was going to be urban fantasy was going to take place in the same series. So this is the Reaper's universe, just because creating a fantasy universe takes time and creating laws and ideas. So I'm like, we're going to stick to one. I do contemporary. I have dark humor. I have, I'm a cat lady terms arms dealer. So for anybody who wants a little bit more quirk and madness, and that's contemporary, super fun. So yes, John is like, what was that? So yes. So
Wow.
I told you I write quirky and fun. So, but for the fantasy part, I'm very much staying within the same universe. So all the rules are the same. So people can jump in and out and be able to enjoy this without having to learn a whole magical elements and kind of background and philosophy. And one thing about it is because it's urban fantasy, you understand the current world. You understand the rules and regulations. And if you happen to be around Texarkana, which a lot of people have, you're like, oh, that could happen.
Yeah.
I get that a lot.
Real quick before we go, what's a good place that we could point viewers to if they want to learn more or support your work?
Absolutely. Check out my website. It's probably the easiest way to get my socials, which is dcgovernment-author.com. Easiest way to find anything. I am on social media, probably not as active as I should, trying to get engaged on TikTok, but TikTok I get lost in cat videos and not so much the posting of author stuff, but I'm trying. Like, listen, I'm committed to being much better at it, but yes, it's a little harder than I thought.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, DC, thank you so much. I really appreciate your time.
Yeah.
And we're going to go ahead and move you on out of here, but I hope you have a great night.
Thank you. That was fun.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. And last but not least, we have returning hero of the show.
Are you ready?
Stephen Joseph. Hi, Stephen. How are you?
Hi. I didn't know it's a returning hero. I didn't know it's a hero.
Stephen is an award-winning author of Snoodles in Space and is here to read an excerpt from his latest book, Snoodles in Space 2, Episode 2, The Zoodles Strike Back. This is actually a book that we have ready to present everyone. And so Stephen is going to close us out with a little bedtime story. How's it going, Stephen?
Oh, it's going great. I'm ready for bedtime.
Yeah.
You're gonna read? Are you gonna read me the story? Oh, I have to.
Oh no. I'm on slides. So
okay. No. I know. I read the story. No. I understand the rules. I was just kidding.
Yeah.
So just so everybody knows, this is I came out with Snoodles, Cadoodles, Poodles, and lots of noodles. Snoodles in Space, the Snoodle, the Zoodle, Cadoodles, and One Happy Schmoodle. And this is the third book, Snoodles in Space, Episode 2, The Zoodles Strike Back. So this is the third book in the series, and I will start reading. Of course, it's like all the other books. It's a wackadoodle tale from outer space. The story happens in the future, in the land of Noodleham. How far in the future? Nobody knows. The sky was always blue. The air was always clean. Everybody was happy because of the invention of the Snoodle. This was the brainchild of Herbie Snoodleman. The Snoodle was a car that ran on noodles. The Snoodle also provided a delicious bowl of noodles after a long day of school or work, and all of Noodleham became not Snoodle, but noodle obsessed. Previously on Snoodles in Space, the Snoodle replaced the Krautmobile, which had been the most used mode of transportation. The Krautmobile was invented by Herbie's brother, Sauer Krudelman, and while it was a reliable mode of transportation, it ran off sauerkraut, which made everyone pretty stinky and rather cranky. Sauer's Krautmobile business quickly went kaput, but he became popular once again with the invention of the prickly peppered purple propulsion-powered pickle. This special pickle, when inserted into a Snoodle Zoomadoodle, allowed for space travel 10 times the speed of light. This allowed for the exploration of galaxies far, far away. A regular prickly peppered propulsion-powered pickle allowed the Snoodles to also become flying machines, which allowed people to go to places in no time at all. This particular pickle also helped save Herbie and Sauer's brother, Norman Noodle, whom, with his wife, Sally Strudel, ran the Noodle to Strudel Bakery. Norman and Sally was abducted by the Zoodle Cadoodles from the planet Zoodle to perform brain surgery on their leader, Cloodle the Grand Roodle. With the help of Norman and Sally's two kids, Ricky Rockadoodle and Brianna Brainy Broodle, they repaired the Zoodle Cadoodle spaceship and repaired Cloodle the Grand Roodle's brain. Cloodle, you see, had come down with a bad case of genius brain. The Zoodle Cadoodles also placed vacuodoodles around the Earth to vacuum up all the Earth's noodles, which were removed after the successful repair of the spaceship in Cloodle's brain. The Zoodles had wanted to take the gang back to Zoodle to provide training for the Zoodles to last 100 years. However, after Doodle Cadoodle attempted to put Schmoodle the Poodle back onto the Snoodle Zoomadoodle because of the Zoodle's strict no-pet policy, Schmoodle did a happy dance, causing a cloud of sauerkraut fumes to appear, and the Zoodle Cadoodles quickly fell asleep. Everyone made it safely back to Noodleham. Ricky and Brianna were heroes for saving the planet and were given the keys to the city. Did I say that everyone was happy? Well, not everyone. There was one family that wasn't doing too well. Before the invention of the Krautmobile, people would drive in a Grudelmobile or the Grudel, as it was unaffectionately called. This was invented by Grumpy Grimy Grudelman. The Grudel ran on gruel. What is gruel, you may ask? Nobody knew for sure, but everyone had one word for it: yucky. It smelled bad, caused gray clouds to appear above, and the townspeople looked rather gray. The Zoodle would burn the gruel to run, but there was nowhere to put the burnt gruel. Sadly, the burnt gruel was dumped into the rivers, lakes, and oceans, causing the water to turn gray. Grumpy Grimy Grudelman had two kids. His son was Frimpy Frumpy Fruddle, and his daughter was Wimpy Whiny Woodle. Being the wealthiest man in Noodleham at the time, Grumpy Grimy spoiled his kids rotten. When Frimpy Frumpy and Wimpy Whiny were a bit younger and the Grudel was still selling like hot noodle cakes, the kids had a special present from their dad, Grumpy Grimy. It was a special tour of the Chunky Chockadoodles Candy Factory. And we stop over there because things happen after this factory didn't go all too well, and things, of course, the Zoodles strike back, which is a terrible thing.
But yeah, you can't give it away on here. You know, they got to buy the book to see the Zoodles strike back.
That's right. Yes.
That was noodlerific. I mean, thank you.
Honestly, I think that takes a tremendous amount of courage to read that book out loud on camera. That was a lot of tongue twisters to say in a row.
I practice it a little. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
We actually had a question from the audience under asking how you do that without getting tongue-tied.
Well, writing these books, it's I write the, I say I don't write the books, I run the books. I'm a runner, and I go out running for hours, and then like these words pop in my head, and sometimes characters start talking, and then you play with it, and then when you get it, and it's just like, oh wow, that's another one. What can I come up with next? And it's just fun. It's like a game, and especially when you're running, and sometimes running like you think about the run, but when you have the characters talking to you, it's like all of a sudden I'm in a different world. I'm not even knowing what I'm doing. I'm just like watching, listening, and taking notes in my head, and then I get to write it down. So I get a lot of practice with, and it's the third book. I'm like the fourth book will come out next year. Escape from Zoodletras. So I've had a lot of practice with anything oodle, noodle, snoodle, doodle, cadoodle, poodle. So it keeps
Zoodle
coming.
Shank Redemption is coming up next.
That's good. I like that. Oh wow!
Free of charge. Free. It's all
Wow.
you.
Okay.
That's great. So did the original idea for this come while you were running? And part two of that question is, while you're out there running, do you have to memorize these ideas, or do you capture them on a phone or something?
It's like dust. It's literally you have one speck of dust, and then the other dust gets attracted to it, and then you have a big dust ball. So once in this book, it's almost like a takeoff on Willy Wonka in the chocolate factory. So these kids, I'll give you a little bit more. Frimpy Frumpy Fruitle and Wimpy Whiny Woodle. Frimpy Frumpy has a fizzy wizzy Pop-a-Doodle. First he fits, and then he wits, and then he goes pop. And Wimpy Whiny Woodle has a swizzly twizzly Slime-a-Doodle. First she swizzled, then she twizzled, and then she turned it into a bucket of slime. And then, of course, the newspapers. And I was thinking when I watched Willy Wonka, you had all the media there, the media attention, cameras, the paparazzi. And they had those kids, the spoiled kids, they didn't turn out too well. So I want to make them the heroes. So also, okay, I have something. And of course, they're getting shamed, and kids, call them the Frimpy Frumpy Pop-a-Doodle, they make fun of him. So, but they end up saving the planet, which is always a good thing.
Love a good underdog story.
Yes.
Stephen, where can some people find and interact and support with your work?
Well, you could find me in StephenJosephAuthor.com. And when you go there happens to be not only one blog, but two blogs. I have a blog on crankiness. I write a lot on crankiness. That's my brand. I'm also a lawyer, and I have a blog called The Defense Can Now Rest, because a lot of times the defense never rests. This time the defense can now rest, so I write about that, how they could rest. So, but you can also see my books, everything else, StephenJosephAuthor.com.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate you coming and closing us out today, Stephen.
Well, it's a pleasure being here. Thank you.
It's a pleasure for you to be having me.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, have a great night, Stephen.
Take care.
Bye. All right. We did it. That's another one down. But we're not quite done yet, because we still have to announce all the winners. So do you have your list of winners, John?
I do.
Cool. I will start us off by reading the 30 children's giveaway winners that we have. These 30 people are going to be winning, and they will also be emailed by our team. So don't worry if you hear your name, just know that you got an email coming. Anyways, up first, we've got Jim K, Keller J, April B, Brigham L, Darlene O, Kabbalah S, Cassie C, Lisa I, Sean A, Felicia L, Molly A, Gabrielle R, Alyssa M, Krista R, Christine A, Beck B, Jennifer L, Paula S, Kelly B, Sid M, Christina W, Kathutin G, Mandy B, Nancy P, Katie H, Jenny M, Mel K, True F, Meigs M, and Jennifer C. Again, those are all of our winners for the children's giveaway. And John, want to take away for the big bundle of books?
All right, our winners for the big bundle of books are Haley M, Mary H, KCB, John S, Clevy S, Cara D, Rosie D, Lily N, Holly G, and Chrissa K.
All right. And now we did it.
We did it.
Yes.
We made it to the end. We made it to the end.
There's a great show. John, do you have anything that you want to tell the listeners about you and your work? Anything that you want to point them to?
Yeah, sure. If you want to follow me, again, you can Google my name and you can put it into any of the social medias. I'm the only John Palisano, and also johnpalisano.com. It will tell you more than you ever wanted to know about me. So if you wanted to do that, that's where I'm at. I love the BookFest. It's been an honor to be here today and to experience and to talk to all these great authors. And I do hope everybody will join us again tomorrow for day number 2. And thank you, Jay, for being amazing co-host and keeping everything on track perfectly. So thank you. And thanks to the team. There's a lot of people behind the scenes that are working. So thank you all to the social media team and everybody that works so hard throughout the year to put these on. It's so much work. And you make it all look so easy. So thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. And thank you to the listeners and everyone who came. And good night. Yeah, we'll see you next time.